Chapter 39-25. The white-bearded old man looked at Chi Yu and shook his head. Forget about it. The only reason Xiaoyun has been giving in to you and tolerating you is because we are brothers. Did they think he was an old fool? Who couldn't see through the schemes in their hearts? Yes, yes, yes. Chi Yu nodded repeatedly. Nonsense. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Take care of yourselves. Don't end up like Bing Changtian and his daughter. The white-bearded old man left behind a meaningful sentence, then turned around and left without looking back. He's too arrogant. What right does an outsider have to lecture us? Chi Yu was infuriated. Qi Xiong stared at the white-bearded old man's back with boundless hatred in his eyes. Deep in the forest, inside a tea garden, Qi Xiaoyun was pruning the leaves of the tea trees in the garden. His white clothes were spotless, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like the son of a god, emanating an ethereal aura. A woman in red was accompanying him at all times. She was Qi Xiaoyun's personal maid, Xiao Ying. Young master, what time is it now? Why are you still in the mood to do such useless things? Xiao Ying looked at Qi Xiaoyun with dissatisfaction. Everyone else was cultivating diligently, trying their best to increase their strength. Yet, this person was still as carefree as ever. He did not seem nervous at all. You don't understand, do you? Everyone has their own cultivation method. Qi Xiaoyun smiled calmly. Don't tell me you're cultivating right now? Xiao Ying was speechless. Silly girl, you don't have to lock yourself up to cultivate. You can walk around more, see more, and maintain a calm state of mind. Perhaps you can find an opportunity to enter an epiphany. Epiphany is the fastest way to increase one's strength. Qi Xiaoyun shook his head. Yes. I won't deny that. But you've been busy for so long, yet you haven't entered an epiphany. Xiao Ying pouted. If it's so easy to enter an epiphany, wouldn't everyone in the world have grasped the ultimate profundity of a supreme law? Accompanied by a hoarse laugh, the white-bearded old man stepped through the air and landed in the tea garden. Teacher, you're back. Qi Xiaoyun turned to look at the white-bearded old man. Yes. The white-bearded old man nodded. How are the father and son doing these days? Qi Xiaoyun asked with a smile. Not so good. The white-bearded old man shook his head and recounted what he had seen and heard in detail. What? They actually want to collude with the Ice Phoenix clan? Littling raised his eyebrows. Qi Xiaoyun remained calm as he continued pruning the leaves. Xiaoyun, what do you think? The white-bearded old man asked. Not long after the lunatic went to the dragon's nest, the dragons began to target the Feng people. Obviously, this matter must be related to the lunatic. We can't casually interfere in matters related to this madman. We'll talk about it later. The Feng people have only themselves to blame for their current situation. They don't deserve any sympathy. Qi Xiaoyun shook his head. This old man thinks so too, but Qi Xiong and his son, the white-bearded old man, frowned. He had a feeling that there were two hidden dangers. Qi Xiaoyun smiled and said, our Qilin race can no longer endure any turmoil. All hidden dangers must be nipped in the bud. Littling looked at Qi Xiaoyun in astonishment. He could decide a person's life and death just by talking and laughing. Was this still the young master she used to know? On the other side, the people who had gone to look for Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and the little rabbit were all rejected and returned in disappointment. When they returned to the Feng people and reported the situation to the white-haired old man and the white-bearded old woman, the two felt helpless. They could only pray that Hua Dahong would be able to find something. However, on the evening of the second day, Hua Dahong returned. He was not happy at all. Instead, he was furious. Their eyelids twitched when they saw Hua Dahong's expression, but they still held a trace of hope. The white-haired old woman asked, how did it go? Let alone help, I didn't even see them. Hua Dahong said angrily. Why? Everyone was puzzled. Hua Dahong said angrily, we don't even know where they are now. Then go look for the Devil Palace. With the relationship between the three giants of the Devil Palace and them, they definitely know where they are. The white-bearded old man frowned. Of course I know where to look for them. And for the past 2 days, I've been begging them at the Devil Palace. But no matter how much I begged, they didn't reveal the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the others. If it weren't for the sovereign divine weapon, would have razed the Devil Palace to the ground. Hua Dehong was furious. When the white-haired old woman heard this, her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly said, "Don't do that. With the relationship between the Devil Palace and Qin Feiyang and the others, if you really do that, it will definitely bring disaster to the phone people." I know. Hua Dehong waved his hand and looked at everyone. Then what should we do now? What else can we do? We can only leave the phone people first and think of a way. The white-bearded old man sighed. Wait. Suddenly, the white-haired old woman looked at Hua Dehong and asked, "Did you contact Fire Dance directly?" Yes. Fire Dance, Wenchang, Zihui, I tried to send a message to them, but none of them responded to me. What a bunch of unfilial children. Hua Dehong was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Sigh. It seems that they want to completely cut off their relationship with us. Then arrange for our clansmen to retreat first. The white-haired old woman sighed. Where to? The white-haired old man asked. Land of the buried gods. The white-haired old woman struggled for a moment before spitting out these 4 words with difficulty. Her voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Land of the buried gods. Core area. When Madman returned that day, he informed Qin Feiyang about Long Chen's return. But the key point was, Pei Dason had been monitoring the outside, but he did not see the princess of the Divine Kingdom appear. Therefore, it could be seen that the princess of the Divine Kingdom did not return with Long Chen. As for Long Chen saying that he didn't know, it was purely bullshit. The fire python had seen it with his own eyes in the Nether King's hell, how could it be fake? Moreover, on the same day, Madman went to the Nether King's hell alone. Firstly, it was to confirm whether the princess of the Divine Kingdom was still in the Great Qin. Secondly, it was to transfer the blood demon race from the Nether King's hell. In fact, Qin Feiyang was opposed to transferring the blood demon race. How should he put it? The blood demon race's overall strength was too weak. Bringing them to the Sky Cloud realm might not be a good thing. After all, the Sky Cloud realm was facing a strong enemy, the Divine Kingdom. It was safer for the blood demon race to stay in the Nether King's hell. But Madman also had his own ideas. The sooner he brought the blood demon race to the Sky Cloud realm, the sooner he could get rid of the shackles of the Nether King's hell. In other words, in the future, the cultivation of the blood demon race would not be limited to the Perfection 9 Heavens realm. Regarding this, Qin Feiyang did not say much. Because Madman was the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. It was his right and freedom to arrange the Blood Demon race. Moreover, according to Madman, King Yu, Big Shua, and the others were also eager to return to the Sky Cloud realm after learning about the history of the Blood Demon race. Even King Yu and the others wanted to return to the Sky Cloud realm. As an outsider, it was naturally not good for him to interfere too much. 3 days passed. Madman arrived in the sky above the dragon nest as expected. The dragons had already left, not leaving behind a single crystal vein. It was empty. Moreover, the barrier of the heavenly god's sword had also disappeared. The entire core area was filled with a layer of Yin demon power. The flowers, plants, and trees had all decayed under the erosion of the Yin demon power. It was like a purgatory of death. However, all of this did not affect the blood demon race much. Because like Madman, the Yin demon power was also helpful to their cultivation. However, the Yin demon power was far more terrifying than the evil power. With their current cultivation, they were still unable to absorb and refine it without restraint. Therefore, after Madman arrived at the dragon nest, he once again set up a barrier to isolate the Yin demon power. Only a small amount of demon power was left, allowing the blood demon race to slowly adapt. Returning to their ancestral homeland, King Yu and the others were also filled with emotion. They never thought that the blood demon race would have such a glorious moment. Even more so, they never thought that the blood demon race was once the overlord of the sky cloud realm. After settling everything, Madman gave King Yu some instructions and left the demon land. The dragons had also entered the phoenix nest. They officially changed the name to Dragon Nest and announced to the outside world that the Death Glacier would be the dragon's home in the future. Black Tortoise Realm. Seeing Madman return, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Now, your wish has been fulfilled." Madman nodded with a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Qin Feiyang asked, "The imprints of the creatures of the Nether King's hell have been removed, right?" "Of course. Moreover, the remaining evil power of the Nether King's hell has been absorbed by me. Now, the creatures of the Nether King's hell are the same as us, able to absorb essence to cultivate." Madman nodded. "What about the blood demon race?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Their imprints have also been removed. However, this will not affect their ability to absorb the evil power. On the contrary, not only can they absorb the evil power, but they can also absorb the essence of heaven and earth. It's just that in the future, they will no longer be able to borrow the power of the source of all evil. It can be said that there are gains and losses." Madman sighed. "They were able to borrow the power of the source of all evil before you merged with it. Now that you have merged with it, they shouldn't be able to borrow this power even if they want to." Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "That's right." Madman nodded. "The demon power of the demon land isn't endless. In the past, it was because no one could absorb it that the demon power existed. Now, with the return of the blood demon race, won't they sooner or later absorb all the demon power?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "That's for sure. However, I also have a hunch that the blood demon race will be like me in the end. After the evil power and the demon power merge, it will transform into the blood demon power. This can also strengthen their strength. As for the demon power, it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. In any case, they can now absorb the essence of heaven and earth and even refine soul stones. If they really want the evil power, it's very simple. Now that I control the source of all evil, I can control all the evil power. As long as I want, the evil power of the sky cloud boundary can gather in the demon land at any time. Moreover, I can also create an endless stream of evil power." Chapter 39-26. Amazing. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with admiration. Just as the Feather Emperor said, controlling the source of all evil was like a god controlling all evil. Moreover, the source of all evil wasn't a divine technique, law, or battle soul. Perhaps even Long Chen's god's domain couldn't suppress the source of all evil. Perhaps even the Eye of Heaven couldn't replicate it. What about the Princess of the Divine Kingdom? Did you find her? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. She's really in the Great Qin. Although she's hiding her cultivation, I can see that she's at the small success sovereign realm. It seems like it's as you guessed. The 3 inheritances that she gave to Yun Xiang were forcefully taken from her body. The madman nodded. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. Why bother? The madman continued, however, I didn't disturb her, so she doesn't know that I went to the Great Qin. Then, did she acknowledge the people of the Qin clan? Qin Feiyang asked. From the conversation between her and your parents, it seems like she didn't acknowledge them. The madman shook his head and smiled. Right, the emperor of the Great Qin is no longer your father, but your younger brother, Qin Haotian. Is that true? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course it's true. However, according to what I heard, it seems that your father spent a lot of effort to let him inherit the throne. In the end, it seems that your parents sneaked out of the imperial capital and hid in a small place on the Forgotten Continent. They threw a lot of trouble in the imperial capital to him, forcing him to deal with the country's affairs. Later, when your parents returned to the imperial capital, they didn't discuss it with Qin Haotian and directly announced their abdication. Your younger brother was stunned on the spot, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The madman chuckled. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The other princes were all eagerly eyeing the throne, but this brat was different. He had to be swindled by his old father in order to force him to submit. Madman took out a jar of divine wine and moistened his throat before asking, "Then what's the situation with the Feng people?" "You'll have to ask Elder Hua. I asked him to send someone to keep an eye on the Feng people's movements." Qin Feiyang took out the divine sound transmission stone. Very soon, Elder Hua appeared. "Old man, how are the Feng people now?" Madman bared his teeth and asked. "Just now, a subordinate came to report. After the Feng people left the phoenix nest, they ran to the land of buried gods." Elder Hua said. "Ah." Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. These people were too bold. They even dared to go to the land of buried gods. Didn't they know that the land of buried gods was now the battlefield between the sky cloud realm and the divine kingdom? Would they have gone to the land of buried gods unless they had no other choice? Elder Hua shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Madman speechlessly and said, "Brat, don't you think that's a bit of a bad idea?" "They asked for it," Yi Zichen said. "I want to see how long they can last." Madman smiled disdainfully. "They can't hold on anymore. Hua Dehong personally came to the Demon Palace to ask about your whereabouts. His attitude is so humble that even this old man is a bit flattered." Elder Hua shook his head. "I'll have to talk to you about this." Madman seriously looked at Elder Hua and said, "Right now, you have us as your backers. It is only right for him to be humble before you." "Ah." Elder Hua was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. It was really like the old saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Back then, the Demon Palace was the backing of Qin Feiyang and Madman. Now, Qin Feiyang and Madman had become the backing of the Demon Palace. This also reflected a principle: good people will be rewarded. If it wasn't for them helping Qin Feiyang and the others back then, how could they have their current status in the sky cloud realm? Even the dragons and Qilins had to be polite when they saw them now. Boom! Madman wanted to say something, but a terrifying aura suddenly appeared outside. Qin Feiyang and Madman quickly looked at the scene in front of them. The source of the aura came from the door of the Divine Kingdom. "What's wrong?" Elder Hua was surprised. "Someone from the Divine Kingdom came. Let's talk later." Qin Feiyang replied and turned off the sound transmission god stone. This aura was a bit familiar. It seemed to be the purple gold divine dragon that fought against the Blood Demon King. As the aura became more obvious and stronger, Qin Feiyang was finally sure that it was this person. At the same time, Madman also stared at the door of the Divine Kingdom. Although he hadn't officially seen this person with his own eyes, he could recognize this aura after he recovered his memories. Shwa. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man walked out of the door of the Divine Kingdom. He wore a purple gold robe and his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. As soon as he appeared, he shouted, "Madman Mo, get over here right now." His voice was like a bell that resounded in all directions. "Ah." Qin Feiyang looked at Madman in shock and said, "He's here specifically for you?" "Great, I also want to meet him. Let's see how much he's improved after all these years." Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. With a wave of his hand, Madman immediately appeared outside. He looked up at the middle-aged man and laughed. "Why are you looking for me?" The middle-aged man looked down at Madman. "He's actually hiding in the core area?" Madman stepped out and landed in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at Madman and muttered, "Apart from your looks, you really look like him." "Look like who?" Madman smiled playfully. "Blood Demon King." The middle-aged man said word by word in a deep voice. Who are you to Blood Demon King? Madman suddenly realized and said jokingly, take a guess. This person must have learned of his methods from the mouth of the god race woman, so he came to the sky cloud realm to question him. From this, it could be seen. This person also hated his previous life's Blood Demon King to the extreme. Not interested. The middle-aged man shook his head. His eyes were aggressive. On the contrary, I'm very interested in you. Make your move. The geniuses of your divine kingdom have been challenging people of our sky cloud realm for half a year, not even letting off the older generation. Now, I'm going to challenge you, old bastard. Madman snickered. Courting death. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. Don't worry, I won't say you broke the agreement. Madman's face was full of provocation. Good. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Accompanied by the emergence of the law of space and time, a river of stars with the power to destroy the world poured down from the sky. Don't hold back. Take out your full strength. You can even take out your sovereign weapon. Madman laughed. The law of space and time, the law of destruction, the law of thunder, and the law of slaughter, the four ultimate mysteries were all activated in an instant. The aura of destruction suddenly roared in the sky above the core area. Sure enough, you have mastered the four ultimate mysteries. The middle-aged man was shocked. When he heard the words of the god race woman, he still didn't believe it. For ultimate mysteries, even in the divine kingdom, would make one a peerless monster. How could such a small place like the sky cloud realm give birth to such a monster? But he didn't expect it to be true. Boom! Without hesitation. The law of death and the law of slaughter surged out. Two ultimate mysteries appeared in an instant. 3 ultimate mysteries? This is your growth over the years? Even those geniuses of the god race are about to surpass you. What face do you have to call yourself an older generation figure of the divine kingdom? Moreover, you are a purple gold divine dragon. Aren't you shaming the purple gold divine dragon clan? The madman laughed loudly, and the 4 ultimate mysteries attacked. When the man of the divine kingdom heard this, his face instantly turned gloomy to the extreme. The 3 ultimate mysteries shattered the sky and attacked madly. Boom! In an instant. The 7 ultimate mysteries met. A wave of apocalyptic energy instantly surged in the core region. Facing absolute suppression, the 3 ultimate mysteries of the man of the divine kingdom shattered on the spot, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Back then, the Blood Demon King actually died in the hands of trash like you. I really feel sorry for him. The madman laughed wildly, his face full of contempt. Who are you to the Blood Demon King? The man of the divine kingdom roared. Accompanied by a loud clang, a purple gold ancient palace appeared. It instantly grew to several hundred feet, like a mountain, emitting a monstrous divine aura. Looking at this sovereign weapon, the murderous intent in the madman's eyes intensified. Back then, it was this sovereign weapon that had heavily damaged the Blood Demon Tower. Roar! Accompanied by a beast-like roar, the madman's body surged with killing intent. In an instant, he turned into a giant. You, the man of the divine kingdom, stared at the madman, his eyes trembling violently. After transforming, the madman's aura was even more similar to the Blood Demon King's. Could he be a descendant of the Blood Demon race? Impossible. The Blood Demon race was almost wiped out in the Nether King's hell. Moreover, as far as he knew, the Blood Demon King didn't have any descendants. Shatter for me. The madman laughed, and the mark of all evil appeared between his eyebrows. The giant hand covered the sky and grabbed at the ancient palace. As a sovereign weapon, the ancient palace felt a great sense of danger. Was this an illusion? Even the Blood Demon race couldn't pose a threat to a sovereign weapon. But soon, it knew what regret was. The madman's giant hand fell and grabbed it. The power of the source of all evil surged out. The first to be heavily injured was the artifact spirit, and it screamed on the spot. The source of all evil's power was all-pervasive as it crazily strangled the artifact spirit. What kind of power is this? The artifact spirit controlled its body and frantically struggled. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't escape from the madman's palm. Even though it's a pity to destroy a sovereign weapon, you deserve to die. The madman smiled sinisterly, and his strength erupted without holding back. The ancient palace began to shatter. No, the artifact spirit roared. An aura of death shrouded over. How is this possible? This power is actually so similar to the power of the god race's mark? The middle-aged man was shocked. He activated his 3 ultimate profound and charged at the madman, trying to save the ancient palace. However, the madman didn't care about this at all. He raised his other arm and punched out. The source of all evil's power surged. With a loud bang, 2 of the 3 ultimate profound meanings were the ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. However, they couldn't withstand the power of the madman's punch at all and shattered on the spot. It was simply unstoppable. Chapter 39:27. It's really the same as the god race's mark. The middle-aged man's eyes trembled. What kind of power was this? How could it be so powerful? No, at the same time. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the ancient palace in the madman's hand was completely shattered, and the artifact spirit was also annihilated. A sovereign-level divine weapon was destroyed just like that. This scene was simply too shocking. Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the Black Tortoise realm, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Was this the madman's current strength? There was no suspense. This guy was definitely the strongest person in the Sky Cloud realm. Just by relying on means alone, without the sovereign-level divine weapon, even Long Qin couldn't be the madman's opponent. If the 2 of you fought, who would be stronger? At this time, a voice sounded from the side. Qin Feiyang and Pei Dason were taken aback. They turned their heads and saw Fire Dance standing beside them. When did you come? I've been here for a while, but you were too engrossed in the battle and didn't notice me. Fire Dance shook her head and smiled. However, this battle was indeed exciting. To be honest, Pei Dason pondered for a moment, looked at Fire Dance and said seriously, I think the young master is still better. After all, the young master has 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven. The madman also has a blood eye. Fire Dance frowned. So what if it's a blood eye? It's useless against 3,000 incarnations. Pei Dason smiled proudly. That's true. Fire Dance nodded. Although the blood eye had the ability to petrify, facing Qin Feiyang's cultivation, it still needed a process. In other words, it couldn't be petrified instantly. As long as it couldn't be petrified instantly, Qin Feiyang could have 3,000 incarnations. The root of all evil's power was indeed powerful, able to suppress ultimate profound. However, what if it was 3,000 ultimate profound, or even 6,000 ultimate profound, or even 9,000 ultimate profound? Any kind of power had a limit. You could crush 1 ultimate profound, but it didn't mean that you could crush 10, 100, or even 1,000 ultimate profound. Anyway, no matter what, they are all monsters. Pei Dason smiled bitterly. The white-eyed wolf had deprived him of his cultivation base, his fighting soul, and his laws. The mad scientist controlled the source of all evil and possessed power that surpassed the ultimate profound. Moreover, he also had a terrifying fighting soul, the blood eye. Qin Feiyang, 3,000 incarnations, the Eye of Heaven, and the laws of life. There was also Long Qin, who possessed a domain of divinity and an intermediate dominator divine armament. Furthermore, his strength was currently unfathomable. Of these 4, any one of them was an existence that made people tremble in fear. I agree with that. Fire Dance nodded. It's so stressful to be with these monsters. You guys are too imaginative. I don't know about Long Qin, but between senior brother Feng Zi and the white-eyed wolf, we will never be able to fight, so there is no such thing as who is stronger and who is weaker. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them speechlessly, then continued to look at the battlefield outside. The sovereign weapon, Goo Palace, was enough to declare the destruction of both its soul and body. With the destruction of Goo Palace, the hatred on the mad scientist's shoulders seemed to have lessened by a lot. The obsession left behind in his previous life was this person in front of him and this sovereign weapon. As long as he could kill this person and destroy this sovereign weapon, he could finally give an explanation to his clansmen who died in the battle back then. At the same time, it was also an explanation to his previous life, the Blood Demon King. Terrifying, it's really too terrifying. The man from the Divine Kingdom turned pale. He originally thought that the Blood Demon clan had been wiped out back then, but he didn't expect that such a terrifying young man still existed in this world. He was many times stronger than the Blood Demon King back then. Whoosh! Suddenly, he turned around abruptly and rushed toward the door of the Divine Kingdom without looking back. Ji Yunhai, are you trying to escape? The mad scientist asked. What? The man from the Divine Kingdom's eyes trembled. He turned his head and stared at the mad scientist in shock. How do you know my name? Because I have fused with the Blood Demon King's memories and inheritance. I know everything about you like the back of my hand. Pay the price for the slaughter you committed back then. Madman used the specter ghost steps. Like a ghost, he instantly appeared in front of Ji Yunhai and punched out. Ji Yunhai's eyes trembled. Could it be that this person's aura was so familiar? It turned out that he had fused with the Blood Demon King's memories and inheritance. In other words, this person was now the incarnation of the Blood Demon King. Blood Demon King, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, Ji Yunhai transformed into his original body. A huge dragon appeared in the sky. The scene that happened in the underworld was replayed once again. A huge giant against a huge dragon. The two behemoths collided crazily. For the mad scientist who had recovered the memories of his previous life, this scene was too familiar. He would never forget it. Similarly, it also made him recall the scene of countless creatures dying in despair in the underworld. Your sins are monstrous. Even if you die today, it will be difficult to atone for your sins. The mad scientist roared. The power of the source of all evil destroyed everything. Ridiculous. The strong preys on the weak. Don't you understand this logic? Ji Yunhai also let out a furious roar. No matter if it was an ultimate profound or a supreme profound, no matter if it was the first profound or the fifth profound, all of them were activated at once. They emitted a destructive aura as they charged towards Madman. Rumble. A deafening explosion occurred in the core region. The terrifying battle fluctuations crazily rushed towards the inner region, the middle region, and the border region. Wherever it went, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Finally, this fluctuation rushed out of the Een Demon land and spread across the sky of the eastern and northern continents. It was like the might of the heavens, shocking countless creatures. What's going on? What a powerful fluctuation. It seems to be from the land of buried gods. That's right. It's from the land of buried gods. Wait. This seems to be the mad scientist's aura. The other aura feels like, right, the purple gold divine dragon. The mad scientist is fighting with the Divine Kingdom's purple gold divine dragon? Such a terrifying fluctuation. How fierce is this battle? Everyone looked at the land of buried gods from afar. There was a trace of excitement in their eyes, but there was also a trace of worry. The mad scientist's strength was obvious to all. To be able to fight with the mad scientist like this, the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. However, the unluckiest ones were the Feng people. They had just moved to the land of buried gods and had yet to set up camp in the border region when the battle in the core region broke out. They had already sensed it the moment the mad scientist and Ji Yunhai fought. They originally thought that the battle fluctuations would not affect the border region. After all, the land of buried gods was very big. But they never expected that such a terrifying fluctuation would erupt in the end. The older generation of the Feng people were still fine. After all, they were so far away and could barely withstand the battle fluctuations. But the young people of the Feng people were almost instantly injured. They had no choice. The older generation of the Feng people once again led their people and ran outside as if they were fleeing for their lives. They were really like a rat crossing the street. In a sorry state and pitiful state. The core region. The wind whistled and waves of air surged. At the center of the battlefield. The mad scientist was like a demon king, his aura swallowing heaven and earth. His fist shattered all the profound laws and directly smashed towards Ji Yunhai's head. This is the difference between you and me. Go repent in hell. The mad scientist smiled coldly. Seeing that mountain-like giant about to land on Ji Yunhai's head, Ji Yunhai suddenly smiled sinisterly. The one who is going to hell is not me, it's you. Boom. As his voice fell, a destructive aura rushed out from Ji Yunhai's dragon body. Self-destruction. You left your divine soul in the divine kingdom? The mad scientist raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, how would this person dare to self-destruct? Go to hell. Ji Yunhai's face revealed an extremely terrifying malevolence. His physical body instantly exploded in the void, and a wave of world-destroying power surged out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged out in all directions. The mark of all evil between the mad scientist's eyebrows erupted with dazzling blood light. It seemed like he was preparing to face this fluctuation head-on. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang and Fire Dance appeared. Fire Dance waved her hand, and 11 sovereign divine weapons appeared. They immediately condensed into a huge barrier that enveloped the mad scientist. The mad scientist was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Dance with displeasure and said, "Aren't you two meddling in other people's business? Good intentions don't get rewarded?" Fire Dance raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. "I know you're very strong now, but there's no need to take such a risk." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You finally admit that I'm stronger than you now?" The mad scientist laughed proudly. "Shameless." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He looked up at the Divine Kingdom's gate with a regretful expression. It was a pity that Ji Yunhai left his divine soul in the Divine Kingdom. Otherwise, the ending would be perfect. No need to feel regretful. If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time in the future. Let's talk about it later. His sovereign divine weapon has been destroyed. I've collected some interest. The mad scientist laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "You said that his name is Ji Yunhai?" "Yes. That's the surname of the purple gold divine dragon." The mad scientist nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked suspiciously, "Then is the surname Jiang the surname of the god race?" "How would I know? The last time, the god race didn't appear at all. However, the god race really can't be underestimated. Even the purple gold divine dragon race wouldn't be their match without 3,000 incarnations." The mad scientist said solemnly. "I think so too." Qin Feiyang nodded. The power of the god race's mark was too terrifying. It was exactly the same as the mad scientist's mark of all evil. Fire Dance thought for a moment and looked at the mad scientist suspiciously. Then, in the Divine Kingdom, other than the God race and the purple gold divine dragon race, are there any other races? There must be. There are also humans in the Divine Kingdom. I've already inquired about the first 10 prodigies that appeared. Other than the so-called Ryuko, the other 9 should be human prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. The mad scientist said. Hearing this, Fire Dance pondered for a moment and smiled. It seems that the status of humans in the Divine Kingdom is inferior to the purple gold divine dragon race. Because at that time, the 9 human prodigies were very respectful to Ryuko. You're still worried about their situation? Back then, it was these damned people who crazily invaded our sky cloud realm with the purple gold divine dragon race. The mad scientist snorted coldly. I'm not worried about their situation. I'm just a little curious about the situation of the Divine Kingdom. Fire Dance shook her head and smiled. Chapter 39:28. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. When Qin Feiyang and Madman heard Fire Dance's words, they immediately looked up at the gate of the Divine Kingdom, their eyes flickering. Don't let your imagination run wild. After being together for so long, Fire Dance had already figured out the characters of Qin Feiyang and Madman. Looking at the eyes of the two, she knew that these two guys must be thinking about the Divine Kingdom. Don't say it. I really want to go to the Divine Kingdom to take a look. Qin Feiyang chuckled. As expected of brothers, we all think of the same thing. Madman smiled slyly. As expected. Fire Dance rolled her eyes. I had this idea before, but at that time, you and White-Eyed Wolf hadn't come out of seclusion, so I wasn't confident. But now, I think we can give it a try. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and said. When Fire Dance heard this, she hurriedly said, Hey, don't take it seriously. But the two turned a deaf ear and discussed enthusiastically. Just us and Brother Wolf shouldn't be enough. How about we call Long Chen and Long Qin? Madman smiled slyly. Good idea. Dragging the siblings into the water is tantamount to tying up the ice dragon. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. If anything happens to the siblings in the Divine Kingdom, I don't believe that Ice Dragon will sit back and do nothing. It's best to call that mysterious young man as well. That guy's strength is unfathomable. He will definitely be of great help. Makes sense. But where can we find this young man now? What's so difficult about this? With our current status in the Sky Cloud realm, we just need to casually give an order, and the people of the 4 continents will help us find him. Listening to the conversation between the two, Fire Dance couldn't help but rub her forehead. Why was it so troublesome? Wasn't he comfortable staying in the Sky Cloud realm to defend? Why did he have to go to the Divine Kingdom to take this risk? Besides, would the Lord of the Divine Kingdom let you enter the Divine Kingdom? Don't joke around. A person like the King of the Divine Kingdom would only allow himself to invade other continents, but would never allow anyone to invade his territory. Madman suddenly looked up at Fire Dance and asked, Why are you still here? Fire Dance was stunned. What did he mean by that? She had been standing by the side the whole time, didn't she see? He dared to treat her as heir? What I mean is that the Feng people are in the land of buried gods. Aren't you going to see them? The madman smirked. My love has not overflowed to the point of sympathizing with those who once hurt me. Fire Dance coldly snorted. She also knew about the Feng people's current situation. When Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist sent a message to Elder Hua, she was watching from the tea garden. Ah! Madman looked at Fire Dance in surprise. Now, this woman's performance really made people look at her in a new light. Anyway, for now, I have to help keep an eye on you. Don't do anything stupid. Fire Dance said expressionlessly. What do you know? We can't beat the Divine Kingdom if we keep passively defending like this. Because if you drive away a group of people, they will soon send another group. So, we have to find a way to take the initiative to attack. Madman rolled his eyes at her. But we can't just charge into the Divine Kingdom. Fire Dance angrily glared at Madman, then thought for a moment and said, If you want to go, fine, but let me tell you, don't drag my husband into it. You haven't even married yet, and you're already talking about my husband. Woman, I think it's better to be reserved. Madman looked at Fire Dance playfully, causing her face to turn red. Don't worry. If we want to go, we will definitely plan it well. Besides, White-Eyed Wolf is still on Sky Cloud Island, and we don't know when he will come back. Qin Feiyang smiled. After all this time, you still want to drag him into it? Fire Dance frowned. Nonsense. We are brothers, we will share blessings and misfortunes. Let's talk about it later. When Brother Wolf knows about this, will he still need us to instigate him? At that time, I'm afraid he will run faster than us. Madman said sneakily. Sigh. I can only say that he is careless in making friends. Fire Dance sighed helplessly. You are just jealous of the friendship between us brothers. Madman laughed loudly. I'm jealous, so what? Anyway, he has a family now. Shouldn't you think about me, his family? Fire Dance immediately pouted in a fit of pique. Don't worry about this. I will never let you be a widow. Madman bared his teeth. Damn Madman, what are you talking about? Fire Dance gnashed her teeth in anger. Still embarrassed? Brother Wolf already said that you guys have already, that. Madman pursed his lips. What? Fire Dance was suspicious. We are all on the same side, what is there to hide? It's nothing more than that between men and women. Madman despised. Fire Dance's cheeks turned red again, and she said angrily, how can there be such a thing? He is talking nonsense. Huh? Madman and Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Dance in astonishment. Really? We are still, in a very pure relationship. Fire Dance lowered her head, blushed, and said embarrassedly. It can't be. That damn wolf cub lied to us? Qin Feiyang and Madman frowned. Fire Dance asked suspiciously, when did he say that to you? Madman said, it was when he gave you the inheritance of the law of fire and the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. No wonder you said so many strange things at that time, about having a child early, about growing old together, so. Fire Dance was furious when she heard that. This bastard actually dared to talk nonsense outside. Wasn't this ruining her reputation? Qin Feiyang and Madman were still fine because they were on the same side, but if outsiders knew about it, how would they talk about her? Qin Feiyang looked at the angry Fire Dance and said angrily, this bastard is really too much. Not only did he ruin your reputation, but he also deceived us. Senior brother, let's go to Sky Cloud Island to settle the score with him now. Okay. Madman nodded. Don't. Seeing this, Fire Dance hurriedly stopped the two and said with concern, maybe he is in seclusion now. It's better not to disturb him. Aren't you angry? We will help you teach him a lesson. Madman frowned. I'm not angry. Besides, he is doing it for my own good. After all, if he didn't say that, you wouldn't have given me the inheritance of the law of fire. As for deceiving you, I apologize to you on his behalf. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Fire Dance said apologetically. Huh, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. What? Fire Dance looked at the two suspiciously. Do you really think we are going to settle the score with him? I'm just teasing you. I just want to see your reaction. But it seems that you really care about him. I'm glad. The two said with a smile. Fire Dance was stunned for a moment and suddenly burned with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, You are two bastards. This is too much. I'm leaving. Don't stop me. After saying that, she put away the sovereign divine weapon and left in a fit of anger. Bye, I won't send you off. Madman waved his hand lazily and grinned. Fire Dance's expression froze. What kind of people were these? It was fine if they didn't stop her, but they actually said goodbye? Bastards, really bastards. She walked out of the inner area with a stomach full of anger. She can't be really angry, right? Madman was stunned. He thought that she was just angry, but he didn't expect it to be true. If the white-eyed wolf knew that they drove his wife away, wouldn't he kill them? She is not so careful. She just wants to give herself a way out. She wants to see the people of Feng people. You really don't care? Impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. So that's how it is. You scared me. Madman patted his chest and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, You know how to read people's minds. Do you still need to figure it out? Just think about it from another perspective. With Fire Dance's personality, even if the Feng people don't treat her well, she won't be at ease. Besides, now that the culprits, Feng Ho and Bing Changtian, have died, and Bing running is suppressed in the soul-sealing valley, she might have already vented her anger. She just doesn't want to bow down to the Feng people because of her face. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. You continue to comprehend the law of life and death. I'll go to the dragon nest and discuss with Long Chen. With that said, Madman opened a spatial passageway and ran in without looking back. You are really impatient. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He raised his head and looked at the door of the Divine Kingdom. If he joined the Long Chen siblings and the mysterious youth, he might really be able to give it a try. Moreover, the Divine King of Primal Chaos gave him the insight. The most important sentence was, "Put yourself in death and fight to live." The meaning of this sentence had always confused him. Therefore, he also wanted to go out and see something different. Perhaps it would give him some inspiration. Back at the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang asked Pei Dason to continue to keep an eye on the outside while he took out the divine sound transmission stone and sent a message to Elder Hua, the vice leader, He Zhongtian, and the Sky Palace master, asking them to help find the whereabouts of the mysterious youth. Moreover, he also sent a message to the Sea Lion Island and asked it to help find him. As for the Sea Lion Emperor and the others, there was no need to bother them with such a small matter. After all, they had merged with the law of life and were all cultivating in seclusion. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang activated the divine sound transmission stone again. Buzz. Soon, a woman in white appeared. Qin Dage, you are finally willing to send me a message. I thought you had forgotten me. This woman was Yue Qin. After more than 100 years, this woman was now more mature and charming. Now in the sky cloud realm, Yue Qin was absolutely considered a goddess-level figure. It was not that she was very beautiful, but because of her identity and status. The Tianyue building was now spread throughout the entire sky cloud realm and had become the fifth force outside of the Demon Slayer Palace, the Divine Palace, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and the Sky Palace. However, she was quite low-key. Moreover, she had always been respectful to the Demon Slayer Palace, the Divine Palace, the Sky Palace, and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Because this was the way of business. Mutual respect, mutual reliance, and honesty. Only then could one become bigger and stronger. Haven't I been busy all this time? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The Tianyue building could be said to have risen in the sky cloud realm under his watch. And it was also due to his contribution, so he had a special feeling for the Tianyue building. Chapter 39-29. I know. I'm busy fighting with the Divine Kingdom. I have to thank you heroes who are fighting on the front line. If it weren't for your efforts, how could we have such a peaceful life now? I just want to say that we have been friends for many years. If you have time, you should visit each other more often. Otherwise, as time passes, our relationship will slowly fade. Yue Qin smiled slightly. To be honest, although the Tianyue building that she managed, including the Mingyu that Qin Feiyang gave to her, was now all over the Tianyun realm, she knew that no matter how well she did, no matter how much power and wealth she had, she would never be able to compare with people like Qin Feiyang. To put it bluntly, it was like the difference between the mortal world and the cultivation world. In the mortal world, no matter how high your status is or how much power you have, you can't compare with a cultivator in the cultivation world. Not to mention, people like Qin Feiyang were still standing at the top of the cultivation world. She was worried. As Qin Feiyang's strength became stronger and stronger, he might slowly look down on her, a mortal woman, in the future. Don't think so much. Friends are for life. When I'm free in the future, I will often visit your Tianyue building. At that time, if I renege on my debt, you, as a rich man, don't trouble me. Qin Feiyang laughed. You're making fun of me. Rich man. Yue Qin shook her head and pouted. The wealth that she had now could indeed be said to be comparable to a country. But she didn't have the confidence to compare with Qin Feiyang. After all, everyone knew that Qin Feiyang possessed an independent world. An independent world. That sort of wealth was not something that could be compared to anything else. Okay. Let's get down to business. There's something I want to ask you for help with. Qin Feiyang said. What's the matter? Yuqing was suspicious. She really couldn't think of anything that could help Qin Feiyang. After all, this man was now a figure who could call the wind and summon the rain in the Tianyun realm. Help me find a person. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the phantom of the mysterious youth appeared. It's him? Yuqing was stunned. You've seen him before? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. He's in our Tianyue building right now. Moreover, he has been staying in our Tianyue building for several months. He is either sleeping or drinking all day long. Many years ago, when you fought against the first prince of the dragons on White Crane Island, I was there as well. At that time, I saw this person, and your relationship seemed to be quite good, so when I saw him, I treated him very carefully. Yuqing explained. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It was indeed this person's character. He asked, which Tianyue building? The Heavenly Delight Pavilion in Ocean of Cloud City. He's drinking in the hall downstairs. Do you want to come over now? It just so happens that I'm here as well. Yuqing asked, her eyes full of expectation. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll make preparations first. Since an honored guest has come to my Tianyue building, I'll definitely treat him well. Yuqing chuckled. Do as you wish. Qin Feiyang shook his head and couldn't help but laugh, and then he turned off the transmission stone. The transmission stone had just entered into closed-door cultivation when it buzzed once more. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He activated the transmission stone, and Elder Hua's image appeared and laughed hoarsely. I've found him. He's in Ocean of Cloud City's Tianyue building. So fast? Qin Feiyang was astounded. It hadn't been long since he gave the order, and there was actually news. His efficiency was extraordinary. Elder Hua chuckled, Qin Feiyang, whose name shakes the entire Skycloud continent. How could I dare to neglect Lord Qin's orders? You're making fun of me as well. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Elder Hua shook his head and smiled. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Why are you looking for him? It's a private matter. Then that's all for now. I won't disturb your cultivation. After saying that, Qin Feiyang turned off the divine sound transmission stone. With Elder Hua's character, he definitely couldn't let him know about their plan. Otherwise, he would definitely advise them endlessly like Hua Wu. Moreover, he didn't want Elder Hua to worry about him because of this. After putting away the transmission stone, Qin Feiyang appeared outside with Pei Dason and instructed, be sure to keep an eye on him. Once you see him, immediately send me a message. Okay. Pei Dason nodded. When Qin Feiyang left, he was still a little worried, so he handed the horsetail whisk to Pei Dason. After all, the people of the Divine Kingdom could descend here at any time. Giving Pei Dason a ruler weapon wasn't enough to kill the enemy, but it wasn't a problem to escape with him. Ocean of Cloud City. Although the 4 youths from the god race had come here and caused a ruckus and almost massacred the city, half a year had passed, and the impact wasn't great anymore. People's lives were still the same. But compared to before, the number of people walking on the streets had obviously decreased. As the saying goes, pressure is motivation. Facing a colossus like the Divine Kingdom, those who were a little more sensible would definitely not run out every day like before. Especially the disciples of the Demon Palace. Without special circumstances, they wouldn't leave the Demon Palace and cultivate wholeheartedly. However, no matter how serious the situation was, as a layman, it was inevitable that they would have to socialize. So, the various restaurants were still quite lively. Especially a colossus like the Tianyue restaurant, it would welcome a large number of guests every day. At this moment, in the magnificent hall, there were dozens of tables of guests sitting. The current scale of the Tianyue restaurant in Ocean of Cloud City wasn't small. It was almost a dozen times larger than before. Because this place could be considered the headquarters of the Tianyue restaurant. Yuqing had made his fortune here. As the first place to make his fortune, it naturally had to be well decorated. And now, the topic that everyone was discussing the most was undoubtedly the war between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm. Long Chen, Long Qin, Yun Xiang, Li Feng, and Madman naturally became the focus of discussion. Because these few times, they were the ones who drove away the groups of people from the Divine Kingdom. Especially before. Madman's battle with Ji Yunhai in the core area had shocked the entire Eastern continent. So, he naturally became the focus of attention. In a corner of the hall, there was a table for two people. A young man in tattered clothes was drinking wine lazily while looking through the window at the pedestrians on the street outside with lifeless eyes. He didn't say a word throughout the entire process. The topics of discussion at the other tables didn't arouse his interest at all. It was like he was in an independent space and didn't fit in at all. However, when the other guests occasionally glanced at the young man, there was a trace of reverence in their eyes. Suddenly, on the top floor, the door opened. A woman walked out. She was graceful and charming. It was Yuqing. Miss Yuqing, so you're also in Cloud Sea City. I thought you were in another branch. It's really rare to see a benefactor like you. When Yuqing arrived at the hall, familiar people greeted her one after another. How am I a benefactor? Everyone here is the benefactor of Tianyue Building. Because without everyone's support, Tianyue Building wouldn't be where it is today. Everyone, eat and drink well. Today's expenses are free of charge. Yuqing smiled. She was very happy. Free of charge? Really? Miss Yuqing, what kind of good thing did you encounter? You're so happy. Everyone was stunned. Later, there will be a true benefactor coming to Tianyue Building. Yuqing smiled. What benefactor? Everyone was curious. You'll know later. Yuqing smiled mysteriously. She walked to the young man and whispered, Young master, can you please go to the private room upstairs? Reason. The young man turned his head and looked at Yuqing lazily. Yuqing glanced at the other guests and said telepathically, Qin Dage will come to you later. I guess he has something to do. There are too many people in the hall, so it's better to. Is he the benefactor you mentioned? The young man was stunned. Yes. Yuqing nodded and said to herself, Tianyue Building is where it is today entirely because of Qin Dage. Therefore, he is not only my benefactor, but also the benefactor of the entire Tianyue Building. Not bad. You've achieved glory, but you still don't forget other people's kindness. The young man nodded and smiled with appreciation. He waved his hand and said, There's no need to go upstairs. Just stay here. I'm too lazy to move. Yuqing's mouth twitched. Can't even be bothered to walk a few steps. There was actually such a lazy person. She had really learned something new. All right, as long as you're happy. Seeing that the young man ignored her, Yuqing turned around and walked to the counter. She looked at the waiter standing behind the counter and said, Prepare a pot of the best wine. Okay. The staff nodded. Wait, all of a sudden. Yuqing stopped the waiter again. After pondering for a while, she shook her head and said, I don't want wine because he doesn't like to drink. How about this, bring me my precious tea leaves. Your precious tea leaves? The waiter was stunned and asked, Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Go ahead. Yuqing waved her hand. The waiter left with a look of disbelief. He had worked in Tianyue Building for decades, so he knew the owner of the building very well. Her precious tea leaves were the king of teas and were extremely rare. Usually, she wouldn't take them out even when she was entertaining the influential people of Cloud Sea City. Even the people of the City Lord's mansion didn't have the chance to drink it. But now, not only did she come downstairs personally, she even took out the best tea leaves. Who exactly was the person who was going to come later? He was being treated so well. Very soon. The waiter walked over with an exquisite teapot. He looked so careful, as if he was afraid that he would accidentally drop the teapot. He put down the teapot gently and was about to get the tea set. No need. I'll do it personally. Yuqing stopped the waiter and walked to the young man with the teapot. She said with a smile, "Can I sit?" Her attitude was rather polite. "Up to you." The young man replied indifferently. "Thank you." Yuqing smiled and sat opposite the young man. She took out a set of top-grade tea set and began to brew tea. Her movements were extremely gentle and elegant. She had been running the tea house all these years and had a good understanding of tea. What kind of tea needed what kind of water, and the temperature of the water, the length of time it took to brew the tea, and so on. It could be said that she was now an accomplished tea master. Naturally, she didn't lack good tea sets. Who exactly is coming? Not only did she come downstairs personally, but she also brewed tea to receive him personally. This is not ordinary treatment. I'm afraid that even those big shots from the Demon Hall and the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance are nothing more than this. Everyone looked at the happy Yuqing with suspicion in their eyes. Chapter 39:30. Tianyue restaurant slowly quieted down. The rich tea fragrance quickly covered the wine fragrance in the hall. It was obvious that these were not ordinary tea leaves. Everyone drank as they silently stared at the door, waiting for the so-called nobleman. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air outside the door. This person was wearing a fitting white robe. He was tall and slender, and had an extraordinary temperament. There was a faint smile on his face, which made people feel close to him. At this moment, not only the guests in the hall, but even the pedestrians on the street immediately stopped and looked at the white-robed young man. At first, there was a trace of surprise in everyone's eyes. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Why would he appear in Cloud Sea City? After all, with this person's current status, a casual word from him could shake the sky cloud realm. If there was anything, he only needed to give the order. There was no need for him to do it personally. However, when they rubbed their eyes hard and looked again, they found that it was indeed the man they knew. Qin Feiyang. So he came to Tianyue restaurant. Could Yuqing be so happy? Everyone came to a realization. Everyone knew that Tianyue restaurant relied on the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace to develop. All of this was naturally related to Qin Feiyang. Later, Tianyue restaurant gradually entered the Western continent, Northern continent, and Southern continent. It also received the care of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance, the Demon Palace, and the Sky Palace. This was also related to Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang rarely appeared in Tianyue restaurant, and although the owners of Tianyue restaurant were Yuqing and Yi Miao, everyone knew that the man behind Tianyue restaurant was actually Qin Feiyang. There were also some rumors in the secular world. Some said that the real owner behind Tianyue restaurant, it was actually Qin Feiyang. Some said that Yuqing and Yi Miao were Qin Feiyang's relatives. Some even said that the two women were Qin Feiyang's confidants. In short, there were different opinions. However, what could be confirmed? The relationship between Qin Feiyang and Yuqing was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, why would he take such good care of Tianyue restaurant? Qin Dage. Yuqing also hurriedly got up to greet him. The smile on her face? It was as brilliant as a blooming flower. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He entered Tianyue building. The dozens of tables inside? They immediately stood up, their faces filled with reverence. Everyone, don't be nervous. I just came to see an old friend. Qin Feiyang smiled amiably. He swept his gaze across the hall before making his way toward the young man. Everyone smiled bitterly. How could he not be nervous? Why don't you take a look at your current status in the sky cloud realm? However, speaking of which, just how strong was this person now? Ever since he returned from the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure, he had never seen this person make a move. Compared to the current golden-winged wolf king, a madman? Long Chen, Long Qin, Li Feng, Yun Xiang and the others? Who was stronger? Yueqing followed him. She smiled and said, "Qin Dage, the tea is ready. Try it and see how it tastes. If you don't like it, I'll change it." Qin Feiyang sat opposite the young man. He picked up the teacup that had been filled with tea. He put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. The tea assailed his nose and made his mouth salivate. Immediately, he tasted it again. The taste of the tea was very smooth, without any bitterness. It also had a hint of sweetness and fragrance. Not bad. It can compete with the Yulu Longjing and the Tian Xian Lu. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. It's good that you like it. Yueqing stood aside like a well-behaved little sister. Don't just stand there. Sit down and talk. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Yueqing nodded and sat next to Qin Feiyang. The young man opposite, holding a wine glass, looked at Qin Feiyang and Yueqing with great interest. A talented man and a beautiful woman, quite a match. What are you looking at? Qin Feiyang noticed the strange look in the young man's eyes and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Nothing. The young man chuckled and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang looked at the other guests in the hall and said, "Are you interested in going to the Divine Kingdom?" Ah. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Going to the Divine Kingdom? What do you think the Divine Kingdom is? Back garden? You said it so easily. Don't tell me you don't have the courage. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Don't provoke me. I don't buy it. There was a trace of contempt in the young man's eyes. Did he think he was an idiot? He obviously wanted to drag him into the water. Okay. I won't force you. Think about it yourself. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The young man pondered for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Why do you suddenly have this idea?" It's simple. I don't want to be on the defensive all the time. Qin Feiyang said secretly. However, with your current strength, even if you successfully enter the Divine Kingdom, you won't be able to make any waves. The young man transmitted. Listening to what you said, you seem to know the true strength of the Divine Kingdom? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the young man curiously. The young man's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule as he asked, "If I say that I know everything, would you believe me?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ah. The young man was stunned. This reply was indeed a little unexpected. Your identity is too mysterious. Moreover, whether it was in the ancient world, Nether King's Hell, or now in the Sky Cloud Realm, you seem to have the ability to know everything. How about, tell me, where did you come from? Who are you? Qin Feiyang was curious. Didn't I tell you last time? I'm the son of the god of creation. The young man chuckled. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and really wanted to slap him, but he shook his head and said, "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Think about it carefully." Okay, I'll think about it. The young man nodded. A trace of a smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. As long as he could think about it, there was hope. He was afraid that he wouldn't even think about it. Where's Miao Miao? Why don't I see her? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yueqing and asked. You're done talking? Yueqing looked at the two in astonishment. The two had been secretly communicating the whole time. Yueqing also knew about it, so she didn't disturb them. She didn't expect it to be so fast. Yes. It's just a small matter. It won't take much time. Qin Feiyang nodded. Who would believe that? How could a small matter be sneaky? However, Yueqing was a sensible girl. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. She smiled and said, Miao Miao has been busy in the southern continent. You guys have worked hard. I think the foundation of the Tianyua building has been laid. Why don't you hire more people to help? You don't have to do everything by yourself. Qin Feiyang said. Actually, we're quite relaxed now. There are people in charge everywhere. Basically, we don't have to go over. But you also know that not everyone can be trusted. Miao Miao and I are worried that the managers of some places will take advantage of the power of the Tianhua building and bully the customers. So when we're free, we'll disguise ourselves and go to different places secretly. That's the so-called incognito investigation. Yueqing smiled faintly. I see. You're quite thoughtful. In today's world, it's not uncommon for a big shop to bully its customers. We really need to be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. Actually, this kind of thing has happened in other branches before. However, after Miao Miao and I found out about it, we immediately dealt with it seriously. The people involved were executed on the spot. It was quite a deterrent. Yueqing sighed. Speaking of these things, she was really a little sad. 2 of the people involved were the first to follow her. Out of trust, she had sent them to manage other branches. She didn't expect that they would hold the power in their hands and commit crimes in the local area. Human greed was indeed difficult to satisfy. Once you had something good, you would want something better. I'll definitely support you in this matter. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yueqing was secretly delighted when she heard this. She asked, Qin Dage, what do you think of the matter we discussed in the past? What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yueqing said with a smile, it's the divine brew in your hands. If there was divine brew, the business of the Tianhua building would definitely rise to another level. Oh, that. Qin Feiyang smiled in realization. Back then, we were afraid of the 3 major races and didn't want to implicate the Tianhua building. But now that the Dragon King and the other 2 are dead, we shouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. Yueqing looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you, Qin Dage. When the time comes, I'll give you all the profits. Yueqing was pleasantly surprised. All of it? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, then what are you earning? I'm earning fame. With the divine brew, the reputation of the Tianhua building will definitely be greater than before. The greater the reputation, the better the business, and naturally, the more money we will earn in the future. Yueqing said with a smile. You really know how to do business. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he waved his hand and said, forget about the profits. Just take it as my sponsorship. How embarrassing is that? Yueqing said hurriedly. It's nothing. We're friends. Besides, do I lack that little bit of profit? Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. Yueqing nodded. With Qin Feiyang's strength, he didn't need this little bit of wealth at all. Moreover, these worldly wealth didn't mean much to him anymore. How about this? You help me collect divine arts. Any grade is fine, but you must buy them at a reasonable price. You can't take them by force. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said. What do you need divine arts for? Yueqing was suspicious. It's not for me, it's for the beings of the Black Tortoise world. Although I've obtained many divine arts from killing enemies in the past, the number of beings of the Black Tortoise world is increasing day by day. They are my people. Of course, I have to help them. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is. Yueqing was enlightened and said enviously, the beings of the Black Tortoise world are really lucky to have met a good person like Qin Dage. No. You're saying the opposite. I'm lucky to have met them. They are the greatest blessing of my generation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Something delayed me today. The remaining 2 chapters will be released at 11 o'clock. Chapter 39-31. These words shocked Yueqing. Although she had stayed in the Black Tortoise world for a period of time in the western mainland, she had been confined to the Devil's Land. Therefore, she didn't know much about the Black Tortoise world. Therefore, she thought that it had always been Qin Feiyang taking care of the Black Tortoise world. Because, from an outsider's point of view, the Black Tortoise world was so weak. How could they help Qin Feiyang? Moreover, in these years, other than Qin Feiyang himself, the Madman, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King, they hadn't seen any Black Tortoise world creatures come out to fight. But they didn't know. Every time Qin Feiyang opened the slaughter domain, the fresh blood he absorbed was freely contributed by the Black Tortoise world creatures. Although Qin Feiyang had grasped the karma law's ultimate and the life and death law's ultimate mysteries, and his eye of heaven had evolved and wouldn't easily open the slaughter domain, it had helped Qin Feiyang defeat countless strong enemies in the past. Standing behind him and silently supporting him were the beings of the Black Tortoise realm. Therefore, he had secretly vowed countless times that he wouldn't mistreat these cute creatures in the future. In any case, the more divine arts the better. Qin Feiyang looked at Yuqing and smiled. He didn't explain too much. Okay. Yuqing nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled, then go to the Black Tortoise world. I'll ask Pei Hongyu to bring you to a person called Zhao Si and ask him to give you all the Black Tortoise divine brew he has. Okay. Yuqing's face was filled with anticipation. How much of this all was there? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Yuqing disappeared. Then, he looked at the young man and asked, have you thought about it? Ah. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it after so long. Qin Feiyang frowned. I haven't thought about it at all. The young man shook his head. Wanting an answer now, he was really impatient. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Initially, when he saw the young man lowering his head in silence, he thought that he must have been considering this problem. But in the end, he didn't think in this direction at all. How long do you need to think about it? Qin Feiyang felt powerless. Fortunately, he didn't interact with this person often. Otherwise, his careless attitude would make him anxious to death. Don't worry. Wait until I have a good night's sleep. After my head is clear, I will think about it carefully. After the young man finished speaking, he picked up the wine jar, got up and walked upstairs without looking back, leaving Qin Feiyang sitting alone at the table in a daze. What kind of person did I meet? When he came back to his senses, Qin Feiyang's face twitched and he was speechless. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was alone, a young man in his 20s at the table next to him held a wine glass. He gathered his courage and nervously walked over to Qin Feiyang's side. He smiled obsequiously and said, Lord Qin, may I have the honor of having a drink with you? Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the young man. I'm sorry to disturb you. Facing Qin Feiyang's gaze, the young man suddenly panicked and turned around to run away. Wait. Qin Feiyang stopped the young man. Lord, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. The young man hurriedly explained. Calm down first. Qin Feiyang stopped the young man and asked seriously, am I really that scary? Huh? Hearing this, the young man immediately looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. I'm a little puzzled. Why are you so afraid of me? I don't remember doing anything heinous in the past. Qin Feiyang frowned. No. Everyone has a good reputation for your character. Anyway, everyone knows that you are a good person. The young man hurriedly explained. Really? Qin Feiyang didn't believe it. Of course. Back then, when Yi Yuan came to harm the innocent, weren't you the ones who came forward and killed him on the spot? And now, it's you who are standing at the forefront to fight against the divine kingdom. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a peaceful life now. Not only are you good people, but you are also the great people of the sky cloud realm and the idols of us young people. The young man boasted. When he said these words, he was very nimble and wasn't nervous at all. One could even see a trace of pride. He was proud that the sky cloud realm had such geniuses. Then why are you so afraid of me? Qin Feiyang was curious. Isn't it because the disparity in strength is too big? Instinctively afraid. The young man smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He picked up the teacup and said, "I don't drink." The young man was stunned for a moment and immediately reacted. He quickly picked up the wine cup and clinked it with Qin Feiyang's teacup. He smiled happily and said, "It's okay. You drink tea and I drink wine." It turned out that this person wasn't that difficult to get along with. Land of Buried Gods. Outside the entrance. At this moment, the Feng people, from the reclusive old antiques to the women and children, gathered together and looked at the land of buried gods. Their faces were full of fear. This place couldn't be entered at all. Not to mention recuperating here. Fortunately, the battle not long ago happened in the core area. If it happened in the inner area or even the central area, the terrifying battle fluctuations were enough to kill them in minutes. I don't want to go in again. Elders, ancestors, I beg you, please find a safe place for us. We don't dare to expect anything else. As long as we can be safe, it's fine. Many people were full of despair at this moment. Some even knelt on the ground and cried. Looking at the desperate people in front of them, the group of old antiques was also extremely painful. They also wanted to find a safe place, but could they find it? The Feather Emperor went to beg. The Blood Ancestor went to beg. The Little Rabbit went to beg. The Kirin clan also went to beg. But no force was willing to give them a place. The Sky Cloud realm was so big, but there was no place for the Feng people. They were also desperate. But things had come to this, what could they do? At the same time, not far away, on a mountain peak, Fire Dance stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the helpless faces. Her expression was incomparably complicated. If back then, if one of these people could stand up for her, she wouldn't have left the Feng people sadly. She did not feel guilty about the current phoenixes, nor did she blame herself. Because they only had themselves to blame. But, after all, they were all her people. Blood was thicker than water. Seeing the Feng people fall to this point, especially those helpless children, she couldn't bear it. No. I can't be so merciful anymore. When I left, no one asked me to stay, and no one stood up for me. Now, do I have to sympathize with them? I should be happy about their fate today. Fire Dance quickly killed the sympathy in her heart and turned to leave. But at this moment, a teenager saw her and exclaimed, "It's Sister Fire Dance." Fire Dance. The people of the Feng people all looked at the mountain peak that the teenager was pointing at. When they saw the familiar figure, the group was immediately overjoyed. Hua Dahong hurriedly chased after her. The white-haired old woman and the white-haired old man also quickly followed with a group of elders and antiques. Needless to say, the other clansmen naturally didn't need to say. They rushed toward Fire Dance as if they were grasping at a life-saving straw. Fire Dance's expression froze. But in the end, she didn't stop. Instead, she quickened her pace. Don't go. Take it as Grandpa begging you. Can you listen to Grandpa for a while? Hua Dahong cried out in pain. Sister Fire Dance, don't go, okay? We need you. Please don't abandon us. Many children also began to shout loudly. Fire Dance clenched her hands tightly. Her eyes showed that she was struggling. Finally, she slowly stopped and turned to look at the group of clansmen. Her eyes were slightly cold. Chapter 39-32. It's all Grandpa's fault. Whether it's the Sky Bell Divine Treasure or hell, Grandpa shouldn't have been so selfish. Grandpa has already acknowledged his mistake and promised to repent. No matter what happens, we're still a family. I'm your grandfather and you're my granddaughter. Blood is thicker than water. Hua Dahong ran to Hua Wu and said with snot and tears. He put on a pitiful look to gain sympathy. Yes, You know the reason why we didn't stand up for you back then. At that time, the Feng people respected Feng Ho. How would we dare to anger her? If we helped you, even we would be punished. We all know that you and your father suffered a lot at that time, but now that Feng Ho is dead, it's time for you and your father to come back. The group of old antiques spoke one after another. Even the old antiques of the Ice Phoenix clan had a pleading look. These days, they had experienced what true despair was. The Feng people couldn't do without someone to lead them. They would die sooner or later. Now, the only person who had the ability to lead the Feng people was Huo Wu. Are you done? Huo Wu asked. Everyone nodded. Huo Wu glanced at the group of old antiques and shook her head. You've been talking for so long because you want to express one thing. The Feng people are in trouble and need someone to help you. I'm the only person you can find now and the only person who can help you. Yes. The Feng people need your help now. We've hurt you in the past, but we're still a family. Isn't it normal for a family to quarrel? Hua Dahong said. Is this just quarreling? Huo Wu glanced at Hua Dahong and said angrily, when Feng Ho snatched my inheritance, what were you doing? When Feng Ho asked Bing Changtian to monitor me, what were you doing? Later, when I fell out with Feng Ho, even my father stood by my side resolutely. What were you doing? A series of questions left Hua Dahong speechless. Let me tell you. Not only did you not speak up for your own granddaughter, you even helped Feng Ho and tried to kill me. If it's really my fault, I admit it. But ask yourself, is this my fault? You clearly knew that the person in the wrong was Feng Ho, yet you continued to help Feng Ho target me. Did you treat me as your granddaughter or family at that time? Fire Dance sneered at Hua Dahong. She then looked at the other members of the Fire Phoenix clan. And you guys, all of you are the same as me, members of the Fire Phoenix clan. I can understand why the Ice Phoenix clan would treat me like this. After all, the Ice Phoenix clan and our Fire Phoenix clan have a grudge to begin with. But what about you? As a member of the Fire Phoenix clan, even you treat me like this. I don't expect you to stand with me against Feng Ho, but you should at least speak up for me. But did you say that? Back then, in that hall, I was like a rat crossing the street. You all tried to kill me. Is this the so-called kinship you speak of? Blood is thicker than water? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Fire Dance scolded mercilessly. The resentment that had been suppressed in her heart for many years was finally vented. The white-haired old woman, the white-haired old man, and the others lowered their heads in shame. Actually, in the end, you all are just jealous. Jealous that I, a junior, have the ultimate profundity of the strongest law. You don't want my strength to surpass yours. Because in this way, I have more say in the Feng people than you. I'll give you 2 words, selfish. Fire Dance's face was full of mockery. The group of old antiques looked ashamed. As expected. The rise of the human race is not without reason. Because the human race has respected seniors like the Azure Dragon and the Blood Ancestor. They can selflessly give their inheritance to the younger generation. They are willing to step down from the stage and let the younger generation break through. However, the older generation of the Feng people only sees their own interests. To be honest, even if the Feng people perish, no one will feel pity. Fire Dance shook her head. War, aren't you going overboard with your words? The Feng people are your home. How can you say that they will perish? If it were in the past, the group of old antiques would have been furious on the spot. However, now, they all tried to persuade her tactfully, afraid that they would anger her. Is it overboard? I don't think it's overboard at all. I don't want to say anything else. I just want to ask you one thing. If I didn't have a good relationship with Qin Fei Yang and the others today, if I didn't have such strong strength, would you come and look for me? Fire Dance looked at the group of people and asked. The group of people lowered their heads and remained silent. Let me answer you. You wouldn't. It's very simple. In the years that my father and I left the Feng people, not a single one of you came to greet us or show concern for us. If the dragons hadn't chased you out of the phoenix nest and made you homeless, you would never have thought of us. This is your attitude. So, why should I help you now? Fire Dance sneered. Yes. It's all our fault. We'll change, as long as you can come back, we'll listen to you from now on. Wooer. Everyone makes mistakes. Can't you just give us a chance? I'll kneel and beg you. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth and knelt in the air with a plop. Wooer, I'll kneel and beg you too. Come back. The white-haired old woman also knelt. When the people behind saw this, they also knelt in the air. The people of the Ice Phoenix clan looked at each other and finally knelt down slowly with pleading faces. Hua Dehong looked at the people behind him and roared, Wooer, our people have already knelt to you. Can't you forgive them? If this isn't enough, Grandpa will also kneel and beg you. How about that? After saying that, Hua Dehong also knelt in the air. Fire Dance waved her hand and a power of law appeared, blocking Hua Dehong's knees. She shook her head and said, You're my grandpa. I can't bear this kneel. It's impossible for me to forgive you. When everyone heard this, they fell into despair again. However, you can go to the core area to find my father. If he forgives you, then I can help you find a place to cultivate in the Sky Cloud realm. As for the Phoenix Nest, it's now the territory of the dragons. You can never go back. After saying that, Fire Dance turned around and left without looking back. Hua Dehong looked at Fire Dance's back with a face full of regret. He turned to the white-haired old woman and asked, What should we do? What else can we do? The other people will stay here and wait. All of us old antiques will go to the core area and ask for Hua Winchang's forgiveness. The white-haired old woman stood up and said, I don't have any extravagant hopes now. It's enough to have a place to cultivate. The white-haired old man sighed and stood up. He looked at the other old antiques and said, Let's go to the core area. I hope we don't meet the people of the Divine Kingdom. Immediately. The group of old antiques immediately rushed to the core area. Chapter 39-33. Tianyue Tower. At this time, Qin Feiyang was surrounded by a group of people. These people were naturally the guests of Tianyue Tower. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was so friendly, everyone let go of the burden in their hearts and ran up to toast him. Including the guests in the private rooms upstairs. Of course. Qin Feiyang did not touch a single drop of wine and replaced it with tea. He had always avoided drinking wine as much as possible. He really did not like drinking it. As for why Qin Feiyang did not mind clinking glasses with everyone, it was actually to show his friendly side and tell everyone that he was not scary at all. When they saw him in the future, they should not look at him as if he was a ghost. That's enough. If you continue drinking like this, I might feel nauseous when I see tea in the future. A moment later. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, declining the people who continued to come up to toast him. That's great, we'll change it to drinking wine in the future. We'll treat. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a roar of laughter. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily and waved his hand, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but I really don't like drinking wine. As he spoke, Yueqing appeared beside him with a thought. Why are there so many people here? Looking at the crowd around him, Yueqing looked extremely stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, I had nothing to do, so I chatted with them. How about it? Are you satisfied with the divine brew that you got? Very satisfied. Yueqing's face immediately bloomed with a smile. Divine brew? The people around were stunned and asked in surprise, What divine brew? Yueqing smiled and said, If you want to know, quickly return to your seats. Hearing this, everyone immediately ran back to their tables and looked at Yueqing expectantly. Yueqing glanced around the room. With a wave of his hand, a jar of black tortoise divine brew appeared. Although it had been sealed for a long time, there was not a speck of dust on the wine jar. Everyone immediately stared at the wine jar. Yueqing did not explain. He slowly tore open the seal and opened the jar lid. The shadow of a dragon immediately rushed out, and a wisp of intoxicating wine fragrance instantly filled the entire Tianyue Tower. The wine turned into a dragon. This is a divine brew. In an instant. Tianhua Tower was in an uproar. Those who would enter Tianhua Tower were basically people who loved wine. After all, there were very few people like Qin Feiyang. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they smelled the wine. Furthermore, to these people, divine wine was something that only existed in legends. It could only be imagined, but not touched. But now, there was a jar of genuine divine wine in front of them. One could imagine how tempting it was to them. This wine is called the Black Tortoise Divine Brew. I believe I don't need to introduce what level it is. Everyone already knows. From today onward, Ocean of Cloud City's Heavenly Delight Pavilion will sell 10 jars of it every month, and the highest bidder will win. Yueqing smiled. 10 jars per month? How many do you have? Everyone was shocked. If it was any other wine, he would definitely say that it was too little. They only sold 10 jars a month, and that was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. But divine wine was different. Selling 10 jars of divine wine a month was an extraordinary display of generosity. Don't worry. The amount of Black Tortoise Divine Brew I have now is enough for you to drink for several thousand years. Yueqing smiled. A few thousand years. Everyone was flabbergasted. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned as well. The Black Tortoise world already had so much in stock. 12 months in a year. That was 120 jars. 10 years, 1,200 jars. 100 years, 12,000 jars. 1,000 years, 120,000 jars. A few thousand years meant a few 100,000 jars. But then he thought about it. 5,000 years passed in a day in the Black Tortoise world. So many years had passed, so it wasn't strange that Zhao Si and the others had accumulated so much. Moreover, since Matchless Divine Brew appeared, White-Eyed Wolf and the others had drunk it at most, and they'd practically given it to Rabbit and the others as well. The Black Tortoise Divine Brew had fallen to a state where no one was interested in it. Miss Yueqing, are all the Heavenly Delight Pavilions in Skycloud World limited to 10 jars a month? Or are they only limited to the Heavenly Delight Pavilion in Ocean of Cloud City? Someone asked. Of course they're only limited to the Heavenly Delight Pavilion in Ocean of Cloud City. Yueqing felt helpless. All the Heavenly Delight Pavilions in Skycloud World? How dare you say that? Do you know how many branches Heavenly Delight Pavilion has now? Just the Eastern continent alone has over 1,000 branches. There are at least 4,000 branches in all 4 continents. If all of them were to sell Black Tortoise Divine Brew, then where would they find so much? I'm still thinking of a long way to go. Now that I think about it, it isn't much. Don't worry about that for now. Hurry up and name a price. I want 2 jars. Someone shouted heroically. If you want 2 jars, then what else do we drink? If you want to do that, then I'll buy all 10 jars and make it so that you won't be able to drink a single mouthful. Immediately, someone spoke furiously. It seemed like they were competing in wealth. Don't be impatient. Don't be impatient. Only 1 jar can be purchased per person. What I mean is that so long as you've successfully purchased a jar, then my Heavenly Delight Pavilion won't sell it to you no matter how high the price is. As for the price, soul stones and divine crystals are fine as well. It would naturally be better if I had a divine technique. Yueqing chuckled. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he immediately looked at Yueqing. She was going to help him collect divine techniques just like that? This girl was quite attentive to what he asked her to do. Even divine techniques are fine? Everyone expressed their surprise. Yes. It doesn't matter what level of divine technique it is. Yueqing smiled slightly. Okay, I'll bid now. 10 low-level divine techniques. Low-level divine techniques, you have the nerve to bid? I'll bid 10 mid-level divine techniques. In terms of wealth, I won't lose to you. 15 high-level divine techniques. Although I don't have them with me now, I can get someone to send them over immediately. Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely astonished as he watched everyone scrambling to be the first to bid. The auction had started just like that. And the price wasn't low either. Sure enough. There were many things in the world that were worthless in your eyes, but it didn't mean that they were worthless to others. For example, the undead bottleneck-breaking pill. Who would have thought that the undead barrier-breaking pill could be exchanged for so many law miniatures for Qin Feiyang in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury? Qin Feiyang drank the remaining tea in his cup, got up, walked to Yuqing, and said in a low voice, "Then I'll leave you to your work. I'll return to the burial land of the gods first." "You're leaving now?" Yuqing was startled. They hadn't even had a good chat yet. "I can't help it. I'm too busy. I'll come again next time when I'm free." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. "Okay. I'll send you off." Yuqing helplessly nodded. "I won't send you off. You do what you need to do." Qin Feiyang smiled and called Li Feng out. Li Feng and Yuqing were strangers. It was their first time meeting. "This is my little brother, Li Feng. If there's anything in the future, I might ask him to look for you." "Li Feng, this is Yuqing, the owner of Tianyue Restaurant." Qin Feiyang gave a simple introduction. "I've heard a lot about you." The two cupped their hands and smiled at each other. Indeed. Li Feng's battle with the Divine Kingdom's Heaven's Pride had long been famous in the Sky Cloud realm. As the owner of Tianyue Restaurant, how could Yuqing not know? Similarly, Tianyue Restaurant had long been famous. In his early years in the Sky Cloud realm, Li Feng had also heard of the names of Yuqing and Yi Miao. It was just that he had never met them face to face before. With the appearance of Li Feng, Tianyue Restaurant also quieted down. Everyone turned their eyes to Li Feng. This person's strength was already obvious to all. But now, in front of Qin Feiyang, this person was like a child. Just how powerful was Qin Feiyang's current strength? Li Feng ignored the others and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Qin Dage, are we going directly to the core area, or?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Feng waved his hand, and a space-time passage immediately appeared. "You guys continue." Qin Feiyang smiled at everyone and turned to step into the space-time passage. "Goodbye." Li Feng once again cupped his hands towards Yuqing and quickly followed in. The land of buried gods. The core area. Pei Dason had been standing in the same place, staring at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. He really didn't leave it. "Young master. Brother Li Feng." With the return of Qin Feiyang and Li Feng, Pei Dason retracted his gaze, bowed respectfully to Qin Feiyang, and nodded to Li Feng with a smile. "You've worked hard." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "It's my duty." Pei Dason waved his hand. Qin Feiyang glanced around and asked, "Hasn't Fire Dance come back yet?" "No." Pei Dason shook his head. "Did she really run away because of anger?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Ran away because of anger? What do you mean?" Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Qin Feiyang glared at him with an awkward expression. The corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched. Did he really think of him as a child? Speaking of which, watching Yuqing auction the Black Tortoise Divine Brew, I suddenly had an idea. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. "What idea?" Li Feng was curious. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked at Pei Dason and said, "I'll have to trouble you to continue guarding here. I'll go look for the old ancestor and the others." "Okay." Pei Dason nodded. If it was in the past, he might have complained in his heart. But now, he would listen to Qin Feiyang unconditionally. Because ever since he followed Qin Feiyang, not only had he opened the door of potential, his strength had greatly increased, and he had also obtained the management rights of the entire Black Tortoise world. Now, he was in existence revered by countless people in the Black Tortoise world. And this time, Qin Feiyang didn't forget him after returning from the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. He had already fused with the laws that he needed. The miniature versions of the 6 great laws. This was a fortune that others could only dream of. However, just as Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were about to leave, a figure descended from the sky. The 3 of them looked up. Who else could it be but Fire Dance? I thought you wouldn't come back. Qin Feiyang chuckled. You wish I wouldn't come back? Fire Dance snorted coldly. How could that be? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, asking, how are the Feng people now? How did you know I went to look for the Feng people? Fire Dance was stunned. Use your brain and you'll know. Qin Feiyang pointed to his head and laughed. You're smart. Fire Dance pouted, landed in front of the 3 of them, and sighed. What else can they do? Looking at me, they're all kneeling on the ground and begging. Then what's your decision? Qin Feiyang asked. I told them to come to the core area and talk to my father. Anyway, I don't want to meddle in other people's business. Is it uncomfortable to cultivate quietly and work hard to increase your strength? Fire Dance shook his head. Chapter 39-34. Li Feng sighed. Sister-in-law, if you had thought this way earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Don't talk nonsense. It's all because of your sister-in-law. Fire Dance blushed. It would have happened sooner or later anyway. Li Feng chuckled. Fire Dance nodded helplessly. Yes, if I had thought this way earlier, I wouldn't have ended up in such a state. It's all in the past. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang consoled her. Li Feng rolled his eyes and smiled. Sister-in-law, I thought of an idea that can help you vent your anger. What idea? Fire Dance was suspicious. Aren't they coming to the core area? Then let's get someone to intercept them halfway and teach them a lesson. Li Feng smirked. Qin Feiyang, Fire Dance, and Pei Dason were stunned. How could they come up with such a wicked idea? Fire Dance came back to her senses and glared at Qin Feiyang. Did you see that? You've led them astray. It's none of my business. If you want to talk about a bad influence, it's the white-eyed wolf. Go and ask around. Among us, who is more wicked than the white-eyed wolf? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. How could this matter be blamed on him? Actually, I suggested this to give them a deep lesson. On the other hand, it's also to test their sincerity. If they are truly remorseful and want you to return to the Feng people, they will definitely risk their lives to come to the core area to meet you. On the contrary, if they give up halfway after encountering a little danger, it means that they are not sincere in inviting you back. Such people are not worthy of our help. Li Feng explained. After hearing the detailed explanation, Qin Feiyang smiled. Not bad. We can give it a try. Fire Dance glanced at the 2 of them and then at Pei Dason. What do you think? What right do I have to say? Pei Dason smiled embarrassedly. I told you to speak, so just speak. Fire Dance was unhappy. All right. Brother Li Feng's idea is indeed not bad. Because in this way, we are putting the fate of the Feng people into their own hands. It's up to them to decide. Pei Dason said. Fire Dance pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, we'll do as you say. Qin Feiyang turned to Li Feng and asked, who do you think we should send to test them? Of course not. I don't have the time for that. Li Feng's face was full of disdain. After pondering for a while, he said with a sly smile, why don't we let the old poison go? Not only is this old man powerful, but his methods of torturing people are also extraordinary. Let him go? I'm afraid that the old fogies of Feng people will be driven mad by him even if they don't die. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The old poison's methods were not to be trifled with. Isn't this a better test for them? Li Feng smirked. What do you think? Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Dance. I think it's fine. Fire Dance nodded. Okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the old poison immediately appeared in front of him. What's going on? The old poison was cultivating in seclusion. When he suddenly appeared in a strange place, he was stunned. Old poison, do me a favor. Li Feng stepped forward and wanted to put his hand on the old poison's shoulder. But when he thought that this guy was full of poison, he immediately withdrew his arm resentfully. Don't worry. I'm not poisoned now. The old poison rolled his eyes at him. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and asked suspiciously, what favor? It's a very simple thing. It's your specialty. Li Feng gave a simple explanation of the situation. That's really my specialty. Don't worry. I guarantee that they'll be served comfortably. The old poison smiled cruelly. Don't really kill them. Li Feng hurriedly reminded him. I know. The old poison nodded. He glanced at Princess Huafeng and asked, little girl, do you want to go and have a look? This fire dance hesitated for a moment, then nodded and sighed. Let's go and have a look. I want to see with my own eyes if they are truly repentant. Then lead the way. The old poison smiled. After the two left, Qin Feiyang and Li Feng immediately went to Sky Cloud Island. Sky Cloud Island. The dark blue sea and the cool breeze made people feel relaxed and happy. However, at this moment, there was no trace of the little rabbit, the blood ancestor, or the feather emperor in the pavilion. The peak of the mountain was empty. Qin Feiyang led Li Feng into the pavilion and looked around suspiciously. Where are they? Li Feng released his divine sense and searched for a moment. He looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. They might be in the little rabbit's cave. Qin Feiyang muttered. He walked to the cliff and looked down at the mountain below. According to the little rabbit, this cultivation place was actually a spatial divine item. But what was inside? Why did the little rabbit never let him in? Let's go down and take a look. With a flash of light in his eyes, Qin Feiyang restrained his aura and jumped down. Seeing this, Li Feng also quickly restrained his aura. Soon, Qin Feiyang landed in front of a dark cave. This was the entrance to the cultivation place. Let's sneak in and take a look. Don't make any noise. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The white-eyed wolf should be inside now. Li Feng nodded. Looking inside the cave, his eyes were full of curiosity. What are you guys doing? But just as the two were about to step into the cave, a voice came from inside. Their bodies stiffened. The next moment, a figure walked out from inside. It was the little rabbit. Big brother, you're here. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then where do you think Uncle Rabbit should be now? The little rabbit looked at him teasingly. I thought you went somewhere to have fun. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The little rabbit rolled its eyes at him. With a wave of its paw, the power of law appeared and sealed the cave. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng looked at each other helplessly. Why was it like guarding against a thief? Where's Master and Lord Feather Emperor? Li Feng was suspicious. They're at Sea Lion Island. The little rabbit replied and asked suspiciously, do you have something to say? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled mysteriously, and it's a big matter. It concerns the future of the Sky Cloud realm. Is that so? The little rabbit looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said indifferently, then let's go to the mountain peak to talk. The two followed behind the little rabbit and rushed to the mountain peak. Soon, they returned to the pavilion. Li Feng, go to the Qilan sacred land and the dragon nest. Call Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen here. This matter is related to them too. Senior brother Crazy happens to be in the dragon nest too. Call him here too. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Li Feng and smiled. Okay. Li Feng nodded and left through a space-time tunnel. Qin Feiyang then looked at the little rabbit and said, Big brother, call the old ancestor and the others here as well. It seems like something big really happened, muttered the little rabbit. She looked in the direction of Sea Lion Island and said, Old Devil King, little you, Qin Feiyang has something to discuss. Come over. Her voice seemed to be able to travel through space-time and resound above Sea Lion Island. Little you, Qin Feiyang blanked out. The little rabbit took out a jar of unparalleled divine brew and said while drinking, "You still don't know the name of your old ancestor, right?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "His name is Qin Yu." The little rabbit said. "Qin Yu," Qin Feiyang muttered and asked, "Where's the emperor?" "Shwa." The little rabbit was about to speak when the blood ancestor and feather emperor arrived. "Why are you looking for us?" The two walked into the pavilion with smiles on their faces. "Let's wait for Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen to arrive first." Qin Feiyang smiled. He took out a tea set and ancient dragon god tea and started brewing tea. "You called them over?" The two blanked out and looked at the little rabbit suspiciously. He said something about the future of the Sky Cloud realm. "I don't know either." The little rabbit shook her head. In less than 100 breaths, a space-time tunnel appeared. Li Feng, Qi Xiaoyun, Long Chen, and Madman walked out of the tunnel one after another. "These three are here as well?" When Long Chen and Qi Xiaoyun saw the three, they were slightly stunned. They then entered the pavilion and bowed. "Greetings, seniors." The Feather Emperor nodded with a smile. They were indeed polite and cultured youngsters. This was especially true for Long Chen. With his status, there was no need for him to bow to the three of them. On the contrary, the three of them should bow to him instead. However, he was not that arrogant. "Have a seat." Qin Feiyang smiled. The group sat around the table as Qin Feiyang poured tea for them. Naturally, Madman was naturally ignored. He was like a white-eyed wolf. It would be a waste to let him drink something as good as the ancient dragon god tea. "Brother Qin, how much of the ancient dragon god tea do you have left? Come find me after you're done. Don't be shy." Qi Xiaoyun smiled. "Since you're so generous, why don't you give him one of the ancient dragon god trees?" Madman smiled. "Huh?" Qi Xiaoyun was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Qin Feiyang and the others laughed. However, when they looked at Qi Xiaoyun, they found that the current Qi Xiaoyun was somewhat different from before. There seemed to be a sense of danger around him. But it wasn't obvious. It was vague. "Why did you call us here in such a hurry?" Madman asked. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and smiled. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just suddenly had an idea, so I wanted to share it with you. What do you think?" "I'm all ears." Qi Xiaoyun smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Didn't I obtain more than 200,000 laws in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury?" "So many?" Long Chen and Qi Xiaoyun were stunned. This was truly beyond their imagination. "It's not that bad. Even I can't use up all of them. Moreover, the people around me have also obtained the laws they need. We can't just leave the remaining hundreds of thousands of laws there, right? So I want to say that we should leave some of them in the Black Tortoise world to benefit the people there. We should also take out some of them to benefit the people of the Sky Cloud world." Qin Feiyang said. "What? You want to give the laws we worked so hard to obtain to those unrelated people? Not only will I not object to giving them to the people of the Black Tortoise world, I will even support it. After all, they are our people and have helped us a lot. But I won't agree to it even if you beat me to death." Madman raised his eyebrows and immediately voted against it. Chapter 39-35. At the same time, the three of them, Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen, were also surprised. One had to know. This was a miniature of the laws. It wasn't a cultivation technique, but a divine technique. Every miniature of the laws was a great opportunity in the Sky Cloud realm. In all honesty, Emperor Feather and Ancestor Blood had indeed thought of this. Since they couldn't use so much, they might as well share it with everyone. As the leaders of the human race, their first consideration was to maximize the benefits. The reason they hadn't brought it up was because they were worried that Qin Feiyang wouldn't agree. They had never expected that Qin Feiyang would take the initiative to bring it up. What about you guys? Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Feather and the others. I think, Emperor Feather glanced at Madman and coughed dryly. That's fine too. Idiot. Madman snorted. Emperor Feather smiled awkwardly. Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen looked at each other before looking at Qin Feiyang and smiling. Of course we can't ask for more. Madman said angrily, of course you can't ask for more. After all, you didn't work hard to earn it. What do you mean, I have my reservations? Long Chen said. Don't hold back. Say it now. Madman said. Okay. Back then, we also contributed in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, okay? After all, Qi Xiaoyun and I were cooperating with you. And in the end, we even turned the tables on the bloodthirsty Demon King and his two companions and sent them to some. Qi Xiaoyun, where were they sent to? Long Chen looked at Qi Xiaoyun and asked doubtfully. I think so. Qi Xiaoyun pondered for a while before coming to a realization. The Netherland. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, the Netherland. Long Chen nodded. He looked at Madman and said, moreover, I was the one who helped you extort the law of slaughter back then. Isn't that a contribution? If you say so, I'll settle the score with you today. You were just cooperating with us to put on a show, but what did you get? An inheritance of the law of space and the inheritance of the law of slaughter. I've worked so hard, but I've only obtained 3 nomological legacies. You're still talking to me about meritorious service? Where's your face? Madman said with disdain. You have to make this clear. I got it from them with my own ability. Long Chen said hurriedly. Without us, would you have the chance? Madman rolled his eyes. All right. Actually, right now, be it humans or people of other races, they are all people that we need to protect. Moreover, with so many law miniatures, there is indeed no way to use them all. And Qin Feiyang also said that he would only take out a part of it. Think about it this way. If the overall strength of the Sky Cloud realm becomes stronger, won't the pressure on us decrease as well? The Blood Ancestor smiled at the Madman. You mean, you agree as well? Madman asked. Yes. To tell you the truth, the Feather Emperor and I have been thinking about this for a long time. The Blood Ancestor nodded. After all this time, I'm the only one who objects? The Madman scanned the crowd. Senior brother, don't be agitated. Although it's to benefit the Sky Cloud realm, it's not to give it to them directly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then how are you going to give it to them? The Madman frowned. This is the main reason why I called you here. I plan to do the same thing as the Black Tortoise realm and set up something like a divine treasury in the Sky Cloud realm. It will open once every 100 years or once every 1,000 years. If they want the law miniatures, they will have to enter the divine treasury to find it. As the saying goes, life and death are ruled by fate. Whether they can obtain the miniatures or not depends on their luck. Qin Feiyang smiled. This is a good idea. On one hand, it can test their ability. On the other hand, it can also reduce the consumption of the law miniatures. The Feather Emperor's eyes lit up. That's right. Every time we open the divine treasury, we will place 2 or 3 law miniatures inside. For us, 2 or 3 law miniatures are naturally nothing. We don't even bother to look at them. But for other living beings, this is a heaven-defying fortune. Therefore, even if we open it once every 100 years, it won't consume anything. Qin Feiyang smiled. And at that time, we can also put some powerful divine arts, divine artifacts, and the like in the divine treasury. This is also a kind of fortune for everyone. Feather Emperor added. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned to look at the Madman, and said with a smile, Senior brother, don't you feel a sense of accomplishment by doing this? creating a divine treasury with your own hands and watching countless living beings rush in one after another to compete for the divine items we left for them. Don't you feel like you control the fate of others? The madman pondered carefully and muttered, "Don't say, I do feel that way," but the next moment, with a dark face, he glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "What are you thinking? Could it be that you created such a divine treasure trove just to watch them fight and fight for it? Aren't you treating life as a game?" Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and said speechlessly, "You didn't agree just now, and now you're scolding me in the blink of an eye? Shouldn't I be scolding you? If you want me to say, since we're going to give it to them, just give it to them. Why do you have to play so many tricks? Boring." The madman snorted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course, treasures are for those who are capable. If you don't have the ability to fight for it, then you don't have any self-awareness. Even if such a person is killed, it won't be a pity." "What the hell, you bastard, why do I feel like you're becoming more and more like those masters? Is this something that comes out of your mouth?" The madman looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. "This is the way of the world. Only the strong survive. Do you think every place is the Black Tortoise world? It's not like you haven't seen the divine treasury of the Black Tortoise world. Every time it opens, isn't there bloodshed? Let's talk about it later. These can all be controlled. For example, we can create a kind of token. When they enter the divine treasury and encounter danger, as long as they crush the token, the divine treasury will automatically send them out. Won't this guarantee their safety?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's right. This kind of thing can be changed. It's not necessary to kill each other. Of course, if they want to die, it's useless even if we stop them." The Feather Emperor smiled. "If that's the case, I have no objections. Anyway, we won't need too many miniatures." The madman pondered for a moment and said. Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice, "Don't worry, there's still a good show to come." "What good show?" The madman was suspicious. "You'll know soon." Qin Feiyang smiled inwardly. Looking at Long Chen and Qi Xiaoyun, he asked, "So it's decided?" Long Chen asked, "You mean, we dragons and Qilins can also enter the divine treasury?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I call you here?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then it's decided." Long Chen chuckled. Qi Xiaoyun also had a smile on his face. For the dragons and Qilins, this was a profitable business. Only a fool would oppose it. "Okay. Let's discuss the details. The law miniatures will be provided by my side. As for the law inheritance, the dragons and Qilins will provide it. As for the divine weapons, divine techniques and other divine items, the Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and Big Brother will provide it." Qin Feiyang smiled. The madman was stunned when he heard that. "The dragons and Qilins will provide the law inheritance? What's that? Law inheritance? Are you kidding? We don't have any law inheritance." Long Chen and Qi Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. "I'm not talking about the ultimate law inheritance. Let alone the two of you, none of us can provide the ultimate law inheritance. What I'm talking about is the ordinary law inheritance. For example, the land of inheritance that the dragons created in the inner region of the Een Devil land." Qin Feiyang smiled. The madman finally understood when he heard that. This was the rhythm of making the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan bleed a lot. The humans of the Sky Cloud realm almost couldn't find these inheritances. For example, the Devil Palace, Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Heavenly Palace, and Deity's Palace. These four super forces that ruled the four continents also didn't have their own land of inheritance. But the dragons and Qilins were different. They had a deep foundation and a large number of inheritances in their hands. Placing these inheritances in the divine treasury was equivalent to indirectly transferring them to the human race. Because the population of the Sky Cloud realm was countless times larger than that of the dragons and Qilins, the number of humans entering the divine treasury would naturally be more than that of the dragons and Qilins. the chances of obtaining an inheritance would naturally be higher than that of the dragons and Qilins. In short, Qin Feiyang's plan was equivalent to weakening the foundation of the dragons and Qilins in disguise. The two of you, don't tell me that your race doesn't have any inheritances. Back then, old Qin and I were in the Een Devil land and each of us obtained an inheritance of a supreme law. Moreover, we also investigated and found that there were many such land of inheritance in the Een Devil land. The madman looked at the two of them and said. Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen looked at each other with ugly expressions. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, after all this time, you're setting a trap for us? This is what you mean by measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. I've already taken out the law miniature, so what's the point of you taking out some inheritances? It's not like it's an inheritance of the ultimate profundity. In terms of value, an inheritance like this can't compare to the law miniature. Qin Feiyang was displeased. Even so, but if you do this, I might as well directly give these inheritances to my clansmen. Why should I give them to you? Long Chen's face darkened. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Especially when the other party was Qin Feiyang. There was definitely something fishy going on. If you say that, don't come when the divine treasury opens in the future. In any case, the dragons won't even be able to obtain a law miniature. Qin Feiyang said. Old Long, you have to think carefully. The Sky Cloud realm doesn't lack people who can comprehend laws. Anyone with a little bit of talent can comprehend them. But if you go take a look at the law miniature, how many of them can comprehend it by themselves? You really won't lose out in this business. The madman laughed. Long Chen glared at the madman angrily and lowered his head in silence. Qi Xiaoyun did the same. As for Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and the little rabbit, they were all silent at this moment. At the same time, they were holding back their laughter. This little bastard was indeed full of tricks. You two take your time to think about it. I'm in a hurry, Qin Feiyang said with a smile while holding a teacup and looking at Long Chen and Qi Xiaoyun. Chapter 39-36. Why do I feel like beating them up? Long Chen frowned when he saw Qin Feiyang and mad scientist's expressions. Qi Xiaoyun smiled helplessly. Right now, the two of them were really asking for a beating. Especially mad scientist. However, in the current Sky Cloud realm, there really wasn't anyone who had the guts to run over and beat up those two. Brother Qi, what do you think? Asked Long Chen through voice transmission. What can I say? Qi Xiaoyun smiled helplessly. Are you going to compromise like this? Asked Long Chen in astonishment. I'm different from you. Your clan is powerful. The dragons don't have the Dragon King, but because of you and your sister, they are even stronger. But the current situation of the Qilin race is similar to that of the Feng people. Therefore, if we want to survive, we have to go with the flow. Besides, it's not a loss to exchange an ordinary law inheritance for a law miniature. For the Qilin race, what they needed the most was a law miniature. Although he and the white-bearded old man had searched for law miniature wantonly in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, they had only found a few dozen after several decades. Moreover, they were all ordinary law miniature. What could they do with these few dozen law miniature? If possible, he wanted to exchange the Qilin race's law inheritance for a law miniature from Qin Feiyang. Are you planning to stand on the same side as Qin Feiyang and the others? Asked Long Chen with a frown. Not with Qin Feiyang and the others, but with the humans. As the ancient said, all living things in the world are equal. Be it the humans or the three major races, we are all living things in this world. There is no difference between nobility and inferiority. In fact, I have always wanted to tell my clansmen not to think that they are superior to the humans just because they are a Qilin. But at that time, my words carried little weight and nobody listened to me. Besides, our joint efforts to create a divine treasury will benefit the entire Skycloud realm and all living things. This is a good thing. Since it's a good thing, why should we oppose it? Qi Xiaoyun smiled inwardly. When Long Chen heard that, he couldn't help but look at Qi Xiaoyun in a new light. It seemed like he had underestimated this person in the past. In the future, the Qilin race might rise to a higher level under this person's leadership. After weighing the matter, Qi looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I have no objections. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and smiled. They both looked at Long Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. If I don't agree now, I'll look like I don't like the others. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Don't make things difficult for yourself. It's all voluntary, said the madman. No. Long Chen fiercely glared at the madman. He then nodded to Qin Feiyang. I agree. But since the divine treasury was created by all of us, we have to set some rules. That's for sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. Where? Who will be in charge of such an important place? Managing a divine treasury isn't a trivial matter. Because we have to hand over the inheritance of laws and the epitome of laws to this person. This person must be someone we can trust. Moreover, this person must be selfless. Long Chen said. Everyone nodded. But to be honest, the person to manage the divine treasury was a problem that gave them a headache. Because first, this person had to be strong enough to deter all living things. Secondly, this person had to be responsible. Moreover, this person had to be someone who wasn't afraid of trouble. Because managing a divine treasury was a very troublesome matter. Qin Feiyang and the madman were definitely not interested. Especially Qin Feiyang. He was most afraid of trouble. Long Chen and Qi Xiaoyun probably weren't interested either. After all, they were busy cultivating. Only the blood ancestor, the feather emperor, and the little rabbit were left if they had to be strong and also have a guilty conscience. Immediately, Qin Feiyang looked at Feather Emperor and the other two. Don't look at Lord Rabbit. The little rabbit glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. After spending so much time together, he naturally understood the little rabbit's personality. He was even more afraid of trouble than he was. But the Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor, these two were the leaders of the human race. Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen would definitely be worried. The Feather Emperor seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts. He said, even if they trust us, we are not interested. Don't count on this ancestor. This ancestor is a very selfish person. The Blood Ancestor said. The so-called selfishness was just an excuse. In any case, he wasn't willing to get involved in this troublesome matter. Qin Feiyang looked at Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen and asked with a smile, do you have any suitable candidates? Why don't you recommend them? Can you trust the person we recommend? Frankly speaking, this isn't something an ordinary person can do. Not only must they be highly respected, but they also need to be fair and honest. It's hard to find someone like that. Long Chen rubbed his forehead. Everyone lowered their heads and started muttering to themselves. Time passed silently. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He looked at everyone and said, I have a few suitable candidates in mind. I believe none of you will object to them. I also believe that they will definitely be impartial. Who? Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang. The 4 guardian beasts. Qin Feiyang said. Qi Xiaoyun and Long Chen's eyes lit up when they heard that. They had long heard of the great names of the 4 great guardian beasts. Protecting the Skycloud realm was their responsibility. Moreover, the reason why the 4 great divine beasts were called guardian divine beasts was because they were highly respected and respected. Everything they did was admirable. Although the 4 guardian beasts were currently on the side of the human race, one had to know that they ultimately wanted to protect the Skycloud realm. If the dragons, the Feng people, and the Qilin race were like the human emperor in the past and prioritized protecting the world, they would definitely support the 3 races. This was the character of the 4 guardian beasts. They would support whoever loved and respected the common people. Long Chen smiled and said, if it's them, I definitely won't object. Qi Xiaoyun nodded. The 4 guardian beasts were absolutely trustworthy. But the question was, were they willing? Lunatic said, why don't we call them over and ask them face to face? I think so. Qin Feiyang nodded. He turned to Li Feng and said with a smile, go to the Sea Lion Island and bring the 4 seniors here. Okay. Li Feng quickly stood up and opened a space-time tunnel. Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor of Feathers and said with a smile, Ancestor, you don't have any objections, right? What objections can I have? I respect their choice. Besides, this is for the good of the Sky Cloud realm. It's not too late for me to support them. Emperor of Feathers shook his head and smiled. I think so too. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before sighing and said, moreover, they have protected the Sky Cloud realm for so many years. They should put down their burdens and rest. Everyone nodded. Soon. Li Feng returned with 3 men and a woman. One of them was Elder Qing. The other 3 were a middle-aged man in white, an old man in yellow, and a woman in a fiery red dress. Even Emperor of Feathers immediately stood up and saluted the appearance of these 4 people. Because whether it was the human emperor or Emperor of Feathers, they were all cultivated by the 4 guardian beasts. Elder Qin. Qin Feiyang walked to Azure Dragon and bowed. Then he looked at the other 3 and said with a smile, the 3 of you should be Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger, right? Yes. The 3 nodded. Looking at Qin Feiyang, their faces were full of admiration. Introduce us. Azure Dragon pointed at the yellow-robed old man and said with a smile, he is Black Tortoise, a somewhat stubborn old antique. Who's stubborn? The yellow-robed old man's face darkened. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, don't listen to this old man's nonsense. I'm still a reasonable old man. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. Azure Dragon pointed at the middle-aged man in white and introduced, this is White Tiger, and the one next to him is Vermilion Bird. Greetings, Senior White Tiger and Senior Vermilion Bird. Qin Feiyang bowed. No need to be so polite. White Tiger was a bit cold. But Vermilion Bird was as warm as fire. For seniors, please sit. Qin Feiyang turned around and retreated to the side. Frenzy, Long Chen, and Qi Xiaoyun also stood up and gave up their seats. How can I accept this? Azure Dragon shook his head. These young people in front of him were the pillars of the Sky Cloud realm. Without them, the Sky Cloud realm wouldn't have been able to stop the army of the Divine Kingdom. Just sit. What are you waiting for? Why are you being so polite to them? The little rabbit pouted. Okay. Azure Dragon nodded and sat next to the Blood Ancestor. Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird looked at each other and immediately sat down. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and poured tea for the 4 of them. He smiled and said, I called the 4 of you here because I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Azure Dragon was suspicious. Qin Feiyang explained the matter of creating the divine treasure trove in a simple manner. This is a good thing for the Sky Cloud realm. We definitely agree. Who came up with this idea? The person who came up with this idea truly has the world in his heart. When the 4 heard this, they were immediately full of praise. Ahem. It was me. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. He didn't expect to be praised as soon as he arrived. Not bad. Even the cold White Tiger couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Madman said, the problem now is that we need someone to manage the divine treasure. Black Tortoise was taken aback when he heard this. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said suspiciously, can't you manage it yourselves? Besides, you were the ones who created the divine treasure. Of course, you are more suitable to manage it. I told you that you don't know anything, but you didn't believe me. These young people have to cultivate while fighting against the divine kingdom. Do they have the energy to manage this troublesome matter? Azure Dragon looked at Black Tortoise unhappily. That's true. Black Tortoise nodded and smiled apologetically at Qin Feiyang and the others. We really don't have the energy to manage it. That's why we called the 4 of you here. Because managing the divine treasure is not a trivial matter. We need a person of virtue and prestige who can distinguish between public and private affairs to help manage it. So we discussed for a while and thought of the four of you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Us? The four of them were stunned. Yes. I think there is no one in the sky cloud realm who is more respected and trustworthy than you. With you managing it, not only the human race is relieved, but the dragons and Qilins are also relieved. Qin Feiyang smiled. The four of them looked at each other. It turned out that there was a task for them. Chapter 39-37. What this junior means is that the four seniors should retire and have a good rest after guarding the sky cloud realm for so many years. As for managing the divine treasury, it may be a little cumbersome, but it's definitely something meaningful. Qin Feiyang persuaded. Feiyang, you don't have to persuade us. In fact, we know in our hearts that with our little strength, we can't play any role in the face of the divine kingdom. Azure Dragon shook his head and sighed. This junior doesn't mean that. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. I know. After spending so much time with you in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, this old man still doesn't understand you? But it's undeniable that we are indeed old and useless now. In the future, we will be the stage for you young people. Fortunately, we have you. Otherwise, we really don't know how to face the Divine Kingdom's army. Azure Dragon smiled slightly. This is what we should do. Qin Feiyang nodded. With your words, this old man won't refuse your invitation. Azure Dragon was delighted. Looking at White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, he smiled and said, what about the three of you? Black Tortoise laughed and said, since they trust us so much and can benefit the world, how can we refuse? All right. From now on, we will retreat behind the scenes and be their strong backing, so that they can fight on the front line without worry. Vermilion Bird thought for a while and nodded with a smile. I have no objection. On the contrary, it's exactly what I want. It's not that I'm pretentious, nor is it that we are so great. Since ancient times, we have always been worried about the sky cloud realm. Thinking back to the past, when the dragons, Feng people, and Kirin race broke out in war with the human race, causing chaos in the sky cloud realm. You don't know how anxious we were at that time. But in the face of the three powerful races, we were powerless. We went to persuade them more than once, but none of the three races put us in their eyes. In the end, we had no choice but to stand on the side of the human race. To be honest, we have long been exhausted. Now, we can finally unload this heavy burden and be free. For me, it's really a good thing. The most important thing is that the great races are now united against the outside world, making us feel gratified. White Tiger smiled. A complicated expression appeared on Qi Shaoyun's face when he heard that. He bowed and said, Seniors, I apologize on behalf of the Qilin race. Azure Dragon smiled and said, it is the Qilin race's fortune to have a young man like you. Senior, you flatter me. Qi Shaoyun hurriedly waved his hand. Then it's settled. We will manage the divine treasures. We will definitely live up to your trust. The Black Tortoise said hoarsely. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and smiled. They had finally decided on the management candidate. Madman said, then let's discuss, where is the divine treasury located? Qin Feiyang scanned the surrounding sea and said, how about we build it in the heavenly cloud sea? Built in the heavenly cloud ocean? Are you trying to cause chaos in my heavenly cloud sea? The little rabbit said angrily. The heavenly cloud sea is located at the center of the heavenly cloud realm. Moreover, there are countless sea beasts in the heavenly cloud sea. It can also serve as a natural barrier for everyone to train. Personally, I think it's a good idea. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Scram. The little rabbit glared at him. If the divine treasury was built in the heavenly cloud sea, it could forget about living in peace in the future. Big brother, why do you have to do this? Everyone has a responsibility to rise and fall. Besides, who would dare to cause trouble in the heavenly cloud sea? Moreover, the sea beasts in the heavenly cloud sea will be able to enter the divine treasury. If the divine treasury is built in the heavenly cloud sea, they will be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Lord Rabbit likes peace and quiet. The little rabbit snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It seemed like they were in a deadlock again. Feather Emperor pondered for a moment and nodded. The heavenly cloud sea is indeed the most ideal location because not every creature has the law of time or a space-time teleportation divine tool. If the divine treasury is built in another continent, it won't be convenient for the creatures of the other 3 continents to rush over. Blood Ancestor nodded. He glanced at the little rabbit and said, "How about this, let's vote by a show of hands." The minority obeys the majority. Okay. Everyone nodded. Blood Ancestor chuckled. Those who agree to build the divine treasury in the heavenly cloud sea, raise your hand. As his voice fell, except for the little rabbit, everyone raised their hands one after another. Big brother, did you see that? This is the will of the people. Madman grinned. You, the little rabbit glared at the group of people angrily. Enough. It's all for the good of the heavenly cloud realm. Let's talk about it later. Fei Yang is willing to take out the law miniature to benefit the common people. The dragons and Qilins are also willing to take out the law inheritance to make room for you in the heavenly cloud sea. So what? Feather Emperor shook his head. Okay. As long as you are happy. But Uncle Rabbit will say the ugly words first. If someone dares to kill the innocent in the heavenly cloud sea, then don't blame Uncle Rabbit for being impolite. The little rabbit coldly snorted. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. What a joke. Not to mention the future, even in the past, no one dared to kill the innocent in the heavenly cloud sea. Since it has been decided, old ancestor, you will have to trouble yourself more about the construction of the divine treasury. Qin Feiyang looked at Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor and said a few words before entering the Black Tortoise realm. Soon. He came out again. There was a Qinkuan bag in his hand. Qin Feiyang handed the Qinkuan bag to Azure Dragon and said with a smile, "I will temporarily give you 10,000 law miniature, including 100 supreme law miniature." Sure enough, he is rich. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of wry smiles. In today's heavenly cloud realm, apart from Qin Feiyang, who else could take out so many law miniature? Qi Xiaoyun looked at Azure Dragon's group of 4 and said, "The law inheritance of my Qilin clan is in the clan's treasury. When we return, I will have someone send it to you. No rush. Anyway, creating a divine treasury is not something that can be done in a day or 2. Azure Dragon waved his hand. The law inheritance of the dragons is also in the clan's treasury. I will go back and get it later. I will personally contribute some divine items as a support to the heavenly cloud realm." Long Chen smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, 20 palm-sized iron boxes appeared. What are these? Madman was curious. Long Chen smiled faintly and said, "They can't be compared to you. They are just 20 supreme law miniature. You actually plundered so many from the Sky Bell Divine Treasury?" Everyone looked at Long Chen in surprise. Cough. Long Chen coughed dryly to hide the embarrassment on his face. The law miniature he obtained from the Sky Bell Divine Treasury was far above Qi Xiaoyun's. That was because he had a mid-grade sovereign divine weapon. In the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, apart from the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Great Devil Kings, he was an invincible existence. No matter how you got it, I still have to thank you. Azure Dragon put away the 20 iron boxes and looked at Long Chen gratefully. It's fine. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Long Chen waved his hand and smiled. He looked at everyone and said, "Since we have already discussed it, I will go back first. I will also take my leave first." Qi Xiaoyun also cupped his hands and smiled at everyone. Okay. Everyone waited. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, "Brother Long, wait a moment. We still have a private matter to discuss." Madman is looking for me for a private matter? Long Chen was taken aback and asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This is not a trivial matter. I need to think about it. Long Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head. You are not afraid, are you? Madman laughed. I won't deny it. Long Chen smiled and opened a space-time tunnel before leaving. Qi Xiaoyun looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 3 suspiciously before activating a space-time teleportation divine tool and leaving as well. Feiyang, what are you and Long Chen planning? Feather Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman suspiciously. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. For real? Feather Emperor did not believe it. Let alone Feather Emperor, no one present believed it. From Long Chen's tone, something was definitely going on. Moreover, it was not a trivial matter. You don't have to worry about this. Oh, right. When senior brother went to bring the blood devils back to the Skycloud realm, he also went to Great Qin. The old ancestor is indeed in Great Qin. Moreover, his cultivation has indeed fallen to the initial stage of the sovereign realm. Qin Feiyang said. Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and the little rabbit frowned. Where is Yun Xiang now? Asked the little rabbit. The Black Tortoise Realm, an inheritance fused with 3 ultimate profundities. Qin Feiyang said. Blood Ancestor sighed. In that case, it is very likely that he is the reincarnation of the human emperor. What? Xiang is the reincarnation of the human emperor? The 4 divine beasts were shocked. Don't get too excited. This is only our guess. We haven't confirmed it yet. Feather Emperor waved his hand. Then, he thought of something and looked at Madman. Oh, right. Here, take this. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a divine might surged out. The next instant, a palm-sized ancient pagoda appeared before him. It was glowing with blood-red radiance. Blood Devil Pagoda. Madman's eyes lit up as he took out the 2 blood devil pearls. Boom! When the pearls fused with the blood devil pagoda, a terrifying sovereign's might erupted. It was indeed a sovereign weapon. I finally have a sovereign weapon that belongs to me, said Madman with a smile. He waved his hand, and the blood devil pagoda appeared before him. The divine might gradually retracted before it disappeared into Madman's body. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Feather Emperor. Don't tell me that the 2 ancestors are with you now? Don't worry about that. Feather Emperor waved his hand and looked at Madman. You have used up the badge, right? It's time to return it to me. Madman took out the badge. Qin Feiyang snatched it over and grinned. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave such a good thing in your hands? I'll take it. Goodbye. Then, he grabbed Madman and disappeared into the sea ahead. Li Feng hurriedly followed. Brat! Feather Emperor was stunned. When he came back to his senses, the 2 were already gone. He couldn't help but curse. Chapter 39-38. In the distance. Above an island. Qin Feiyang played with the badge in his hand. Frenzy and Li Feng looked at each other speechlessly. Why did they feel that Qin Feiyang was like a bandit? I can feel that this thing will definitely help us after we enter the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the 2 and said with a smile. Then he carefully put it away. Long Chen hasn't confirmed it yet. Frenzy pursed his lips and asked, by the way, have you found that young man? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said helplessly, he also said that he needs to consider it. These people are not on the same side as us after all. Frenzy shook his head and sighed. We are not on the same side as them. We can only try our best to persuade them. We can't force them. Let's go back to the land of buried gods and see how the old poison has tormented the Feng people. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Moreover, entering the Divine Kingdom was only a preliminary plan at the moment. It wasn't to the point where he had to go. Tormenting the Feng people? Frenzy was stunned. You'll know later. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng. Li Feng waved his hand and a space-time tunnel appeared. The three of them immediately landed in the core area. A battle fluctuation immediately came. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned and quickly looked around. There was a battle? Could it be that someone from the Divine Kingdom had come again? Immediately. Not far away, they saw two figures fighting against each other. One of them was Pei Dason. The other person, but when he saw the face of the person fighting Pei Dason, Qin Feiyang was stunned. This person really didn't die. It was a young man with a tall figure and an extraordinary temperament. It was the blue-haired young man who died in Longqin's hands last time. Qin Dage, frenzy, look. Li Feng stared at the sky. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked up and were shocked. They saw 9 figures standing in the sky. They were all familiar faces. There was Ryuko with the purple-gold divine dragon, as well as the other 8 geniuses who had followed Ryuko and the blue-haired youth to the sky cloud realm. The top 10 geniuses were here again? When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 appeared, Ryuko's group of 9, as well as the blue-haired youth fighting with Pei Dason, immediately looked at the 3 of them. Li Feng. Killing intent flickered in their eyes. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang and the madman were treated as air and ignored by them. Young master. Pei Dason also saw Qin Feiyang and was overjoyed. He quickly flew towards Qin Feiyang and the other 2. You want to leave? The blue-haired youth's killing intent surged as he charged towards Pei Dason. Previously, he had been torturing Pei Dason to vent the resentment he had suffered at the hands of Longqin. Because of this. Right now, Pei Dason was in an extremely sorry state. There were countless wounds on his body, and he was dripping with blood. One could even clearly see the bones in his flesh. Li Feng. Qin Feiyang shouted. Killing intent flashed in Li Feng's eyes and he immediately rushed over to rescue him. But Pei Dason was right in front of the blue-haired youth. Even if Li Feng rushed over at full speed, he wouldn't be able to save him in time. Boom! As the blue-haired youth's palm landed, Pei Dason's broken body was shattered on the spot. And with the shattering of the body, a horsetail whisk appeared. The horsetail whisk wrapped around Pei Dason's divine soul and swept towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. You still have a sovereign divine weapon? The blue-haired youth raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. After being tortured for so long, he actually didn't use the sovereign divine weapon. Was he that afraid of breaking the agreement? You really don't know what's good for you. Li Feng glanced at Pei Dason's divine soul and activated his ultimate meaning. Murderous intent filled the sky as he charged towards the blue-haired youth. However, the blue-haired youth didn't fight. He leaped into the air like lightning and landed beside Ryuko's group of 9. He wasn't stupid. He already knew Li Feng's means. One person couldn't be Li Feng's opponent at all. At the same time, Li Feng raised his eyebrows and looked up at the 10 people. He didn't charge forward. Of course, he wasn't stupid. These were all elites of the Divine Kingdom. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against 10 of them alone. Especially Ryuko, who had 3,000 incarnations. Soon, the horsetail whisk carried Pei Dason's divine soul to Qin Feiyang's side. Young master, I didn't break the agreement. I didn't use the horsetail whisk. Pei Dason's divine soul turned into a human form and stood in front of Qin Feiyang with his head lowered. Young master. The 10 people in the sky heard this name again and couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang. When Ryuko's eyes fell on Qin Feiyang, he didn't pay much attention at first, but an inexplicable feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. But Qin Feiyang didn't pay attention to them. He looked at Pei Dason and said angrily, I can see that you didn't break the agreement. But didn't I tell you to use the horsetail whisk to take you away when you're in danger? Why do you still want to fight with them? If you die here, how am I going to explain it to your father? I didn't want to fight with them. When I saw them appear, I immediately hid, but I didn't expect that I would still be found by them. Pei Dason hurriedly explained. Hearing this, the anger on Qin Feiyang's face didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more intense. He said in a deep voice, "How long did he torture you?" "About 500 to 600 seconds. Pei Dason said truthfully. 500 to 600 seconds, Qin Feiyang murmured and slowly clenched his hands. This is too much. Li Feng walked over and immediately looked up at the blue-haired young man. He said angrily, "I don't know if a Taoist can be killed but not humiliated. If I had known that he was one of you, I would never have tortured him like this. I would have destroyed his cultivation first and imprisoned him in a divine artifact. When I have time in the future, I will torture him and let him experience the feeling of living a life worse than death." The blue-haired young man sneered. As soon as these words came out, not to mention Li Feng, even Madman's face became gloomy. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a breath and smiled at Pei Dason. "Go to the Black Tortoise world to recuperate." "Okay." Pei Dason nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the horsetail whisk and Pei Dason disappeared. Then, Qin Feiyang looked up at the blue-haired young man with a smile on his face. Those who knew Qin Feiyang knew that he was angry. What's going on? Ryuko had been looking at Qin Feiyang. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity from this person? Buzz. At this moment, a space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. A group of people rushed out. It was Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing who had escaped. The remaining people were the remaining hundreds of God-race geniuses. "Greetings, Ryuko." Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing walked over and cupped their hands. "Yes." Ryuko nodded. He looked at the two and the hundreds of people around Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing and asked, "Are you all right?" Everyone shook their heads. Jiang Chen asked, "By the way, how is Jiang Yunshuang now?" His face was full of concern. "She's still rebuilding her body. She's fine now." Ryuko waved his hand. "That's good." Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Xing quickly asked, "What about her cultivation?" "That's right. Has her cultivation recovered yet?" Jiang Chen also reacted and immediately asked. "No. She needs to comprehend another law." Ryuko shook his head. "Damn it, it's really a permanent deprivation." Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing immediately glared at Madman. Although this matter was done by the White-Eyed Wolf, Madman was also present at that time. Now that the White-Eyed Wolf wasn't there, they naturally vented their anger on Madman. Who exactly is the Golden-Winged Wolf King? He actually has such an ability? The blue-haired young man and the others frowned. When they were in the Divine Kingdom, they were extremely shocked when they learned about Jiang Yunshuang's situation. Even the old antiques of the Divine Kingdom were shocked. "That beast isn't here now." Jiang Chen shook his head and pointed at Madman. "But this person knows him." Madman said disdainfully, "You should be glad that Brother Wolf isn't here now. Otherwise, you will all follow in that woman's footsteps." Arrogant. Long Chen isn't here. Let's see what means you have to block Ryuko's 3,000 avatars. The blue-haired young man smiled proudly. "Ryuko, hurry up and get rid of them. Otherwise, when Long Chen receives the news and arrives, it will be too late." The other 8 people also spoke one after another. "Don't worry. Even if Long Chen receives the news now, he won't come. Even if he comes, he won't make a move." Madman looked at the group of people mockingly. What was so scary about Long Chen? Why were they so afraid of him? Last time, Long Chen made a move because he had no choice but to save Long Qin. But this time, the other party didn't have anything that could threaten Long Chen, and Qin Feiyang was present. Would Long Chen make a move? Definitely not. He would let Qin Feiyang make a move to figure out Qin Feiyang's strength. What do you mean? However, the group of people from the Divine Kingdom was puzzled by Madman's words. That's what I mean. Our people are not people you can bully. You have to pay the price for the mistakes you made before. Madman chuckled. Huh, You still dare to be arrogant when Long Chen and his sister aren't here? The blue-haired young man laughed. The law of time rolled out, and the ultimate profound instantly appeared in the sky, emitting a sharp light that could destroy the world as it charged toward Madman. Who are you being arrogant with? A monstrous murderous aura immediately emerged from Madman's body. Wang Feng, be careful. He has the ability to transform into the blood demon race, and like our god race, he can borrow a mysterious force to easily shatter the ultimate profound. Jiang Chen hurriedly reminded. We already know about this. Before we left, Ji Yunhai warned us. However, I want to see it with my own eyes. The blue-haired young man sneered. The ultimate profound of the law of time didn't stop at all and charged toward Madman. Senior brother. Don't kill this person. I want to let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Madman laughed and took a step forward, but he didn't transform. The ultimate profound of the law of destruction and the law of time were both activated. Two ultimate profundities of supreme laws smashed forward with unstoppable force. Accompanied by a loud bang, the ultimate profound of the blue-haired young man was shattered on the spot. Following that, the two ultimate profound of the law of time attacked the blue-haired young man. Just as Ji Yunhai said, his strength is very strong. The other Sky Prides murmured. However, when they looked at Ryuko, they found that Ryuko was staring at Qin Feiyang. What's going on? Why is Ryuko looking at this person? They couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang again. Apart from being a little handsome, there's nothing outstanding about him. Chapter 39-39. What are you still looking at? Come and help. The blue-haired youth shouted anxiously. What was there to look at for a nobody? This madman was the main point. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing were the first to react. They hated the madman to the bone. Because back then in the Demon Palace, the madman alone had forced them to flee in a sorry state under the watchful eyes of the crowd. To them, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. The God Race mark was immediately activated. The Devourer Law and the Spacetime Law, two ultimate intents roared out, carrying a destructive divine power as they blasted towards the madman's two ultimate intents. Boom! Borrowing the power of the God Race mark, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing's ultimate intents could be said to be unstoppable. The madman's two ultimate intents were annihilated on the spot. Immediately after, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing waved their hands, and the Devourer Law and Spacetime ultimate intents aggressively charged towards the madman. Looks like the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. The madman smiled sinisterly. In just an instant, he turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. The mark of all evil appeared between his eyebrows. The power of the source of all evil rolled out. As he took a step forward, the world here immediately began to collapse. The Spacetime Law and Destruction Law surged, and as they merged with the source of all evil, the two ultimate intents once again appeared, emitting a divine power that soared to another level. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the four ultimate intents collided, and a destructive aura swept out in all directions like a tide. They were completely evenly matched. Ryuko's gaze finally moved away from Qin Feiyang and landed on the madman's forehead, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. What kind of mark is this? It actually has such a terrifying divine power. The reason why the God Race of the Divine Kingdom was powerful was precisely because of the God Race mark. It could be said that without the 3,000 incarnations, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan would have to submit to the God Race. But now, in a small place like this, there was someone who had the same method. Although the marks were different, the effect was the same. The most important thing. This kind of mark had never been heard of before. Watch how I trample on you so-called prodigies today. The madman laughed wildly. He threw a punch. Not good. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing's expressions changed. That's right. It wasn't just this person's law intent. Even this person's physical body possessed a power that surpassed ultimate intent. Back in the demonic palace, this was how they were defeated by a lunatic. Rumble, true enough. The scene that happened in the demon hall back then was happening again. Two ultimate profound meanings, coupled with the madman's powerful physical body and strength, immediately showed a scene of destruction. Jiang Chen and the other man's ultimate intent shattered. Following closely, the madman leaped into the sky. His body was like a demon god as he slammed his palm toward Ryuko and the others. Attack now! The blue-haired youth shouted. Boom! In an instant. Apart from Ryuko, the other 8 geniuses immediately activated their ultimates. Each of them had mastered an ultimate profundity of an ultimate law. This kind of strength, in the sky cloud realm, was already enough to sweep across all directions. However, at this moment, facing a madman, they were physically and mentally weak. 9 ultimate profound meanings of the ultimate laws and 18 ultimate profound meanings of ordinary laws were like a torrent, continuously bombarding the madman's giant hand. However, the scene that appeared was like a group of ants standing at the foot of an elephant. The madman just slammed his palm down and the ultimate profound meanings were constantly shattered like fragile dead wood. This, the blue-haired youth and the other 8 were dumbfounded. At this moment, they just realized. The madman's imprint was completely different from the god race's divine seal. Because the god race's imprint could only increase the strength of one's law intent, it couldn't increase the strength of the physical body. But the madman's imprint could not only increase the strength of one's law intent, but it could also increase the strength of the physical body. With this imprint, whether it was the madman's law intent or physical body, he could crush the ultimate profound meanings of the ultimate laws. It was simply invulnerable. In other words, the madman's imprint was even more powerful than the god race's divine seal. This was the true ultimate power. This is his strength. The sky cloud realm isn't as simple as we thought. Jiang Xing said in a deep voice. Long Chen, Madman, Long Qin, Li Feng, Yun Xiang, and the golden-winged wolf king. Each of these 6 people had strength that wasn't inferior to theirs. Especially Long Chen, Madman, and the golden-winged wolf king, they all had some heaven-defying means. Long Chen had a god's domain that could nullify all intents and divine techniques. The golden-winged wolf king had a terrifying method to deprive cultivation. The madman had an ultimate power that surpassed the god race's imprint. Although the younger generation of the sky cloud realm couldn't compare to the prodigies of the divine kingdom as a whole, in terms of individual means, the madman and the other 2 had already surpassed the prodigies of the divine kingdom. Just as so. But suddenly, Ryuko spoke, his words full of contempt. As his voice fell, the 3,000 incarnations were activated. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen, Jiang Xing, the blue-haired youth, and the hundreds of prodigies of the god race immediately shrank their pupils and retreated to the side. The 3,000 incarnations was a secret technique of the purple-gold divine dragon clan. It was because of the 3,000 incarnations that the purple-gold divine dragon clan could stand above the god race and the human race and unify the divine kingdom. As long as the 3,000 incarnations appeared, it was equivalent to transforming into an invincible god of war. Although Long Chen had the means to restrain the 3,000 incarnations in the sky cloud realm, Long Chen wasn't here now. The madman's means were indeed terrifying and his ultimate power was invincible in the world. But in the face of the 3,000 incarnations, even the ultimate power had to bow down. There really are 3,000 incarnations? At the same time, the madman also frowned slightly. However, he didn't retreat because of this. On the contrary, his battle intent soared. If he couldn't even defeat this Ryuko, then how could he defeat Qin Feiyang? Because not only did Qin Feiyang control the 3,000 incarnations, he also had the Eye of Heaven. His strength was far above this Ryuko. If he was really defeated by this Ryuko today, it meant that his strength was far inferior to Qin Feiyang. Although they were brothers who had gone through life and death together, he didn't want to lose to Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he must win this battle. Only then could he prove that he wasn't weaker than Qin Feiyang. Therefore, when he saw Ryuko activate the 3,000 incarnations, he also decisively activated his battle soul, Blood Eye. As the Blood Eye swept over, not only Ryuko, but even the 3,000 incarnations were petrified from head to toe. Then, the madman didn't hesitate at all and slammed his palm towards Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations. Because a battle at this level was constantly changing, the slightest negligence could give the other party a chance to turn the tables. In other words, he couldn't give the other party any chance. What? Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen and the blue-haired youth's eyes suddenly widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. Petrification? What kind of method was this? Especially Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing. When they fought with the madman in the demonic palace last time, they didn't see the madman use this method. Even a peak dominator who had mastered the ultimate meaning could be petrified? What kind of joke was this? Jiang Xing shouted, "Ryuko, don't look at his eyes." Ryuko was also shocked. Hearing Jiang Xing's reminder, he quickly avoided the madman's blood eye. The 3,000 incarnations did the same. However, the petrification on their bodies didn't disappear because they avoided the blood eye. In fact, they were still petrified. How could this be? Jiang Xing was also stunned. In this situation, logically speaking, as long as they avoided the other party's eyes, they could avoid being petrified. But why didn't it work? You think you'll be fine if you don't look at the blood eye? Qin Feiyang shook his head. How naive. This was the most terrifying part of the blood eye. The petrification didn't depend on whether you looked at the blood eye or not, but whether the blood eye looked at you. As long as the blood eye stared at you, no matter how you tried to avoid it, you would be petrified. In the blink of an eye, Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations' heads were almost petrified. However, facing an existence of this level, the petrification speed was still too slow. If they could be petrified instantly, even if they had 3,000 incarnations, it would be meaningless. But only living beings below the Dominator realm could be petrified instantly. This was the disadvantage of the battle soul. Like the Eye of Heaven, it also needed a long time to replicate the ultimate meaning. And a battle of this level was a race against time. In short, speed determined everything. If they couldn't be petrified instantly, the other party would have a chance to reverse the situation. After all, powerhouses who had reached this level all had rich combat experience and outstanding adaptability. And this was Madman's previous concern. So when he opened the blood eye, he immediately charged towards Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations. As expected, Ryuko quickly reacted. Whether it was him or the 3,000 incarnations, the karma law emerged from their bodies. The last battle in the land of buried gods had already revealed his strength. The karma law had already comprehended the ultimate meaning. With the activation of the karma law, the petrified state of Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations began to collapse. Their petrification was about to be completely removed and the karma law's ultimate meaning was about to appear. At this moment, Madman charged over aggressively and seized the opportunity to strike with his palm. Boom! This palm contained the power of all evil that could destroy everything. The karma law's ultimate meaning that had yet to take form was shattered on the spot. Immediately after, the 3,000 incarnations were also shattered under Madman's giant palm. Ryuko also screamed miserably as his body was torn apart and dripping with blood. Like a meteorite, he smashed towards the ground below. There was a loud bang. Just as Ryuko smashed into the ground, his torn body shattered on the spot and even his divine soul suffered a fatal injury. How is this possible? This scene left the blue-haired young man and his group dumbfounded. Ryuko, who had 3,000 incarnations, was actually not a match for this person. This must be a dream. This person not only had such ultimate power, but he also had the ability to petrify. And this petrification was unavoidable? What kind of monster was this? Chapter 39-40. Li Feng also had a look of shock as he said, "Big brother Qin, isn't this elder brother lunatic a little too strong?" "Yes, he is." Qin Feiyang nodded. No one could deny Madman's current strength. Because the source of all evil was an extreme power that allowed Madman to have extraordinary strength. Whether it was in the divine kingdom or the sky cloud realm, he could be called the king of the younger generation. Li Feng asked, so, even you are no match for him now? Not necessarily. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What do you mean? Li Feng was curious. Anyway, he admitted that he was no match for Madman now. Qin Feiyang smiled. If there is a next time, Ryuko shouldn't lose to him. Li Feng was even more curious. First of all, before this, Ryuko didn't know about senior brother's blood, let alone its ability. It's equivalent to being defenseless. But senior brother is different. We have known each other for many years, and he is too familiar with the 3,000 incarnations. Moreover, senior brother must have deduced the scene of the battle with me countless times in his mind. Deducing time and time again, he won't be so passive when facing the 3,000 incarnations. He can even seize the opportunity in advance. For example, just now. When he opened the blood eye, he attacked Ryuko and the 3,000 incarnations. This is to seize the opportunity. When Ryuko reacted, he had already arrived in front of Ryuko. The 3,000 incarnations naturally solved the problem. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. I see. Li Feng nodded and smiled. It seems that Brother Madman still can't really defeat the 3,000 incarnations. This also depends on the situation. If it's one-on-one, as long as the opponent is prepared, it is indeed a bit difficult to defeat the 3,000 incarnations. But if it's a chaotic battle, the blood eye will definitely be able to display a terrifying effect. Because in a chaotic battle, although individual ability is also very important, the most important thing is the tacit understanding and cooperation between teammates. Qin Feiyang smiled. For example, if he were to fight with the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom in the front, the mad scientist would open his blood eye and petrify his opponent continuously. This would definitely affect the entire battle. Li Feng nodded in agreement. There was indeed a huge difference between a solo battle and a group battle. There was a moment of silence. Ryuko's divine soul flew out from the dust cloud. It was the soul of a purple-gold divine dragon. He glared at the madman, his eyes filled with resentment as he roared, "Kill him!" The blue-haired young man and the others shuddered and came back to their senses. They immediately looked at Madman and unleashed their ultimate intents. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly said, "We can't continue. We should return to the Divine Kingdom immediately. If you want to go back, go back." The blue-haired youth snorted coldly. They originally thought that since Longchen wasn't here, they could easily take down these 3 people. However, they never imagined that just one lunatic would actually cause them to be almost completely annihilated. This was no longer something that could be described with the word disgrace. If they didn't kill this person today, then they, the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom, would inevitably become a joke. Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing looked at each other and made up their minds. They roared, "We will block his intents and leave the rest to you." The god race mark shone brightly. The space and devour laws instantly appeared out of nowhere, carrying monstrous power as they charged towards the madman. Join forces? Is that useful? The madman laughed loudly. That arrogant attitude made the group of people almost go crazy. However, it was undeniable that the madman did have the right to be arrogant now. 2 ultimate intents were activated and blasted towards Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing's ultimate intents. At the same time, the blue-haired youth and the others waved their hands at the same time, and dozens of ultimate intents shot towards the madman. "All of you are trash." The madman smiled arrogantly, took a step forward, and punched out. The power of the source of all evil covered the sky and earth. An ultimate intent of the strongest law shattered on the spot. Then, another kick landed, and the ultimate intents of an ordinary law also collapsed on the spot. The power of a casual punch and kick far exceeded the ultimate intents. He was simply an invincible existence, making Jiang Chen and the others shudder in fear. Moreover, the madman's blood eye was still open. They still had to divide a portion of their power to resist the petrification of the blood eye. So strong. As expected of the ultimate power. Qin Feiyang whispered. He was now looking forward to the ultimate intense of the law of life and death. The power of the source of all evil was already so strong, then what about the ultimate intense of the law of life and death? Would it be stronger than the source of all evil? But suddenly, a mysterious aura emerged. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and quickly looked at Ryuko. He was immediately surprised to find that a purple gold mark had appeared between Ryuko's eyebrows. This mark was a pocket-sized purple gold divine dragon, emitting a dazzling divine light. Moreover, it contained a terrifying divine might. To be able to force me to this step, you're indeed quite capable, but at the same time, you're destined to end up like this. Ryuko smiled sinisterly. The dragon's soul emitted a bright purple gold divine light, drowning out the world. Following that, a majestic life force surged out. An astonishing scene suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and Li Feng. They saw that Ryuko's shattered body was rapidly reconstructing his flesh and blood body. In less than 3 breaths, his body was restored to its original state. Moreover, after reconstructing his body, the mark between his eyebrows was like a blazing sun, even more eye-catching. How is this possible? Li Feng exclaimed. The purple gold divine dragon clan has such an ability? Qin Feiyang's face was also full of shock. Boom! After Ryuko reconstructed his body, a powerful aura surged out like a volcanic eruption. 3,000 clones were activated again. 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of karma appeared in just an instant. A terrifying divine might swept across the world. What's going on? Frenzy was in the middle of a killing spree when he suddenly sensed this terrifying aura. He immediately looked at Ryuko, and when he saw the ultimate intents of the 3,000 clones, his expression changed. How did this person reconstruct his body in the blink of an eye? Die for me. Ryuko smiled sinisterly. 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of karma immediately shattered the sky and charged towards Frenzy. Damn you, are you messing with me? Frenzy cursed loudly. Previously, Ryuko's body wasn't just injured, it was completely shattered. But he didn't expect it to be reconstructed so quickly. Is this a magic trick? Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and fled. The blood eye could petrify living things, but it couldn't petrify the ultimate intents. Moreover, the ultimate intents had already appeared. Even if he petrified Ryuko and his 3,000 clones, it would be useless. So, facing the 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of karma, even if he had the ultimate power of the source of all evil, he couldn't block it. Qin Dage. Li Feng came back to his senses and quickly shouted worriedly. Huff. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. Originally, he wanted to continue preserving his strength, but now it seemed that he had to make a move. But what exactly was the mark on Ryuko's forehead? Why didn't he see him activate it when he fought with Long Chen last time? Huh, are you still arrogant? This is the price you have to pay for angering Ryuko. The means of the various geniuses of the divine kingdom are not something an ant like you can imagine. Seeing this, the blue-haired youth and the others immediately laughed. Their faces were full of gloating. Che! Frenzy smiled disdainfully and fled behind Qin Feiyang. He bared his teeth and said, "There's no other way. I can only leave it to you." Li Feng was also quite agile. Before Frenzy's voice faded, he had already hidden behind Qin Feiyang. No matter how conceited a person is, he probably wouldn't have the guts to confront the 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of karma. Seeing such a powerful Frenzy and Li Feng hiding behind Qin Feiyang at this moment, the group of people from the divine kingdom couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that this strange man who had never revealed himself was an existence even stronger than Frenzy and Li Feng? Ryuko's eyebrows also raised slightly. From the beginning, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from Qin Feiyang. But he couldn't figure it out. How could the people of the Sky Cloud realm give him such a feeling? 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of karma, that was equivalent to 3,000 sovereign divine weapons. Such divine power could be imagined, enough to destroy everything. However, the group of people from the Divine Kingdom didn't see the slightest bit of nervousness on Qin Feiyang's face. Why was he so confident? Could it be that he had a superior sovereign divine weapon? But even if he had a superior sovereign divine weapon, it was impossible to block the 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of karma. However, at the next moment, a scene that they would never be able to accept appeared. Behind Qin Feiyang's group of 3, figures appeared out of thin air. These people's appearance and aura were exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's. And the number was exactly 3,000. What's going on? Aren't these 3,000 clones? The group of people from the Divine Kingdom looked at this scene with their mouths agape. Ryuko also had a look of disbelief on his face. This was definitely not true. These were clones. How could there be 3,000 clones? But the next moment, yet another scene that shocked them appeared. Those existences that they thought were just clones were actually the ultimate intents of the law of karma. I don't believe it. Ryuko looked at this scene, his body suddenly shook, and he immediately roared. From the current situation, it was already certain that these were 3,000 clones. But 3,000 clones was a secret technique of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Wait. Could it be because the figure of the princess of the Divine Kingdom appeared in his mind? At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ultimate intents of the law of karma activated by the 3,000 clones immediately turned into a torrent that roared toward the 3,000 ultimate intents of the law of karma. Rumble. As the two ultimate intents collided, a scene of destruction suddenly appeared. The entire core area instantly turned into chaos, as if the world had just been created. Moreover, this destructive power was still crazily spreading toward the inner area. For the land of buried gods, this was undoubtedly a prehistoric catastrophe. Chapter 39-41. What's going on? At the border, there was a layer of poisonous mist in a certain place. The old antiques of the Feng people were trapped in the poisonous mist. Their bodies were festering, and their auras were weak. When the terrifying ripples spread from the inner area to the central area and then to the border, the space collapsed and the ground shattered. The group immediately changed color. No way. Not far away. Huowu and the old poison also turned around and stared at the apocalyptic scene. Their faces were filled with shock. They had already sensed the battle in the core area. But they didn't need to worry because the mad scientist was there. However, they didn't expect such a terrifying battle ripple to erupt. Moreover, they also sensed Qin Feiyang's aura. Let's go take a look. Huowu said, her face filled with worry. No. Qin Feiyang's aura is in the battle ripples. This means that Qin Feiyang has already personally taken action. As long as he's personally taking action, there won't be a problem. I think that we should go to the two exits of the land of buried gods. I'm worried that this ripple will not only affect the land of buried gods, but also the eastern and northern continents. So, we have to quickly seal the exits. The old poison said in a deep voice. Huowu's face paled. If that was the case, then the two continents would be in a terrible situation. Because the living beings of the two continents were too weak. Okay. You go to the eastern continent's exit. I have a space-time teleportation divine item. Go to the northern continent's exit. Huowu made a prompt decision. Huowu took out a space-time teleportation divine item. The eastern continent's exit was in front of them, but the northern continent's exit was on the other side. What about them? The old poison looked at Huadahong and the others. Huadahong and the others were already running toward the exit. But because of the poisonous mist, they were already heavily injured and weak. They weren't even as fast as a half-step imperishable realm cultivator. If they were left alone, they would definitely die under that ripple. Send them out. Hua Wu sighed and activated the space-time teleportation divine item. She ran in without looking back. What an impatient girl. Do you know that this old man has mastered the laws of space and time? The old poison monster shook his head. With a thought, the poison mist in the area surged back into his body like a tide. Following closely. He waved his hand again, and a gust of wind rose. Hua Dahong and his group were immediately swept up by the gale and flew towards the exit. What happened? This scene caused Hua Dahong and the others to be bewildered. They were already in despair. But who would have thought that not only would the poisonous mist that had tormented them disappear in an instant, someone would even send them out of the land of buried gods. Who was helping them in the dark? Woo woo, accompanied by the deafening sound of the wind, the group of people quickly escaped, and the fierce wind also dissipated. What's wrong with you guys? Outside the entrance. When the other members of the Feng people saw this group of people in a sorry state, they immediately ran up to them out of concern. What are you doing here? Run. Immediately, right now. The white-haired old man roared. Looking at the anxious white-haired old man, the members of the Feng people couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the land of buried gods. What a powerful battle fluctuation. Could it be that the people of the divine kingdom had come out? Thinking of this, everyone quivered. The elders of the various clans immediately swept up their clansmen and fled without looking back. Old ancestor, look, someone is coming out of the land of buried gods. Suddenly, a young man roared. Everyone's gaze trembled as they turned to look at the entrance. They saw an old man in black standing there. It was the old poison monster. The old poison monster ignored the people of the Feng people. The laws of space and time rolled out, turning into huge waves that quickly sealed the entrance. His back looks a little familiar. The laws of space and time, this seems to have reached the level of the ultimate profound. Could it be that he was the one who saved us before? The white-haired old man and the group of old antiques were bewildered. The core area. Who are you? Why do you have the secret technique of my purple gold divine dragon clan? Ryuko stared at Qin Feiyang with a ferocious expression. Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said. What? You are Qin Feiyang? Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing were shocked. Qin Feiyang? Long Zi, the blue-haired youth, and the others had suspicious looks on their faces. Because they had died in the hands of Long Chen and the other three before they could walk out of the land of buried gods, so they didn't know the name Qin Feiyang. Moreover, after the death of the god clan woman, because she had seen the white-eyed wolf, Frenzy, and Fire dance in the demonic palace, and because of her hatred for the white-eyed wolf, she had completely forgotten about Qin Feiyang. Therefore, she didn't mention Qin Feiyang. So now, the name Qin Feiyang hadn't spread in the divine kingdom yet. But Jiang Chen, Jiang Xing, and the hundreds of geniuses of the god clan were different. They had been in the sky cloud realm for so long, and they were no stranger to the name Qin Feiyang. Moreover, it seemed that he was a very amazing person, but they had never had the chance to see him with their own eyes. That's right. It's me. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. It's really this person, 3,000 incarnations. Jiang Chen sized up Qin Feiyang, his face full of shock, and said in a deep voice, so you are so strong, you really live up to your reputation. You flatter me. Compared to Long Chen, Long Qin, Yun Ziang, Li Feng, senior brother, and Golden Wings Wolf King, I'm still a little bit worse. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Jiang Chen clenched his hands. Was he being sarcastic? With 3,000 incarnations, how could he be worse than Long Chen and the others? At the same time, Ryuko stared at Qin Feiyang, his brows tightly knitted. Qin Feiyang, Qin Xiaotian, 3,000 incarnations, suddenly. A cold light surged in his eyes as he shouted, what is your relationship with Qin Xiaotian? Madman and Li Feng looked at each other with a trace of a sinister smile in their eyes. Wasn't Qin Xiaotian Qin Feiyang? Our relationship, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, and said with a smile, "I am his brother." "Brother?" Ryuko was slightly taken aback. He sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you also have the power of the purple gold dragon blood? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang looked at him with a smile. "Who cares if you have the power of the purple gold dragon blood or not? Perfect. If I can't find Qin Shaotian, then I'll settle the score with you first. I'll let you see my true strength." Despair. Ryuko grinned. Accompanied by a powerful aura, the 3,000 incarnations behind him surged with the law of destruction. The next moment, the ultimate profound, destruction eye, appeared in the sky. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The ultimate profound of the law of destruction, the ultimate profound of the law of cause and effect, he actually still held back last time. But on second thought, even if this person had activated the ultimate profound of the law of destruction last time, facing Long Chen's God's domain, it didn't seem to have any effect. Because the God's domain could nullify all the ultimate profound. If it wasn't for Long Chen last time, the sky cloud boundary would have been razed to the ground by me. Ryuko chuckled. The 3,000 incarnations behind him once again activated the ultimate profound of the law of cause and effect. 3,000 incarnations, 2 ultimate profound. That was a total of 6,000 ultimate profound. What kind of scene was this? It could be described as invincible. Jiang Chen, the blue-haired youth, and the others couldn't help but have a thick sense of ridicule on their faces. Since they both had 3,000 incarnations, the competition was naturally the number of ultimate profound. They didn't believe that this Qin Feiyang also mastered 2 ultimate profound. That was really embarrassing. Qin Feiyang really did master 2 ultimate profound. The law of cause and law of light. However, the law of light obviously wasn't useful now. But don't forget, he still had the law of life and death. Although the law of life and death was only an ultimate profound, the ultimate profound of the law of life and death was already able to compete with the ultimate profound of the strongest law. Raise the sky cloud boundary to the ground. What a despicable heart, Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Arrogant. Kill for me. Ryuko roared. 6,000 ultimate profound of the strongest law suddenly turned into a torrent, tearing apart the chaotic zone and crazily attacking Qin Feiyang. Old Qin, do you need me and Li Feng to activate our ultimate profound and replicate it for you? Madman secretly said. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then wouldn't that expose your law of life and death? Madman frowned. Sooner or later, it will be exposed. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled and looked at the 3,000 incarnations, saying, let's begin. Boom. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, the 3,000 incarnations immediately activated the ultimate profound of the law of cause and law of life and death in unison. Terrifying divine items flooded out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Kill. The 3,000 incarnations roared and immediately attacked with 6,000 profound. The God Race group looked at the ultimate profound of the law of life and death, the life and death dominion, with bewilderment. What was that? 3,000 life and death dominion enveloped all directions. The power of life and death condensed into giant dragons, their divine might shaking the world. Although it was an ultimate profound, it wasn't at a disadvantage when it collided with Ryuko's 2 ultimate profound. Brother, is this the legendary law of life and death? In the distance, a man and a woman stood in the wind and waves, overlooking the battlefield from afar. It was Long Chen and Long Qin. Yes, at this moment, Long Chen also clenched his fists, his eyes burning as he nodded. Yes, this is the law of life and death, the ultimate profound, the life and death dominion. This guy actually comprehended the law of life and death. It was too surprising. He didn't expect it at all. The law of life and death really exists in this world, Long Qin murmured when he heard this, and a trace of desire gradually appeared in his eyes. It was just a supreme profound, but it could compete with the ultimate profound of the strongest law. From this, it could be seen how strong the law of life and death was. If it was the ultimate profound of the law of life and death, it would definitely be a crushing situation. He shouldn't have comprehended the ultimate profound yet. Long Chen whispered. But even so, it was still enough to make people envious and jealous. Look at the sky cloud realm, how many creatures were there? Look at the monstrous geniuses of the sky cloud realm. Since ancient times, how many monstrous geniuses had been born? But no one could comprehend the law of life and death. So much so that the law of life and death became an ethereal legend. One could imagine how difficult it was to comprehend it. This guy was indeed a terrifying person. Chapter 39-42. Rumble. The ultimate meaning of the two sides constantly collided, and a destructive aura flooded all directions. Not only the Longchen siblings, but even Madman was envious. Brother Madman, you don't have to be envious. The one who should be envious is me. Li Feng smiled bitterly. One grasped the source of all evil, and the other grasped the law of life and death. Both were the ultimate power in the world. He thought that with the puppet true body, not to mention Qin Feiyang, even Madman wouldn't be his opponent. After all, Qin Feiyang had 3,000 incarnations. No matter how arrogant he was, he definitely wouldn't dare to compete with Qin Feiyang. But Madman was different. Madman's strongest means were the ultimate meaning of the law of space and time, as well as the ultimate meaning of the law of thunder and the law of slaughter. With his puppet true body, it was enough to fight Madman. However, he never expected that when Madman returned from the Nether King's hell, he would show such terrifying strength. It wasn't an exaggeration. His puppet true body would only be crushed in the face of Madman. I don't want to be envious. But it's hard not to be envious of the law of life and death. Madman shook his head. Although the source of all evil and the law of life were both ultimate powers, he had a hunch that after Qin Feiyang comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he might be stronger than the source of all evil. This seems to be, looking at the terrifying life and death domain, the blue-haired youth murmured as if he had thought of something. His face was instantly filled with disbelief. It's the law of life and death. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva and helped the blue-haired youth say this sentence. As soon as these words came out, the others, including Ryuko, suddenly trembled. The law of life and death, how was this possible? Even in the Divine Kingdom, the law of life and death was a legendary existence. The Sky Cloud Realm, a mere low-level civilization, was not even 1/10 of the Divine Kingdom. How could it give birth to such a monster? This was something that many people found hard to accept. Yes. This is the law of life and death. I have seen it in an ancient book. According to the records of the law of life and death, it is exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's life and death domain. Who the hell is this person? Why does he have such a terrifying talent? He can even comprehend the law of life and death? The eyes of those from the Divine Kingdom trembled. It was like a dream. It was too unreal. Whoosh. Ryuko shifted his gaze from the life and death dominion to Qin Feiyang, his eyes brimming with jealousy. Even he, the prodigy of the Divine Kingdom and a direct descendant of the purple gold divine dragon race, had not comprehended the law of life and death. How could an ant from an inferior civilization be so outstanding? He refused to accept it. This person must die. Otherwise, when he comprehended the ultimate profundity of the law of life and death, he would be even more terrifying. With this thought in mind, Ryuko's killing intent surged. He stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you dare to abandon the agreement between the monarch and Qin Shaotian and fight to the death? Let go of the agreement and fight to the death?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Madman and Li Feng looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. Did letting go of the agreement mean that he could use the sovereign divine weapon? Answer me. Do you dare? Ryuko shouted coldly with a provocative look on his face. Not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ryuko frowned. He thought that Qin Feiyang would definitely nod and agree. After all, how could a prodigy of the Tianyun realm be afraid? But he had never thought that he would refuse so straightforwardly. A fight to the death is usually carried out on equal terms. But now, do you think we're equal? Qin Feiyang said lightly. So that's what you're thinking. Don't worry. I'm still a reasonable person. Although the Divine Kingdom is superior to the Tianyun realm, I'm willing to put down my pride and have a fair fight with you. Ryuko sneered. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Madman, Li Feng and Long Chen and his sister in the distance were also stunned. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? Did he think that Qin Feiyang's equality was the difference in status? He even put on a pitiful attitude. Who was he trying to show? Where did this sense of superiority come from? I don't know if it's my ability to express myself or your ability to understand. What I want to say is that you left your divine soul in the Divine Kingdom. Even if you die in the Tianyun realm, you can be resurrected again. Is this a fight to the death? If you still don't understand, I'll explain it to you in simpler terms. I don't want to do such meaningless things. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ryuko suddenly became angry. He didn't make it clear, and now he was mocking him? Since it's a fight to the death, then show your courage and have a real fight to the death. If you don't dare, then I advise you not to mention it, lest you become a joke. Qin Feiyang mocked mercilessly. What was the point of leaving his divine soul in the Divine Kingdom in a fight to the death? When Ryuko heard these words, he stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. This wasn't just mocking him, but also humiliating him. Stop being arrogant here. You dare say you didn't leave your divine soul in advance to save your life? The blue-haired youth sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned and fell on the blue-haired youth. His face was full of ridicule. What's with your look? The blue-haired youth clenched his hands. Obviously, I'm mocking you. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with an ignorant person like you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Bastard, you're too arrogant. The blue-haired youth was furious. It's not that we're arrogant, but you guys are too useless. You might as well ask around. We've been in the Tianyun realm for so many years, when did we do such a cowardly thing? Not to mention you guys, even when facing your king, we didn't leave behind half of our divine soul in advance. Madman laughed. Who are you calling useless? The blue-haired youth glared at Madman. I said your IQ is low, but you don't believe me. Is there anyone else here besides you guys? Huh, Madman laughed loudly. His ridicule wasn't concealed in the slightest. Boom. The blue-haired youth's hair stood on end as his three ultimate profound meanings roared out and charged at Madman. You still dare to make a move? It seems that low IQ can no longer be used to describe you. You have no brain at all. Madman's eyes were full of contempt. The two ultimate profound meanings of the space-time law and the destruction law directly crushed over. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Feiyang, do you dare to fight? Ryuko roared, his hostility overflowing. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Not finished yet? Fine. I'll let this person recognize the reality. All right. Today, my mood is pretty good, so I'll play with you. Take out your strongest means because I will only give you one chance. Qin Feiyang said. An eye for an eye, displaying the attitude of pity and charity to the fullest. There was a sinister look in Ryuko's eyes. Wait and see. You will definitely regret it. Pfft. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. What? He is actually so angry that he vomited blood? He is too weak. Madman laughed loudly. Ryuko glanced at Madman and remained silent. With a wave of his hand, a mighty aura surged out from the purple-gold dragon blood and went straight to the door of the Divine Kingdom. What is he doing? Li Feng frowned. I don't know. Madman shook his head. At this moment, the confrontation between the 3,000 avatars of both sides had ended. A total of 12,000 ultimate profound meanings were all shattered. Immediately afterward, Ryuko did not make another move. He silently looked at Qin Feiyang, seemingly waiting for something. Bang! Very soon, a terrifying aura surged out from the door of the Divine Kingdom. This is, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. What is it? Madman was surprised. The ruler's weapon of the Divine Kingdom, Divine Dragon Sword. Qin Feiyang stared at the door of the Divine Kingdom. That's right. This was the aura of the Divine Dragon Sword. It turned out that Ryuko was summoning the Divine Dragon Sword to help him. Divine Dragon Sword? Madman was shocked and secretly said, I seem to have heard that this Divine Dragon Sword is a high-level ruler's weapon. At that time, when Qin Feiyang changed his name to Qin Shaotian and fought with the Divine Dragon Sword, Madman happened to be integrating the memories and inheritance of his previous life in the Moon of Evil. Therefore, he had never seen this high-level ruler's weapon with his own eyes. Qin Feiyang nodded. I'll go. Are they serious? Madman frowned. Long Qin also stared at the door of the Divine Kingdom and asked with a solemn expression, Brother, will Qin Feiyang and the others be okay? You are actually worried about them? Long Chen was stunned. Long Qin was slightly taken aback and immediately concealed the awkwardness in his expression. He smiled and said, Aren't we fighting side by side now? It's normal to be worried about them. Is that so? Long Chen sized up this little sister of his gaze deep in thought. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound, a light flashed out from the door of the Divine Kingdom. If it wasn't the Divine Dragon Sword, then what was it? Long Chen raised his head and looked at the Divine Dragon Sword. He smiled and said, Don't worry. If it was us, we would definitely be in trouble. But now, the Divine Dragon Sword is facing Qin Feiyang. What's so great about it? Long Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and snorted secretly. Swish! The Divine Dragon Sword instantly landed in front of Ryuko and asked, Why did you summon me? Ryuko pointed at Qin Feiyang below and said respectfully, I want to fight to the death with this person. Please lend me a hand. What? You want me to fight? Don't forget that we have an agreement with Qin Shaotian. The Divine Dragon Sword was shocked. We have an agreement. The fight will not be affected by the agreement. Ryuko sneered. I see. The Divine Dragon Sword heard and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, I would like to see who is so confident. He immediately shrouded Qin Feiyang with his divine thought. What? Purple gold dragon blood. The moment his divine thought shrouded Qin Feiyang, the Divine Dragon Sword turned pale with fright. Purple gold dragon blood. Jiang Chen and the blue-haired youth heard this and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang with shock on their faces. He actually had the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon. In that case, Qin Feiyang must be the descendant of the princess of the Divine Kingdom. He really has the purple gold dragon blood. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from him. Ryuko couldn't help but frown. The fact that a human had the purple gold dragon blood flowing in his body was a disgrace to the purple gold divine dragon clan. Chapter 3943. What's your relationship with Qin Shaotian? The Divine Dragon Sword asked. His tone was filled with anger. Back then on Sky Cloud Island, if it wasn't for the Lord of the Divine Kingdom appearing at the critical moment, it would have been destroyed. He said before that he and Qin Shaotian are brothers. Now it seems that it's true. They both have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon. They might even be blood brothers. Ryuko said in a deep voice. When the Divine Dragon Sword heard this, a monstrous sharpness suddenly roared out. Since you're Qin Shaotian's brother, then go to hell. As his voice fell, the sharpness swept across the sky and headed toward Qin Feiyang. At the same time, the 3,000 incarnations behind Ryuko once again activated two ultimates. That terrifying divine power surged like waves in the core area. Qin Feiyang glanced at the divine dragon sword, then looked at Ryuko and shook his head. I've been waiting for you for so long to get the divine dragon sword to help. The divine dragon sword is enough to kill you. Ryuko laughed wildly. The 6,000 ultimates activated by the 3,000 incarnations were like a torrent, rolling toward Qin Feiyang. Let me give you a piece of advice. Be low-key, because the higher you jump, the more painful it will be when you fall. Li Feng sneered. Don't be in a hurry to die. After we kill Qin Feiyang, I'll take good care of you. Ryuko sneered. The 3 people in front of him had to die. Moreover, as long as the 3 of them died, only Long Chen and Long Qin would be left in the sky cloud realm. When the time came. Even if Long Chen had a heaven-defying god's domain, facing the countless geniuses of the divine kingdom, he couldn't do it alone. Take care of me? Sure. I'll wait for you to take care of me. Li Feng smiled coldly. You don't know that the Qin Shaotian you've always cared about is right in front of you. You think the divine dragon sword can turn the situation around? What a joke. Cough cough. Madman coughed dryly and reminded, Kid, don't mess around with seniority. If you are his father, what does old Qin have to call you? Li Feng turned to look at Madman. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly slapped his head and looked at Qin Feiyang with an embarrassed smile. Qin Dage, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. This Ryuko was the son of the eldest brother of the princess of the divine kingdom. If he were to become his father, wouldn't he be in the same generation as the princess of the divine kingdom? In that case, wouldn't Qin Dage have to call him ancestor? Too careless, how could he take advantage of Qin Dage? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Li Feng, speechless. He raised his head and looked at the surging sharpness, as well as the 6,000 supreme profound meanings. Boom! At the rear. Along with terrifying divine might, the ultimate profundities of the law of karma and the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death instantly appeared above the heads of the 3,000 avatars. This divine dragon sword was bewildered. Why did it look like the ultimate profundities of the law of life, the life and death divine domain? His eyes must be playing tricks on him. In a place like the sky cloud realm, how could someone comprehend the law of life and death? Boom! But soon, the scene in front of him subverted his thoughts. The life and death divine domain followed the ultimate profundities of the law of karma and shattered its sharpness with irresistible force. Then, it collided with the ultimate profundities of the 3,000 avatars of Ryuko. The strength displayed by the life and death divine domain was not inferior to the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death. How is this possible? It's really the law of life and death, divine dragon sword muttered to himself. What kind of monster was this to be able to comprehend this legendary law? He never thought that there was such a terrifying person hidden in the sky cloud realm. Moreover, it was a young man. The law of life and death was known as the strongest law in the world. It was a kind of ultimate power in this world. For example, now. Just the ultimate profundities alone could compete with the ultimate profundities. If it was the ultimate profundities, how powerful would it be? This was definitely a threat. When this child comprehended the ultimate profundities, it would inevitably bring a huge catastrophe to the divine kingdom. Divine Dragon Sword, take advantage of this opportunity to kill him quickly. Ryuko roared. As long as he delayed Qin Feiyang's 3,000 avatars, then with the strength of Divine Dragon Sword, it would be easy to kill Qin Feiyang. Even if Madman and Li Feng helped, it would be meaningless. Clang! Divine Dragon Sword quivered and immediately recovered. Sword energy surged as it slashed at Qin Feiyang. This sword could be said to be destroying the world. No one could block it. Even if a god descended to the mortal world, he would die. However, Qin Feiyang and the other two didn't have any nervousness on their faces. Qin Dage, they have been arrogant for so long, it's time to let them despair. The corner of Li Feng's mouth lifted as he pursed a sinister smile. Then don't hold back and activate your ultimate profundities. Qin Feiyang smiled. Madman and Li Feng looked at each other. 6 ultimate profundities instantly appeared out of nowhere. Li Feng, Spacetime Law, Slaughter Law. Madman, Spacetime Law, Destruction Law, Thunder Law, Slaughter Law. What are they doing? With just these 6 ultimate profundities, they want to compete with Divine Dragon Sword? What a joke. This is too naive. Ryuko and the others in the sky sneered. Who is the naive one? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the group of people. His eyes suddenly became as sharp as a blade as he shouted, "Activate the Eye of Heaven." Roar. In this place, a series of deafening dragon roars immediately resounded. Behind each of the 3,000 avatars, a purple gold dragon soul rushed out. The terrifying dragon might shook all directions. This is the purple gold dragon soul? Ryuko's face suddenly froze. The others also had a face full of shock. Especially Divine Dragon Sword. Because this scene wasn't unfamiliar to it. Back then in the Sky Cloud Realm, when facing Qin Shaotian, the same scene happened. 3,000 avatars, purple gold dragon soul, and the Eye of Heaven. Could it be, he is Qin Shaotian? Divine Dragon Sword was bewildered. Just as the group of people were bewildered, the glabella of the 3,000 purple gold dragon souls split open one after another, revealing a third eye. The Eye of Heaven had appeared. It's really the Eye of Heaven. Divine Dragon Sword couldn't help but tremble. The Eye of Heaven was the strongest battle soul in the world, possessing the ability to defy the heavens. The 3,000 avatars and the purple gold dragon blood could appear on a second person, but the Eye of Heaven absolutely couldn't appear on a second person, especially the Eye of Heaven that could replicate the ultimate profundities. This was unique. Therefore, the person called Qin Feiyang in front of them and the Qin Shaotian in front of them were actually the same person. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 3,000 avatars, Madman, and Li Feng instantly disappeared without a trace, including the two's ultimate profundities. They were sent to the Black Tortoise Realm. Because the Eye of Heaven needed a very long time to replicate the ultimate profundities. It was just like Madman's blood eye petrification. But if it was in the Black Tortoise Realm, then there was no need to consider it. A 5,000-year time array could completely connect with the outside world. Because half a breath's time outside was half a day in the Black Tortoise Realm. Half a day had already been replicated. Moreover, although the speed of replicating the ultimate profundities was very slow, it didn't take half a day. We can't fight anymore, let's go. Divine Dragon Sword's expression changed when it saw the 3,000 avatars and Madman disappear. It hurriedly roared at Ryuko and the others. What's the situation? Divine Dragon Sword is actually afraid? The group of geniuses from the Divine Kingdom couldn't help but be surprised. Quick! Divine Dragon Sword roared and charged toward the group. Since it's a battle to the death, then let's fight to the end. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky. One man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. Even though he was alone now, Divine Dragon Sword couldn't help but feel panic. You're breaking the agreement. Divine Dragon Sword roared. I'm breaking the agreement? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Can you stop pretending? Aren't you Qin Shaotian? Divine Dragon Sword said gloomily. What? He's Qin Shaotian. Ryuko and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. That's right. The Eye of Heaven is unique. Now that he has opened the Eye of Heaven, who else could it be but Qin Shaotian? Divine Dragon Sword said. Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a thought, the 3,000 avatars, Madman, and Li Feng appeared. Above the 3,000 avatars, there were numerous ultimate profundities floating densely. Previously, Madman and Li Feng had activated 6 ultimate profundities. Now, the Eye of Heaven had replicated a total of 18,000 ultimate profundities. Among them, there were 9,000 ultimate profundities. 9,000 ultimate profundities of ordinary profundities. What kind of concept was this? The terrifying aura could topple mountains and overturn seas. The entire sky cloud realm could feel this aura at this moment. This is the eye of heaven? Ryuko and the others murmured as they stared at the forehead of the purple gold dragon soul. Their eyes were filled with horror. Despair? Fear? Regret? Don't worry, it's not over yet. The 3,000 avatars laughed again and again. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, they activated the ultimate profundities of the law of cause and effect and the supreme profundities of the law of life and death. The eye of heaven wouldn't hinder them from activating their own profundities. In other words, while replicating with the eye of heaven, they could also activate their own ultimate profundities. Replicating 18,000 profundities and activating another 6,000 profundities. As a result, above the 3,000 avatars, there were a total of 24,000 profundities. At this moment, Ryuko and the others finally realized the seriousness of the problem. They also finally realized how terrifying a person they had provoked. 3,000 avatars, plus the eye of heaven, this method was simply suffocating. Divine Dragon Sword shouted anxiously, Qin Xiaotian, you'd better not make a move, otherwise you will be breaking the agreement. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he say that he was breaking the agreement again? Wait a minute. Divine Dragon Sword couldn't have thought that he was an old monster, right? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Divine Dragon Sword, he shook his head and said, You still haven't reacted? There is no one called Qin Feiyang in this world. It has always been me, Qin Feiyang. No? Divine Dragon Sword pondered for a moment, then said, No matter what your name is, in short, we agreed that the older generation cannot make a move. Older generation? Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, he thought that he was an old antique. Chapter 3944. What the hell? Someone actually said that Qin Dage is from the older generation? Li Feng was also extremely astonished. It's reasonable to say that I'm an old antique, but this guy, Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and muttered, It's indeed a little funny. Bastard. This is simply bullying. You're obviously an old monster, yet you're still pretending to be a young man. Do you have any shame? Remember, you broke the agreement first. Wait. My Divine Kingdom's army will be here soon. But the blue-haired youth and the others believed it and couldn't help but curse. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people, the corner of his mouth twitching as he asked, How do you know that I'm an old monster? Even the Divine Dragon Sword said you are. How can it be false? The blue-haired youth sneered. Qin Feiyang's current mood was a bit messy. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like someone from the older generation. Madman shook his head and said, Sure enough, a group of fools without eyesight. Ask Jiang Chen and the others. They have been lurking in the sky cloud realm for so long, they should have already investigated our background. They immediately looked at Jiang Chen, Jiang Xing, and the other god race geniuses. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily and nodded, he is from the older generation of the sky cloud realm. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. He actually lied in broad daylight? Brother, what does he mean? In the distance. Long Qin also looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Is there a need to ask? He has been in the sky cloud realm for so many years, more or less, he must know some details about Qin Feiyang and the others. The reason why he lied is purely for revenge. Because the white-eyed wolf deprived that god race woman of her cultivation in the demon palace. Madman was also in the demon palace, causing Jiang Chen and the others to run away with their tails between their legs. Naturally, they would have resentment in their hearts. Long Chen shook his head and laughed. It seems that the people of the Divine Kingdom are not that great after all. When Long Qin heard that, his face was full of disdain. His character is indeed not good. However, this kind of lie can only be concealed for a while. After all, no one in the sky cloud realm doesn't know about Qin Feiyang's situation. Just ask around and you'll find out. Long Chen shook his head. This Jiang Chen was just trying to be smart. What do we do now? They insist that Qin Feiyang is from the older generation. If that Qin Feiyang makes a move, I'm afraid it will be a bit. Long Qin frowned. There's no need to think so much. Don't you know Qin Feiyang's character? When it's time to act, he definitely won't hesitate. Moreover, this time, Pei Dason almost died in their hands. Long Chen smiled faintly. They even knew about Pei Dason. It was obvious that the dragons had spies hiding in the core area. Did you hear that? Even Jiang Chen said you're an old antique. Do you still want to quibble now? The blue-haired youth and others glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at them, looked at Jiang Chen, and shook his head. The so-called high and mighty God clan turns out to be like this. Jiang Chen frowned. Fine. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Whether I'm an old antique or a young man, in short, today, none of you will be able to return to the divine kingdom. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a murderous aura filled the air. Shenlong Jian's heart sank. The blue-haired youth and his group suddenly panicked. Especially Jiang Chen. He thought that by saying so, he could make Qin Feiyang worry, but he didn't expect that it would backfire. Because at first, Qin Feiyang only said that he would keep the blue-haired youth. Because the blue-haired youth had tortured Pei Dason. But now, he didn't intend to let them go. At this moment, Qin Feiyang opened his mouth again. Moreover, didn't this Ryuko of yours always want to challenge Qin Xiaotian? Now that I'm helping him, shouldn't you thank me? Don't try to touch our bottom line. Shenlong Jian said angrily. Bottom line? The last time you came to the Sky Cloud realm, how many innocent creatures were poisoned by you? Take hell as an example. All the creatures that year died in the hands of Ji Yunhai. Now, you still have the face to talk to me about the bottom line? It's not us who are touching your bottom line, it's you people who think you're high and mighty, have been touching the bottom line of our Sky Cloud realm. Let me tell you, last time you were lucky enough to escape, but this time, you won't be so lucky. Qin Feiyang stared at Shenlong Jian, murderous intent surging in his eyes. As his voice fell, the 3,000 incarnations roared. Kill! The 24,000 profound meanings in the sky suddenly rushed toward the group of people. The terrifying aura made the group of people fall into despair on the spot. Especially Shenlong Jian. Ryuko, Jiang Chen, and the others left their divine souls in the divine kingdom. Even if they died, it didn't matter. But it was different. This was its main body. If it died here, then it would be completely hopeless. So, it frantically recovered, trying to tear open a gap and escape back to the divine kingdom. But these were 24,000 ultimate profound meanings. Even if it was a high-grade sovereign weapon, it couldn't compete. No. Not to mention competing, it didn't even have the chance to resist. Accompanied by a loud crack, the moment it collided with the 24,000 ultimate profound meanings, its main body shattered on the spot. Ryuko's 3,000 incarnations also activated their ultimate profound meanings once again. The blue-haired young man and his companions, Jiang Chen and his companion, and the group of God clan geniuses all activated their own profundities, trying desperately to fight their way out. However, no matter how hard they tried, in front of the 24,000 ultimate profound meanings, they were as vulnerable as dead wood. It was like a group of tiny ants facing a giant elephant. The giant elephant only needed to raise its foot to trample a large group of them to death. Qin Feiyang, just wait to suffer the wrath of the divine kingdom. The blue-haired youth roared. The group of people's bodies were torn apart one after another. Whether it was their sea of energy or sea of consciousness, they were all fatally injured. Shenlong Jian had also been shattered into pieces. Qin Feiyang glanced at the situation of Shenlong Jian and Ryuko. Their sea of energy was destroyed, and their sea of consciousness was almost collapsed. Shenlong Jian couldn't exert any power either. Stop. Qin Feiyang waved his hand at the 3,000 incarnations. The 3,000 incarnations waved their hands, and the ultimate profound meanings that were attacking Shenlong Jian and Ryuko suddenly stopped. Why didn't you kill us? The group of people was surprised. As I said, I want you to stay. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and grabbed the blue-haired youth's neck. He sneered, especially you. If I don't take care of you, how can I repay the care you gave to Pei Dason? Looking at Qin Feiyang's gaze, the blue-haired youth suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Madman and Li Feng also rushed over. Madman grabbed Ryuko's neck and laughed. I want to see what your father will use to redeem you. Li Feng, on the other hand, grabbed Jiang Chen and slapped him hard across the face. You're courting death, Jiang Chen roared. Pa! But before he finished, Li Feng punched Jiang Chen's mouth. With a scream, Jiang Chen's mouth became a bloody mess, and his teeth were also shattered. I'm courting death, what can you do? A trash like you who doesn't even dare to speak the truth. How dare you stand on top of our heads and behave atrociously? Li Feng's face was full of disdain. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with hatred. Don't worry, you'll suffer later. Li Feng laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Dage, do you want to keep all of them? Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people and laughed, except for Jiang Xing, Jiang Chen, and Ryuko, there's no need for the others. Understood. Li Feng nodded and grabbed Jiang Chen's universe ring, crushing it. Then, he charged toward the group of god race geniuses. Ah! Screams sounded one after another. Li Feng was like a demon king. In less than 10 breaths, hundreds of god race geniuses died without a burial place. Although they wouldn't really die, this time was enough to leave a shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Madman also made a move, crushing the universe rings of Jiang Chen and Ryuko. This was to prevent them from taking pills to repair their qi. At last, the three of them walked in front of Ryuko. Ryuko's body was shattered and blood flowed out. He stared at the three, his blood-stained face was filled with killing intent. Strange. Why isn't the mark between your eyebrows helping you heal your injuries? Madman was suspicious. Ryuko was silent. Li Feng looked at the mark on Ryuko's forehead and asked suspiciously, is there some kind of restriction? Maybe. Madman nodded. After thinking for a while, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, we can't let this person go to the soul-sealing valley. If he uses the power of the mark to heal his injuries, it will be a disaster for the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang frowned. It made sense. If only Brother Wolf was here. Li Feng shook his head. Qin Feiyang and Madman turned their heads to look at Li Feng. If Brother Wolf is here, he can take away his cultivation, or even take away all of it, turning him into a mortal. At that time, even if the mark helps him heal his injuries, what's the use? Li Feng chuckled. What? Ryuko's eyes trembled. If that was the case, he might as well die. That makes sense. Madman's eyes lit up. He immediately looked at Li Feng and said, go to the Sky Cloud world immediately and see how long it will take for White-Eyed Wolf to come out. Okay. Li Feng immediately opened a space-time tunnel and left. Don't go too far. Ryuko roared. He panicked, completely panicked. If his cultivation was really taken away, then even if his soul was left in the Divine Kingdom, even if he could save his life, what was the point? Chapter 39:45. At the same time, Jiang Chen and the others watched as Li Feng left. Their expressions were filled with fear. They weren't afraid of death at all. Because their divine soul was in the Divine Kingdom anyway. But if their cultivation was really stripped, then even if their divine soul was in the Divine Kingdom, it would be useless. Jiang Yunxuan was the best example. After being stripped of a cultivation realm by the White-Eyed Wolf, even if he was reborn, he would still be a perfect dominator and would have to comprehend another law. Not to mention being stripped of all his cultivation. Although Qin Feiyang and the other two only said to strip Ryuko of his cultivation, who knew if they would do something to them? They would rather die than have their cultivation taken away by the white-eyed wolf. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing looked at each other. Gritting their teeth, they raised their arms at the same time and slapped their forehead. They wanted to destroy their own divine soul. But Qin Feiyang and Madman seemed to have expected this scene. A majestic aura surged out. The two of them were immediately imprisoned. Want to commit suicide? Is that possible? Madman looked at the two with ridicule. You can't do this to us. Jiang Chen roared. Give us a reason. Madman looked at the two with a smile. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, we are the geniuses of the god race. If you dare to strip our cultivation, the Divine King will not let you go. Divine King? Madman was stunned. Wasn't there already a king? Why would there be a Divine King? The Divine King is the ruler of our god race. Putting aside the 3,000 incarnations, the Divine King's strength is not inferior to the king. Jiang Chen sneered. So that's how it is. Divine King, what a majestic name. You almost scared me to death. Madman laughed, his face full of mockery. He actually used some bullshit Divine King to scare them? Was this young man stupid? Did he think they would be scared? If they only had this bit of courage, how could they survive until today? Don't be too proud. You will definitely regret this. Jiang Chen roared. I really don't know if we will regret it, but I know that you will definitely regret it later. A cold light flashed in the madman's eyes. Then, he looked at the blue-haired youth and the others and laughed. Don't think about committing suicide like them. I won't give you a chance. Their faces turned pale. Even the right to commit suicide had been taken away. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but inwardly sigh as he swept his gaze over the core area. War was truly ruthless. If nothing unexpected happened, the entire land of buried gods would have been razed to the ground by now. Fortunately, there were no living beings in the land of the buried gods. Wait a minute. Fire dance and old poison seemed to be in the land of buried gods. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng realized that the two of them weren't weak. The moment the battle broke out, they had most likely left the land of buried gods. Let's go. To the Black Tortoise world. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feiyang swept up the group of people and the fragments of the divine dragon's sword and disappeared without a trace. So strong. The shock in Longqin's heart couldn't be concealed. The Eye of Heaven and 3,000 incarnations, this was simply an invincible combination. Since the last battle with the genius of the Divine Kingdom, she had been very confident in herself. Even if it was Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf, she didn't put them in her eyes. But now, after witnessing the terrifying strength displayed by Qin Feiyang with her own eyes, she realized that there seemed to be a big gap between them. Moreover, the madman and the white-eyed wolf couldn't be underestimated. What kind of monsters were these three bastards reincarnated? They had been suppressing her since the ancient world. Now that they were in the sky cloud world, they were still suppressing her. This made her extremely irritated. Don't be impatient. Although they are strong, we aren't weak either. But, Longqin comforted his sister, but when he said this, he suddenly stopped. But what? Longqin looked at him suspiciously. Nothing. Longqin shook his head. Are you keeping me in suspense again? Do you believe that I will tell mother that you bullied me? Longqin was extremely dissatisfied. Longchen was stunned and smiled bitterly. When did I bully you? Don't talk nonsense. In fact, I just want to say that whether it is us or Qin Feiyang, our strength is not weak, but it is still far from enough to face the Divine Kingdom. Is the Divine Kingdom that strong? Longqin expressed her doubts. Judging from the current few confrontations, the sky cloud world had the upper hand. Don't underestimate the Divine Kingdom. I have a hunch that Jiang Chen and the others may not be the strongest of the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom. In other words, there may be more terrifying young people in the Divine Kingdom. Moreover, you see that Jiang Chen and the others of the younger generation are so powerful, let alone the older generation of the Divine Kingdom. On the other hand, the number of people in the sky cloud world who have mastered the ultimate profound of the strongest law can be counted with 2 hands. This gap is not small at all. Long Chen shook his head. So? Long Chen was puzzled. So, no matter how outstanding we are individually, we can't turn the tide with our own strength. We must join forces. Qin Feiyang has 3,000 incarnations, the eye of heaven, and the law of life. The madman has the source of all evil and the blood eye. The white-eyed wolf has a heaven-defying battle soul. Plus my God's domain. As long as the 4 of us join forces, we can definitely block all the enemies who want to invade the sky cloud world. Long Chen smiled confidently. After talking for so long, are you praising yourself? Long Chen was stunned. What am I praising myself for? What I want to say is, now that we are facing the Divine Kingdom, we will not be obsessed with the past grudges, especially you and Mother. Before we deal with the Divine Kingdom, we must restrain the hatred in our hearts. You can understand it this way. Qin Feiyang and the others are now indispensable figures in the sky cloud world. If anything happens to them, the sky cloud world will inevitably be destroyed. Long Chen looked at Long Qin seriously and said in a deep voice, I'm not trying to scare you, but you must always remind yourself to put the overall situation first. The overall situation, Long Qin murmured. You are very similar to Mother's character. But over the years, you have been by my side, and you have changed. This point can be seen from the battle between you and the Divine Kingdom's Heaven's Pride. If it were you in the past, why would you care about the safety of the sky cloud world? You might even join forces with the Divine Kingdom to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others. So I hope you can continue to be like this. When you have time, you can enlighten Mother more. Long Chen smiled. Sure enough, you are my brother. You know me so well. Sometimes, I really want to join forces with the Divine Kingdom to get rid of these bastards. Long Chen snorted coldly. Long Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He opened a space-time passage and left with Long Chen. Black Tortoise World. Soul-Sealing Valley. The situation here was needless to say. But who didn't change their expression on the spot when they came here? At this moment, Ryuko and the others were in the sky, looking at the soul-sealing valley below in panic. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their bodies were constantly trembling. Why did he bring them to such a place? What was he trying to do? Not to mention Ryuko and the others, even the broken dragon god's sword was terrified to the extreme. And now there was a living example. That was Bing Running. According to the time in the Black Tortoise world, Bing Running had been suppressed here for at least hundreds of thousands of years. At first, she could still struggle, but now she was numb and looked like a walking corpse. Qin Feiyang, let's talk. The blue-haired youth finally couldn't resist the fear in his heart and turned to look at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. What else is there to talk about between us? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. We can talk. State your conditions, as long as you let me go, no matter what you want, I will agree to it. The blue-haired youth was terrified. He would rather die than be suppressed here. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and smiled. If I say that the Divine Kingdom will never harass the sky cloud world again, will you agree? Can you make this decision? The blue-haired youth stammered. Was there a need to say it? Of course, he couldn't make this decision. I think it's not just you, I'm afraid that even the famous Ryuko can't make this decision. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Ryuko, say something quickly. The blue-haired youth hurriedly looked at Ryuko. At this moment, Ryuko's heart was also overwhelmed by fear. What nonsense are you talking about? Go down and soak in it. The madman sneered, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible pressure fell, and the group of people fell uncontrollably into the soul-sealing valley. No. I beg you. Not only the blue-haired youth, but Jiang Chen and the others also desperately shouted, their faces full of despair. The madman turned a deaf ear. No. Accompanied by a series of wails, the group of people fell into the soul-sealing valley one after another and were instantly drowned by the stench. Damn it. Qin Feiyang, madman Mo, just you wait, we won't let you go. The pleading voice also turned into a roar. Their faces were full of resentment. The madman was about to suppress the divine dragon sword again. But Qin Feiyang suddenly reached out to stop him. Looking at the fragments of the divine dragon sword, he smiled and said, "How do you feel? Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush." The divine dragon sword said in a deep voice. "Smart." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Submit to me and work for me." "Just you?" The divine dragon sword was disdainful. "Do you know how many powerhouses there are in the divine kingdom? Do you know how powerful the king is? You're just a junior, and you want me to submit to you? Can't you first weigh your own worth?" Lin Fan thought. "What qualifications do you have? The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. Now that you are my captive, your life is in my hands, this is my qualification." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Then kill me if you have the ability. Let's see if the king of the divine kingdom will let you go." The divine dragon sword sneered. "So confident?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback, his eyes flashed slightly, and said with a smile, "All right, let's make a bet." "How?" the divine dragon sword asked. "Let's see if the king of the divine kingdom cares about you. I believe that the king will come to me personally soon. At that time, I will tell him that you have been destroyed by me. If he really cares about you, he will definitely avenge you. If he really avenges you, then I will let you go. But if he doesn't care about you, even if he hears the news of your death, he will remain indifferent, then from now on, you will follow me." Qin Feiyang laughed. Chapter 39-46. The divine dragon sword went silent. "What's wrong? You don't dare to bet with me?" Qin Feiyang smirked. "Let's bet." The divine dragon sword said in a deep voice, "But you have to keep your word. Don't worry. I, Qin Feiyang, am a man of my word. If the monarch really cares about you, I will let you go without saying a word." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay. Then we'll wait and see." The divine dragon sword sneered. In fact, it also wanted to see if the monarch would care about it. "Then do you want to let it soak in the water?" Madman asked. "Forget it, if it becomes one of us, wouldn't it be awkward?" Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing this, the divine dragon sword breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't go to this damn place, everything was fine. Immediately, the two left with the fragments of the divine dragon sword. But Ryuko and the others were not so lucky. They struggled crazily in the soul-sealing valley, complaining endlessly. "Shut up." Not far away, Bing Running looked at the group of people with an impatient face. She, who had long been numb, no longer cared. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like this?" the blue-haired youth said angrily. "Look at you. Since you are so capable, why are you suppressed in the soul-sealing valley?" Bing Running sneered. The blue-haired youth suddenly clenched his hands. "Give up struggling. If you fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, you won't even have the right to choose death. You can only live a life worse than death here." Bing Running shook her head, looked at the group of people suspiciously, and asked, "But then again, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before in the Sky Cloud realm? Are you blind? You don't even know us, the heavens pride of the divine kingdom?" The blue-haired youth looked at her contemptuously. "So you are from the divine kingdom?" Bing Running suddenly realized. Since she was in the underworld King Hell, she had been suppressed here, so she knew nothing about what happened in the Sky Cloud realm. "Who are you?" Ryuko calmed down and asked Bing Running. "I am the princess of the Ice Phoenix clan." Bing Running smiled proudly. "The princess of the Ice Phoenix clan? Then you are also a member of the Phoenix clan, but why were you suppressed here by them?" Jiang Chen was puzzled. It's all because he offended Qin Feiyang and the others. Bing Running sighed. Then how long have you been suppressed here? Jiang Chen asked. I didn't count it carefully, but it should be several 100,000 years. Bing Running shook her head. What? That long? Everyone looked at Bing Running in shock. No wonder he was so calm. He was already numb to it. According to the time outside, it shouldn't have been that long because the Black Tortoise realm has a time array. One day outside is 5,000 years here. By the way, I'll tell you a piece of bad news. The Black Tortoise realm is an independent world, so don't even think about escaping. As long as you're here, without Qin Feiyang's permission, it's useless even if you have heaven-defying abilities. Bing Running sneered. An independent world. How is this possible? The group was horrified. Ryuko clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Father will definitely come to save me. That's right. Lord Divine King will definitely come to find us. Jiang Chen nodded. It seems like your background isn't small. But no matter how big your background is, it's useless. It's because you guys don't understand Qin Feiyang at all. He's a master who fears nothing. Back then, when they first came to the Sky Cloud realm, they dared to challenge sovereign realm experts with their imperishable realm cultivation. Bing Running sneered. She had already given up because it was impossible to escape. Ryuko frowned when he heard this. When did Qin Feiyang and the others enter the Sky Cloud realm? Bing Running pondered for a moment and said, according to the time outside, they should have entered the Sky Cloud realm for at most 1,000 years. This, Ryuko and the blue-haired youth were stunned. 1,000 years? Didn't this mean that Qin Feiyang wasn't an antique at all? Jiang Chen, Jiang Xing, what do you mean? The 10 people immediately looked at Jiang Chen and Jiang Xing, sigh. The two sighed deeply and said, we lied before. In other words, he is really a junior of the Sky Cloud realm? Ryuko asked. Yes. The two nodded. Huh, shame. As the most outstanding genius of the god race, you actually told such a big lie. Ryuko laughed like a madman. First, because of their previous behavior, they believed that Qin Feiyang was really an antique, so they kept humiliating him. But the result? The other party was a young man like him. At that time, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, he was probably just a desperate clown. Second, because a mere ant of the Sky Cloud realm was more outstanding than him, Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom. Not only was he defeated, but he was also suppressed in this place. His heart was extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, the Divine Dragon Sword was restricted in the Western Blood Sea. Because the Devil's Land was Qin Feiyang's base camp, before the Divine Dragon Sword surrendered, he would definitely not let it enter the Devil's Land. At this moment, Li Feng had also returned. How is it? Madman immediately asked. Li Feng shook his head in disappointment and said, the little rabbit said that Brother Wolf can't come out for the time being, but it also said that when Brother Wolf comes out, it will immediately let Brother Wolf come to us. What the hell is this wolf cub doing? Madman frowned. It's probably giving some good fortune to the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang guessed. Good fortune, if it's really good fortune, why don't we have a share? Biased. Madman's face was full of displeasure. Come on, you have already obtained the inheritance of the Blood Demon King, isn't that enough? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. With a wave of his hand, the situation outside appeared in the void in front of him. The one who should be complaining was him. Madman had obtained the inheritance of his previous life, and the white-eyed wolf might have also obtained good fortune now. Only he had nothing. About a moment later, 2 figures descended in the core area. It was the old Poison and Fire Dance. Looking at the chaotic core area, their faces changed drastically on the spot. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 2 immediately appeared in front of him. Divine Dragon Sword? What's going on? Looking at the Divine Dragon Sword floating on the side, Fire Dance's pupils shrank, and she immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and asked. Didn't they say that they couldn't use the sovereign divine weapon? But why was the divine dragon sword here? Nothing big, just dealing with a few clowns. Madman laughed. The corner of Fire Dance's mouth twitched. No matter who came from the divine kingdom, it couldn't be a clown. How's the situation with the phone people? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The old poison laughed and said, if it weren't for the sudden battle here, they would probably still be suffering in the periphery. Then did they give up? Li Feng was curious. Definitely. But fortunately, they didn't retreat at the critical moment. The old poison said. Then does this count as passing the test? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course not. How can it be so easy? When they enter the land of the buried gods again, we'll give them more ruthless. Li Feng looked at the old poison and laughed. Now, I'm afraid they won't dare to enter the land of the buried gods again. The old poison shook his head. After such a terrifying battle, the phone people were probably scared out of their wits. If they don't even have this bit of courage, then there's no point in helping them. Fire Dance snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fire Dance and said with a smile, then let's wait and see. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out from the Divine Kingdom's gate. This is, Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This aura was very familiar. The Lord of the Divine Kingdom. Frenzy, Fire Dance, the old poison, and Li Feng immediately looked at the screen, their expressions extremely solemn. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold robe walked out of the Divine Kingdom's gate and descended in the sky above the core area. This person was about 1.85 meters tall. His body was thin, his facial features were cold, and his eyes were deep. There were strands of white hair at his temples, revealing a vicissitude aura. My lord, Qin Feiyang murmured. What? He's the lord of the Divine Kingdom? Frenzy was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the dragon god's sword, and said, do you remember our agreement? Yes. The dragon god's sword replied. Then you stay here and watch carefully. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above the core area. The Lord's eyes immediately locked onto Qin Feiyang. I didn't expect to alarm the Lord to personally come, and it's your real body. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and stepped forward. Last time, it was only the Lord's divine sense that appeared, but this time, it was his real body. Qin Xiaotian? The Lord raised his eyebrows. Whether it's Qin Xiaotian or Qin Feiyang, it's all me. Qin Feiyang smiled. No matter who you are, you have broken the agreement between us. The Lord's eyes flashed coldly. Is that really the case? Lord Monarch, if you truly believe that this junior is an antique, then this junior believes that the one who has descended upon the sky cloud realm right now is not you, Monarch. Furthermore, it is not only you, but the divine nation's army. Qin Feiyang smiled. Quite smart. The Lord's cold eyes converged, and he said faintly, take me to verify your identity. No need, I will take you there. You can directly enter the 4 continents and ask around. Qin Feiyang said. I will ask around myself? As the host, aren't you going to accompany me? The Lord frowned, and there was a trace of displeasure on his face. Accompany you? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the Lord strangely. What is this person thinking? Isn't it more convenient to investigate this kind of thing alone? Is it a bit difficult? The Lord asked. No, no. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. It is this junior's great honor to be able to accompany the Lord, but before I leave, this junior has something to tell you. After saying that, his mind moved, and Li Feng, Fire Dance, and the old poison appeared. Madman stayed in the black tortoise world and stared at the dragon god's sword. Looking at the Lord, the 3 of them were full of fear. The Lord looked at the 3 of them with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He already knew Li Feng's strength, but he could faintly feel that Fire Dance and the Old Poison seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. Chapter 39:47. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Dance and Li Chen and said with a smile, "I won't bother about the phone people. You guys can do as you see fit." "All right." The two nodded. Qin Feiyang then turned to look at Li Feng and said with a smile, "You come with me and accompany the Lord to the Eastern Continent because the people of the Eastern Continent know me the best. You don't need me to stay here?" Li Feng was suspicious. "No need. The whereabouts of the old ancestor have been confirmed. She is now in the Great Qin. Without the badge in Long Chen's and my hands, she can't return to the Sky Cloud realm." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "All right." Li Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, a space-time passage opened. He then retreated to the side and looked at the Lord. "My lord, please. You too, don't you want to hide your identities first?" The Lord looked at the two. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Then, he suddenly smiled and said, "It's still Monarch who is considerate." After saying that, he took out 2 phantom pills. He took one himself and gave the other to Li Feng. Soon, the two of them turned into unfamiliar faces. Their cultivation base was also suppressed to the imperishable realm. The Lord naturally had a deeper meaning for them to change their appearances. Because Qin Feiyang and Li Feng were now famous figures in the Sky Cloud realm. If they saw them in person, the people of the Sky Cloud realm might not tell the truth. "Is it okay now?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Let's go." The Lord turned and stepped into the passage. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng followed closely behind. "They won't be in any danger, right?" The Old Poison was worried. "They shouldn't be. Looking at the Lord, he doesn't seem to be looking for trouble." Fire Dance whispered. "But don't you think it's strange? Logically speaking, when he came to our Sky Cloud realm, shouldn't he immediately ask about the situation of the Dragon God's sword and Ryuko? But now he didn't mention a word." The Old Poison frowned, his face full of confusion. "It's indeed a bit strange." Fire Dance nodded. The Lord's mind was a bit hard to guess. Eastern Continent. Ocean of Cloud City. On the streets. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng followed beside the monarch and strolled aimlessly. Furthermore, the monarch had also retracted his aura. He looked like a mortal. There was an endless stream of people on the streets. The sounds of discussion rose and fell. Just now, who was Qin Feiyang fighting in the land of buried gods? Could the entire Eastern Continent sense it? "I just went to take a look at the exit. The battle seems to have ended. I even saw an old man at the exit." "Old man?" "Yes. They seem to be Qin Feiyang's subordinates. He's sealing off the exit to prevent the battle from spreading to our Eastern Continent. Also, I heard from a friend that Princess Wufeng also appeared at the Northern Continent's exit. If they hadn't sealed off the exit and prevented the shockwaves of the battle from reaching the land of buried gods, the Eastern Continent and the Northern Continent would have faced annihilation." When Qin Feiyang heard these discussions, he couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Fire Dance and the Old Poison were really smart. They immediately ran to seal off the exit. Actually, it's obvious that Qin Feiyang and the others must be fighting the people of the Divine Kingdom in the core area. Moreover, the opponents this time are extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have personally taken action. That makes sense. This damned Divine Kingdom. I can't wait for them to all die. Why did they come to our Sky Cloud realm for no reason? We can't even have a day of peace here. Don't worry. We have Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Goldwing Wolf King, and now, Long Chen and his sister have joined forces with Qin Feiyang and the others. With them here, not to mention the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom, even the older generation of the Divine Kingdom would be courting death if they dared to cause trouble in our Sky Cloud realm. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng had been paying attention to the monarch's expression. They thought that the monarch might be angry when he heard these voices insulting the Divine Kingdom. But unexpectedly, the monarch's expression was extremely calm. After a while, they passed by a small tavern. The monarch's footsteps paused, then he turned and walked into the tavern. Qin Feiyang and Li Feng looked at each other and quickly followed in. A waiter came up and led the three to an empty table. He casually ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. The tavern was also very lively. Because the battle in the core area had just happened, this was the topic that was most discussed now. By the way, Qin Feiyang and the others are really amazing. In just these few years, they have grown to this point. Yeah. Who would have thought that today, after so many years, they would become the pillars of our sky cloud realm? In short, with them here, our sky cloud realm will definitely not lose to the divine kingdom. When everyone was talking, their faces were full of smiles. They could have such a comfortable life now, all because of Qin Feiyang and the others fighting on the front line. The monarch held a wine glass and tasted it while transmitting his voice. It seems that you have a good reputation in the sky cloud realm, but this wine is really not that good. What good wine can there be in such a small tavern? If the monarch really likes it, this junior will offer a few jars of divine wine for the monarch to taste. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. The monarch glanced at him indifferently. Obviously, he didn't take it to heart. As the monarch of the divine kingdom, would he lack such things as divine wine? Definitely not. After listening silently for a while, the monarch turned his head to look at the two middle-aged men next to him and asked with a smile, "Two brothers, are Qin Feiyang and the others from the sky cloud realm?" Huh. As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked at the monarch with extremely strange eyes. What? The monarch was still a little uncomfortable. Are you from the sky cloud realm or not? You don't even know the situation of Qin Feiyang and the others? Could it be that you are a spy of the divine kingdom? Someone looked at the monarch warily. The monarch coughed dryly and said with an embarrassed smile, "How could I be a spy of the divine kingdom? I am the monarch of the divine kingdom." Spy? This is a humiliation to me. Everyone, don't misunderstand. We are from the countryside. We have heard about Qin Feiyang and the others before, but we don't know much. Qin Feiyang quickly looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Is that so? I knew it. Now, who in the sky cloud realm doesn't know about Qin Feiyang and the others? By the way, Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden Wing Wolf King, this old man is quite familiar with them. Because this old man has always lived in Cloud Sea City. Speaking of which, I have watched them grow up." An old man with white hair laughed in a hoarse voice. "Is that so?" The monarch looked at the old man curiously. "Yes." The old man nodded, took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, "Currently, almost everyone in the sky cloud realm knows about the origins of Qin Feiyang and the others. They are from the lower realms, but where exactly in the lower realms is unknown." "Then when did they come to the sky cloud realm?" the monarch asked. This old man doesn't know when they came to the sky cloud realm. But when they first appeared in Cloud Sea City, it seemed to be a few hundred years ago. I don't remember the exact time, but in any case, it was around 1,000 years ago. The old man said. Then what was their cultivation at that time? The monarch was puzzled. Their cultivation at that time? It's a little difficult to say. They were very weak at that time. They seemed to be in the undead realm. Any random person would be able to defeat them. However, although their cultivation was weak, their methods were terrifying. Because they had a sovereign divine weapon. And Qin Feiyang also mastered a divine ability called Slaughter Domain, which could compete with a sovereign divine weapon. Back then, they relied on Slaughter Domain and Sovereign Divine Weapon to rise step by step in the Eastern Continent and become the pillars of the Sky Cloud realm today. Of course, they didn't rely entirely on Slaughter Domain and Sovereign Divine Weapon. The most important thing was their brains. They were very smart and courageous. The old man laughed hoarsely. His face was also full of admiration. Undead realm. The monarch murmured. In that case, Qin Feiyang was indeed not an old monster. Then, Jiang Chen was lying? The monarch's eyes flashed, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let's go to other places." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. True gold fears no fire. This was the truth. It didn't matter how you investigated. After settling the bill, the three of them left Cloud Sea City. After half a day of investigation, the monarch even went to some remote villages to ask, but the answer was the same. In the evening, on a mountain peak, the monarch stood at the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his back, looking at the land that was gradually falling into the night. Under his calm expression, there were surging waves. He never expected that Qin Feiyang and the others would rise in such a short time. Compared to the monsters of the Divine Kingdom, they were many times more outstanding. Because in terms of age, Qin Feiyang and the others were much younger than the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom. "Monarch, do you believe it now? If you still don't believe it, you might as well go to the other 3 continents to investigate." Li Feng pursed his lips with a hint of ridicule. Was there a need to doubt such a thing? Phew. The monarch took a deep breath and shook his head. "No, I believe everything I see with my own eyes." Li Feng said, "Then you won't suspect that we told them to say this in advance? You don't have to mock me like this." The monarch turned to look at Li Feng, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, "Don't try to provoke me, it won't do you any good. This junior doesn't dare." Li Feng hurriedly bowed. The night gradually deepened. The land fell into darkness. The surroundings were silent. The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I want to talk to you alone." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he sent Li Feng to the Black Tortoise realm. "Let me see your life and death law," the monarch said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the life and death law appeared, like a flame rising in the darkness. "It really is the life and death law," the monarch murmured, and his calm heart was stirred up again. This was really a talent. Even the direct descendants of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan couldn't compare to him at all. Qin Feiyang clenched his hand, and the life and death law dissipated, and said with a faint smile, "Monarch, if you have something to say, just say it." Chapter 39:48. You're really impatient. The monarch smiled faintly and asked, "The ancestor you mentioned in the land of buried gods during the day should be my daughter, right?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "So, my daughter wants to return to the Divine Kingdom now? If not, how could Qin Feiyang let people guard the core area?" "I don't deny it. But do you know why she wants to go back?" Qin Feiyang looked up at the night sky with a trace of sadness between his brows. He could understand the pain of the princess of the Divine Kingdom. On one side was the Sky Cloud Realm, and on the other side was the Divine Kingdom. It was too uncomfortable for her to stand in the middle. If she could exchange her life for peace between the two sides, she would never hesitate. "I know." The monarch nodded and sighed. As a father, how could he not understand his daughter? "Since you know, why did you still invade the Sky Cloud Realm? Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your daughter." Back then, Dragon King and the other 2 sneak attacked the Human Emperor, Feather Emperor, and Shuezu, and sealed the ancestor. In fact, the root of the problem is your fault. Qin Feiyang was indignant. "Our fault?" The monarch frowned. "Yes. Your fault. If you didn't invade the Sky Cloud Realm and plunge it into misery and suffering, would the Dragon King and the others hate the Purple Gold Divine Dragon so much? Because of their hatred, when they saw the love between the Human Emperor and the ancestor, they were resentful. Although they did this because of their selfishness, compared to their selfishness, the harm that the Divine Kingdom brought to the Sky Cloud Realm is the root cause. In short, your daughter's suffering all these years was caused by you. Similarly, she is atoning for the atrocities that you all have committed. May I ask, do you really understand the ancestors' painstaking efforts? No. You don't understand. So, whether the ancestor has made up her mind or not, I will not let her return to the Divine Kingdom." Qin Feiyang's eyes were firm. If he really let the princess of the Divine Kingdom return to the Divine Kingdom, she would only suffer more grievances. The monarch was silent for a moment and asked, "You care about her?" "Of course. She is my family. Her bloodline power flows in my body," Qin Lai said. "I'm not afraid that the divine kingdom is very strong, but if you dare hurt her, I will make you regret it, including you." Qin Feiyang stared at the monarch with a cold glint in his eyes. "Including me," the monarch smiled. The monarch. He hadn't heard such a threat. His courage. "I'm not joking. Please don't take it as a joke." Qin Feiyang looked at the monarch very seriously. The king smiled faintly. It was unknown whether or not he took these words to heart. He asked, "Then, where is the great Qin that you speak of?" When Qin Feiyang heard this, a trace of vigilance immediately appeared in his eyes. "Don't dare to let me know. Are you afraid that I will attack the great Qin?" The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said word by word, "If you dare to attack the great Qin, I will slaughter the entire divine kingdom. Not even a blade of grass will survive in the divine kingdom." "Heard it." The monarch narrowed his eyes. There was a dangerous signal in his eyes. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid at all. He looked back at the monarch. The great Qin was his home and his reverse scale. Anyone who dared to attack the great Qin was crossing his bottom line. This was unforgivable. "Huh," the monarch laughed. Whether it was talent or courage, this boy was the best. The great Qin clan, if I'm not wrong, the great Qin should be the country where the Qin clan is resting and passing down its legacy. In other words, the Qin clan living in the great Qin is the descendant of my daughter and the human emperor. The monarch guessed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. "I didn't expect my daughter to have so many descendants here. I'm curious. Which generation of the Qin clan do you belong to? Is the descendant of my daughter and the human emperor, my grandson, still alive?" The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. "I can't tell you." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The monarch frowned. He held back his patience and said, "Then let me ask you this. How many members of the Qin clan have the power of the purple gold divine dragon bloodline?" "I can't tell you either." Qin Feiyang shook his head again. The monarch's eyes showed a trace of anger. "Little guy, you are testing my patience. If you are here to acknowledge your family, I will definitely tell you. But you are here to invade. Moreover, the old ancestors said that you have always been against the fact that his clan members have the purple gold dragon bloodline. Therefore, I am here to protect my clan members." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. If he really told this person about the great Qin situation, this person might try to find a way to go to the great Qin. Although it seemed that the divine kingdom couldn't enter the lower worlds at present, it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, he couldn't take the risk. It seems that it will be a little difficult to talk calmly for a while. Fine. I will not beat around the bush. 2 choices. First, you come with me to the divine kingdom and become a member of the divine kingdom. I will do my best to nurture you. The resources of the divine kingdom are not something the sky cloud realm can compare to. Moreover, you have the power of the purple gold divine dragon bloodline, so you can be considered my descendant. It is reasonable for you to come with me to the divine kingdom." The monarch said. "Reasonable?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. This was all nonsense. In fact, the monarch was only interested in his life and death law and his talent. The second choice. Forcefully strip away your life and death law, 3,000 incarnations, and eye of heaven and give them to the divine kingdom. As a condition, I will not send a single soldier into the sky cloud realm for 10,000 years. The monarch continued. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Forcefully strip away the life and death law, 3,000 incarnations, and eye of heaven and give them to the divine kingdom in exchange for 10,000 years of peace. The life and death law, eye of heaven, and 3,000 incarnations were so cheap. You can consider it. Of course, what I hope most is that you can come with me to the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom is also part of the human race and is quite powerful. When the time comes, I can let you ascend to the throne of the human race. The monarch smiled confidently. In his opinion, this was a tempting condition that couldn't be refused. However, he didn't know that Qin Feiyang never cared about this. The human race is supreme, the human race is leader. In his opinion, these were just empty titles. Moreover, if he really went to the divine kingdom, he would have to help the divine kingdom bully the creatures of the sky cloud realm. How could he agree to such a thing? Whether it was people like the Feather Emperor or the billions of creatures of the sky cloud realm, everyone trusted him so much. How could he betray everyone's trust? He couldn't. Although he, Qin Feiyang, was not a kind-hearted person, he still knew what comradeship was. This kind of thing doesn't need to be considered. I won't go to the divine kingdom, 3,000 incarnations, eye of heaven, and the life and death law, I won't give them to anyone. It's still the previous agreement. As long as the younger generation of the sky cloud realm can defeat the younger generation of the divine kingdom within 1,000 years, then you can retreat. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why? The creatures of the sky cloud realm are not related to you. Why do you want to protect them with your life? The monarch frowned. There was a trace of anger in his words. It was as if he was saying that Qin Feiyang was stupid and stubborn. There are some things that you won't understand. Moreover, I am the descendant of the human sovereign. Naturally, I will follow his will and protect this land. Qin Feiyang smiled. Are you so confident that you can defeat the younger generation of the divine kingdom? The monarch raised his eyebrows. Then let's give it a try. Of course. If you can promise never to invade the sky cloud realm and never harm the creatures of the sky cloud realm, I can go with you to the divine kingdom. The old ancestor is willing to use her fate in exchange for the peace of the sky cloud realm. I am also willing. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. You are indeed extremely stupid. The monarch shook his head. Stupid people have stupid luck. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then it seems that this trip was in vain. The monarch shook his head regretfully. Not really. After all, the dragon god's sword and Ryuko are in my hands. You don't plan to save them? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. The monarch said indifferently, aside from the dragon god's sword, you can kill the others if you want. You still care about the dragon god's sword. However, I am a little embarrassed. The dragon god's sword has been destroyed by me. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? The monarch's face suddenly sank, and a terrifying aura spread out. It has provoked me again and again. How can I tolerate its continued existence in this world? Qin Feiyang sneered. You are digging your own grave. The monarch's eyes turned cold. Behind him, 3,000 identical monarchs appeared. 3,000 clones. Following that, one after another, the power of law emerged. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. They were all ultimate laws. Could it be that this person has mastered the ultimate meaning of the 6 ultimate laws? If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Think about it. 3,000 clones, activating the ultimate meaning of the 6 ultimate laws. That is a total of 18,000 ultimate meanings of the ultimate laws. How shocking is that? Although he has the eye of heaven, once a battle breaks out with the monarch, it means tearing up the agreement. When the older generation of the divine kingdom arrives in the sky cloud realm, what kind of scene would that be? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, don't forget our agreement. You have touched my bottom line. The monarch's eyes flashed with killing intent. I will now announce that the agreement is, wait. Qin Feiyang quickly reached out to interrupt. Because this old thing was obviously going to say that the agreement was void. This agreement cannot be voided. At least until he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. At that time, he would have the capital to compete with the divine kingdom. Scared? The monarch smiled coldly. I really didn't expect you to be a person who values friendship. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He had lost the bet. He thought that a powerhouse like the monarch would definitely not care about a sovereign weapon, but the result was greatly unexpected. With a wave of his hand, the broken dragon god's sword appeared. The monarch was stunned. Wasn't it destroyed? Chapter 39-49. In fact, this is a bet between me and the divine dragon sword. If you care about it, I will let it go. If you don't, it will follow me in the future. Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. He had underestimated the monarch. From this, it could be seen that there should be a story between the monarch and the divine dragon sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't care so much. So that's how it is. The monarch muttered, looking at Qin Feiyang with a hint of ridicule. He was naive enough to test his relationship with the divine dragon sword. Did he think that only you, Qin Feiyang, had a few loyal companions? At least you keep your word. The divine dragon sword snorted. Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person, I am still a person who is willing to accept defeat. As for Ryuko and the others, Qin Feiyang glanced at the divine dragon sword, then looked at the monarch and said, "Don't say that too early." Although Ryuko and the others have left their souls in the divine kingdom and are not afraid of death, in my hands, it will be difficult for them to die even if they want to. Moreover, you should have heard of the methods of the golden-winged wolf king. Deprive cultivation? The monarch frowned. That's not all. The golden-winged wolf king still has many terrifying methods, but he hasn't shown them yet. But I think that just the method of stripping away their cultivation is enough to destroy Long Zi and the others. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Are you threatening me? The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang unkindly. This little guy was getting more and more presumptuous. Then you can take it as a threat. I think you don't want to save a few cripples. The meaning of his words was very obvious. You'd better satisfy my conditions. Otherwise, let the white-eyed wolf deprive Ryuko and the others of their cultivation. The monarch took a deep breath and said, "Tell me your conditions." Straightforward. First, return the other half of the emperor's sword to us. Second, the agreement of 1,000 years will be extended to 10,000 years. Third, from now on, when the geniuses of the divine kingdom enter the sky cloud realm, they can challenge us fairly, but they are not allowed to kill the innocent. Fourthly, if one day our ancestor returns to the divine kingdom while we're not paying attention, you have to promise me that you won't make things difficult for her. Even though it's practically impossible for such a thing to happen, it's still best to take precautions. Qin Feiyang said. When the monarch heard this, he looked at Qin Feiyang expressionlessly. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I think these 4 conditions shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" "All right." The monarch nodded. Words are no proof. Swear an oath as proof. Qin Feiyang smiled. What if, in the future, this person was in a bad mood and announced that the agreement was invalid? Wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity and seize the initiative. Swear an oath? Simply childish and laughable. The king snorted coldly. This is no ordinary oath. Blood oath. Blood oaths will come true. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. You also know about the blood oath? The king's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. What? You also know about the blood oath? Qin Feiyang also looked surprised. I once fought on a continent and saw the blood oath. The king said vaguely, then looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully and said, You even know about the blood oath. It seems that you have a lot of capable people around you. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang smiled. But in his heart, he was pondering. Snow and Bloodblade had said that the blood oath was a kind of oath many years ago, and almost no one knew about it now. But now, the king said that there was a blood oath in a continent that he once fought on. What kind of continent was this? How many continents were there in this world? Fine. I'll make a blood oath. But you have to let her go immediately. In the end, the king compromised. Without Qin Feiyang's advice, he directly made a blood oath. This proved that he did know about the blood oath. And he was also afraid that the white-eyed wolf would really deprive Ryuko and the others of their cultivation. When the time came, these talents of the Divine Kingdom would all become useless. It would be a huge loss for the Divine Kingdom. And it would take a lot of resources and effort to cultivate them again. No. I have to see the human sovereign sword before I let them go. Qin Feiyang shook his head. With the blood oath, what are you worried about? The king frowned. I'm not worried. But I have to see the human sovereign sword before I let them go. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. In fact, his purpose was very simple. It was to let Ryuko and the others enjoy more in the soul-sealing valley. King, you have to let them go now. The dragon god's sword thought for a while and knew Qin Feiyang's intention. What? The king was suspicious. You don't know how embarrassing their situation is now. The dragon god's sword briefly explained the situation in the soul-sealing valley. What? The king was furious when he heard this. He stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "You've gone too far. Isn't this what they asked for?" Especially the people of the God clan, they actually wanted to massacre the city. If it weren't for the fact that they all left their souls in the Divine Kingdom, killing them would be meaningless. Otherwise, what you see now would be their corpses. If you want them to suffer less, hurry up and send the human sovereign sword. Qin Feiyang sneered. Okay. As expected of the descendant of the purple gold divine dragon clan, you're ruthless. Just you wait. When I go back, I'll immediately send someone to send the human sovereign sword to you. After saying this, the king waved his hand, put away the dragon god's sword, turned around, and stepped into the air without looking back. Looking at the king disappearing into the night sky, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although he had been taking the initiative to negotiate with the king with ease, in fact, he was under a lot of pressure in his heart. After all, he was the king of the Divine Kingdom. Even the God clan and the human clan of the Divine Kingdom had to submit to him. However, this negotiation had a huge harvest. The agreement of 1,000 years had been extended to 10,000 years. They would undoubtedly have more time to grow. The most important thing was to get the human sovereign sword back. The human sovereign sword, whether it was for him, the Feather Emperor, or the human clan of the Sky Cloud Realm, was of great significance. Because the human sovereign sword represented the human sovereign. This was a symbol of status, a spiritual pillar. As long as the human sovereign sword returned, the morale of the Sky Cloud Realm would skyrocket again. Of course. The third condition was equally important. Because in the future, no matter how the heavens pride of the Divine Kingdom caused trouble in the Sky Cloud Realm, they would not face the crisis of massacring the city. It could be said that this time, he had won a great victory. Swish. Just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the Black Tortoise Realm, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Qin Feiyang immediately looked up, a cold light surging in his eyes. Because these two figures were Ice Dragon and Small Beast that had disappeared for a long time. What are you doing here? Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly sank. Ice Dragon and Small Beast landed on the top of the mountain and laughed. Not bad, you can still be so calm in the face of the King of the Divine Kingdom. Don't tell me you are also afraid of the King of the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang sneered. A mere king of the Divine Kingdom, how can we put him in our eyes? However, the person behind the Divine Kingdom is not a simple character. Ice Dragon said. What? There is someone behind the Divine Kingdom? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Frenzy and Li Feng were also shocked when they heard this in the Black Tortoise Realm. This world is not as simple as you think. How about this, let's make a deal. Small Beast said. What kind of deal? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Destroy the Divine Kingdom, and we will return Changshui to you and help you remove the seal of the two war souls. Ice Dragon said. Really? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Listen carefully, destroy the divine kingdom. Small beast looked at him mockingly. Destroy? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The divine kingdom is the same as the Black Tortoise realm, an independent world. What you need to do is to destroy this world, not just defeat the divine kingdom. If you agree now, I can also tell you a piece of good news. The little beast smiled playfully. What news? Qin Feiyang frowned. It's about the inner demons and the whereabouts of your cousin. Ice Dragon said. The inner demons. Big cousin. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he asked in surprise, aren't they dead? Ice Dragon said, since we mentioned them now, it naturally proves that they are not dead. Not dead, Qin Feiyang was like a bolt from the blue, and his mind was rumbling. The inner demons and big cousin are not dead? Where are they? Tell me. Qin Feiyang roared. Small Beast said mockingly, you haven't agreed to our deal yet. I agree. I promise, I will destroy the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang nodded. You have guts. Don't worry, you might see them soon. As soon as the voice fell, Small Beast and Ice Dragon disappeared without a trace. Bastard. You tricked me? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then he was furious. But was it true? Or were they tricking him? The inner demons, big cousin, as everyone knew, Qin Feiyang was a very calm person, but at this moment, his mind was in chaos. Chapter 3950. Damn, the divine kingdom is actually an independent world, this news is too shocking. Black Tortoise World. Western region, above the Blood Sea. Li Feng's face was full of shock. That's not the point, okay? The point is that there is another person behind the master of the divine kingdom. This person, if I'm not wrong, must be the same as old Qin, the true ruler of the divine kingdom, controlling the land of origin. Madman said solemnly. Li Feng looked at Madman and frowned. Even the people of the divine kingdom are so strong, then wouldn't this ruler be even more terrifying? Nonsense. I'm sure that this person is definitely in existence on the same level as Small Beast. What a strong opponent. Madman muttered. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Li Feng swallowed his saliva and looked at Qin Feiyang in the image. He said worriedly, will Qin Dage be okay? Don't worry. His ability to resist pressure is very strong. The news of the inner demons can only affect him for a while. Madman waved his hand, not caring at all. As expected. Not long after, Qin Feiyang calmed down. Whether it was true or not, as long as there was a trace of possibility, he would not give up. Swish. With a wave of his hand, Li Feng and Madman appeared. Qin Dage, are you okay? Li Feng asked with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, let's go to the dragon's nest. Why are we going to the dragon's nest? Li Feng and Madman were stunned. To verify something. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. All right. Li Feng nodded and opened a space-time tunnel. The three of them walked in and arrived above the dragon's nest. This was the former phoenix's nest. Now, there was also a barrier here. It was still set up by the heavenly god's sword. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the power of law swooped down and blasted towards the barrier. Long Chen and his sister sensed the commotion and immediately came out. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the other two in the sky, Long Qin frowned. What are these two bastards doing here? She directly ignored Li Feng. Even though Li Feng and the dragon clan were irreconcilable, in Long Qin's heart, she did not have any hatred towards Li Feng. The only person she hated was Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf. Brother Qin, Brother Mo, Brother Li Feng, why did you guys team up and come to my dragon's lair? Long Chen stepped out of the enchantment and stood in front of the three of them. If I say that I'm here to cause trouble for you, would you believe me? Madman chuckled. I don't. Long Chen shook his head, pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, you must have come for the princess of the divine kingdom. Nothing really escapes your eyes. That's right. I'm here for her. I want to know, did the ancestor want to stay in the Great Qin, or did you do it on purpose? Qin Feiyang asked. What do you think? Long Chen asked back. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He didn't want to guess. Because he couldn't figure out Long Chen, otherwise, he wouldn't have come personally. All right. Then I'll tell you the truth. I deliberately left her in the Great Qin. Long Chen sighed. On purpose? Madman and Li Feng looked at each other and looked at Long Chen suspiciously. That's right. Her plan was to go to the Great Qin to visit the descendants of the Qin clan, and then immediately return to the Divine Kingdom. She wanted to use her own fate to exchange for the peace of the Sky Cloud realm. But at that time, I thought that even if she went back, she wouldn't be able to change the decision of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. Instead, it would give the Divine Kingdom a bargaining chip against us. After all, for you, Qin Feiyang, the Divine Kingdom's princess is very important. If she was in danger in the Divine Kingdom, you would definitely risk your life to rescue her. So, in order to prevent this from happening, after I sent her to the Great Qin, I took the initiative to leave her there and return to the Sky Cloud realm alone. Now that the passage between the Sky Cloud realm and the Underworld King's hell has collapsed, as long as we don't pick her up, she won't even be able to enter the Sky Cloud realm, let alone return to the Divine Kingdom. Of course. After going to the Great Qin, I also learned about your childhood. Long Chen chuckled. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Long Chen and cupped his hands. Thank you. No need. I just hope that she won't blame me in the future. Long Chen waved his hand. Li Feng asked, so now, we don't have to worry about the old ancestor? Yes. Let her live out her remaining years in the Great Qin Empire. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at Long Chen and said, your father came to find me. Long Chen was stunned and hurriedly asked, when? Just now. And that small beast. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Every time these two bastards were mentioned, the murderous intent in his heart couldn't be controlled. He went to find you, but he didn't even come to see us? Does he still have us in his heart? Long Chen's eyebrows were filled with resentment. Long Qin also flew up angrily and asked, where is he now? Gone. Qin Feiyang felt some sympathy for this pair of siblings. Although their father was still alive, it was as if he didn't exist. However, from the current situation, the marriage between Ice Dragon and Long Zun might have been an accident. In other words, Ice Dragon didn't have any feelings for Long Zun. As for Long Zun, he just fancied Ice Dragon's strength and wanted Ice Dragon to protect dragons. But what Long Zun didn't expect was that although Ice Dragon was powerful, there were many restrictions. Of course. No matter what, Long Zun gave birth to a son and a daughter for Ice Dragon. The key was that this Long Chen was so outstanding. No matter how much he didn't have feelings for her, for the sake of this pair of children, Ice Dragon wouldn't sit idly by. Otherwise, Ice Dragon wouldn't have saved her at the critical moment in the ancient world. Long Chen sighed and asked, why did they look for you? They made a deal. They asked me to destroy the Divine Kingdom. And they also said that the Divine Kingdom is actually the same as the Black Tortoise Realm, an independent world. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. An independent world, Long Chen murmured and smiled bitterly. In that case, there is someone behind the Lord of the Divine Kingdom? Smart. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's really a difficult task. Long Chen shook his head. There's another piece of good news. The Lord of the Divine Kingdom also came to find me. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the negotiation with the Lord of the Divine Kingdom. This is indeed good news. 10,000 years is enough for us to grow up. Long Chen nodded. So confident? Madman looked at him in astonishment. Even if I can't grow up, as long as Brother Qin comprehends the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, won't you be able to compete with the Divine Kingdom? Long Chen chuckled. Knowing that I have mastered the law of life and death, it seems that you were also watching the battle in the land of buried gods. Qin Feiyang frowned. Such an exciting battle, how could I miss it? Long Chen smiled and waved his hand, opening a crack in the barrier, saying, "It's rare for us to meet, why don't we stay here for a few more days and let Ryuko and the others enjoy that wonderful life a little longer?" Madman looked at Long Chen in astonishment and smiled mischievously, "You're also a bad guy." Haha, Long Chen laughed, and the group entered the dragon's nest, leisurely drinking tea and chatting. Land of Buried Gods. Less than half an hour later. A figure walked out from the gate of the Divine Kingdom. This person was the red-haired old man who fought with Li Feng and Yun Xiang before. No one? Looking at the empty core area, the red-haired old man raised his eyebrows and spread his inner sight in all directions. But within the range of his inner sight, there wasn't even a shadow. What do you mean? The red-haired old man frowned. Waiting until dawn, he still didn't see Qin Feiyang, so he left the land of buried gods and asked around. But now, no one knew the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang. Deliberately hiding? This made him extremely angry and anxious. Because every day delayed, Ryuko and the others would have to suffer 5,000 years of torture. The current situation was obvious. Qin Feiyang deliberately hid. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. The red-haired old man asked around, but in the face of the unfamiliar sky cloud realm, even if his strength was heaven-defying, he still felt powerless. The divine dragon sword had already explained that the black tortoise realm had 5,000 years of time. Half a month passed, and the black tortoise realm had 75,000 years. In other words, Ryuko and the others had already suffered for more than 70,000 years in the black tortoise realm, and they had probably collapsed. After all, they were a group of proud sons of heaven, how could they withstand such humiliation? Qin Feiyang, if you don't come out, then don't blame this old man for being ruthless. This made the red-haired old man go crazy with anger. If it weren't for the Lord of the Divine Kingdom repeatedly telling him not to kill the innocent, he would have already started a massacre. In the blink of an eye. Another half a month passed. Counting from start to finish, it had been a whole month. 1 month in the outside world was 150,000 years in the Black Tortoise realm. On this day, Qin Feiyang and the others finally left the dragon lair under Long Chen's gaze, came to the core area, and released the news. After receiving the news, the red-haired old man immediately came to the core area. "It's you? I didn't expect you to come in person. I'm really sorry, this month, we have been in seclusion and didn't receive any news of your arrival, please forgive us." Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly cupped their hands and apologized. The corners of the red-haired old man's mouth twitched, wasn't it too obvious? He raised his eyebrows and said, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and release them." "Where's the Emperor's sword?" Qin Feiyang asked. The red-haired old man waved his hand, and a broken sword immediately appeared. It was purple-gold in color, and its divine light was dim, but it exuded an astonishing sharpness. When this broken sword appeared, the other broken sword in his body immediately exuded a strong wave of emotion. It was a wave of joy. "Let me verify it first." Qin Feiyang looked at the red-haired old man and said, and then took out the broken sword. When the broken sword appeared, the broken sword floating in front of the red-haired old man immediately broke through the air, and with a clang, the two broken swords instantly merged together. There was no gap at the joint, and it was quite perfect. At the moment of fusion, the divine power of a sovereign divine weapon rolled out, and the dim sword body also emitted a dazzling divine light, and it also exuded the power of an emperor. "It's right," the red-haired old man said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor's sword, and the joy on his face could not be concealed. It was finally complete. He had finally lived up to the emperor's spirit in heaven.